Chapter 1. A huge monster loomed over the city and destroyed everything in its path. His mouth was the size of a building, and his muscles were bare, so much so that the bones were visible. All the people were running away from the destruction and horror that was happening in their city, but one young man, thin and young, was heading in the opposite direction, towards the monster. Someone from the crowd was simply paralyzed by what they saw and froze in one place, waiting for the inevitable death. The appearance of such a huge monster can portend the end of the world, because he destroyed everything he saw. A thin guy in a white shirt was getting closer to the crash site. He looked straight into the monster's eyes, showing no fear. Clenching his hands into fists, he walked on, passing the ashes flying in his direction. Suddenly stopping, the dark-haired young man felt something inside himself. The feeling was quite unusual, but familiar to the guy, because he had already experienced this before, though for a very long time. Shifting his gaze to the left side of his face, he noticed that some strange yellow plasma was spreading over his skin, gradually capturing his body. Frozen, the young man expected what would happen next. The bright light that appears on the skin began to spread to the entire body of the young man. The guy was numb from the sensations with which the yellow ray was moving inside him from the top of his body, along his arms and further down. When most of his body was already covered with this bright and glowing light, the guy felt a sharp impulse inside, from which his pupils greatly narrowed, and sweat appeared on his head. The body of the guy, who was already almost completely covered with plasma, began to lift off from the ground, and strange red rays appeared around, hovering nearby. The young man clenched his teeth, as if holding back something inside. This bright light that covered the boy's body seemed to carry some kind of strength and energy. The boy, continuing to fly up, opened his mouth and began to scream from the power that overwhelmed him at the moment. When the guy was lifted to the height where the monster's head was located, the light burst out, illuminating everything around and blinding those who continued to watch. The body was shackled, the chest arched forward, and the limbs hung like ropes. Suddenly the young man in the white shirt disappeared, and with him the bright light. Instead, a kind of aura was formed, similar to a portal. The aura was purple in color and smoothly began to descend, flying through the darkness, moving away from the place where the tragedy itself took place. The light aura found the boy and slowly continued to descend. Having reduced itself several times, the aura sank into the hero's head. The young man woke up in his bed while at home. Everything he saw had disappeared somewhere, but the very realism of what was happening definitely scared him, so the guy could not immediately come to his senses. Continuing to lie on the huge bed, he grabbed a small stone and began to squeeze it tightly. The boy thought that he had awakened a talent that he could absorb. Realizing that what he saw was a dream, he sat down and began to remember how countless spatial portals from other worlds that man did not know opened on Earth 100 years ago. The young man looked out the window, continuing to remember the very era when people were subjected to cruel torment. Now the city, which was outside the window, breathed life and tranquility, not like then. Ferocious monsters passed through portals opened by unknown people, and when they broke through to the limits of the planet, they began to seriously threaten the survival of the human race on the whole Earth. Walking between the houses, they demolished everything and crushed everyone who stood in their way. The picture that the young man saw in his dream was very much reminiscent of the time that, for the best for Earthlings, had passed. However, the energy that opened the portals also affected some of the people who were at the epicenter of what happened. Spatial forces endowed Earthlings with various talents, and some of the people who received this energy and were able to awaken sent humanity into a new era, which was popularly called the Era of Talents. It was the talents that helped in the confrontation and defense. Thoughts about the past and how a new human era of talents was born were interrupted by a knock on the door. There was no one at home then, except for one person, namely the boy's sister. When she heard a rustle on the second floor, she realized that her brother had finally woken up and now he would be able to tell her and show her about what had happened. The truth in his dream, of course. The dark-haired young man brought the stone closer and began to look at it. This thing turned out to be not so simple, because it was an artifact that people received in that very energy release. From the stone, in the center of which circles were drawn, flashes of light began to glow, which the young man covered in his dream. It contained the same magical energy that had turned into a purple aura. When the stone finished sparkling, it gave out a sign that the young man had received a talent of the lowest level. The guy was upset. He clearly expected something more, because he can't always be nobody, and he wants to achieve some weight and authority in this life by becoming the strongest warrior. But to become the best, you need to have very strong and high talents. Throwing a stone on the floor, the guy went to the window and began to look at the city where life was going on. The young man thought that if he continued to have low talents, then how would he be able to protect his little sister? The door to the room opened abruptly and a sister ran into it. Her face was very happy, because she loved her brother incredibly much. Entering the room, the girl looked questioningly at the young man, continuing to smile. After a couple of minutes, his sister asked him about his progress with his awakening, in which he had to get the cherished strength and talent that determined his future path in life. The brother did not turn for a long time, continuing to look out the window. The girl did not let up, asking what result her brother got. The young man did not know what to answer and decided that he would lie to her. Bowing his head, the guy said that his result was excellent and exceeded his own expectations, so the sister cannot worry about the guy at all. There was a joyful squeak in the room. The girl could not believe it, barely restraining her emotions. She gathered her hands into a lock, and her eyes were burning with happiness. She asked her brother again if he was telling her the truth, because an excellent result is a rarity. The young man with saddened eyes finally turned to his sister and said that she could not worry at all, because her brother would definitely become the strongest warrior who had ever been. The sister finally stopped holding back her joy and she started jumping around the room. Raising her hand up, she praised her brother, saying that she always knew about the uniqueness of the guy. Continuing to rejoice and wave her arms, the sister called her older brother to go with her. Today she cooked his favorite dish so they can celebrate his awakening. When the guys started to leave the room, suddenly a window similar to a monitor screen began to appear in front of the young man. The brother stopped, waiting for what would appear on this screen. With his mouth wide open, he couldn't believe his eyes. When the screen cleared, words popped up on it, telling him about all the information related to the talent of other people. The girl noticed that her older brother stopped and stopped following. Then she turned around and began to be indignant. At that time, the brother was studying what talents his sister had and what potential she had. The girl's name was written on the display, and her name was EU and about her talents. The sister had a low level of cultivation and possessed a talent for freezing, but also of a low level. Besides, the talent was not awakened. The young man still couldn't believe what was happening to him. He stretched out his hand to the display and began trying to see if the statistics were about himself or about anyone else from acquaintances and friends. But his mental flight was interrupted again by his sister, who grabbed his brother by the hand. She shouted that the food she had been working on for so long and spent all morning on would now cool down and be tasteless. Continuing to review all the information on the run, the guy was stunned when he saw that he could somehow miraculously copy his sister's talents for freezing and self-improvement. Next, the system itself offered to do this by pushing the selection to the screen. The elder brother still could not understand how in general he could copy the talents of other people, because he did not know how to do this before awakening. Then, looking at his hand with a dumbfounded look, he finally realized that now he can copy the talents of other people. Therefore, not everything is so hopeless on his way to becoming a great warrior. Arriving in the kitchen, the guy scratched his head. There was a very strong and incredibly delicious aroma, because it was his favorite stewed pork that EU had specially prepared for him. But pork stew was far from the only dish on the table. It seems that the sister spent a lot of time in the kitchen and tried hard to prepare for the awakening of her brother. Having started dinner, the young man did not lose sight of the idea that he now has the ability to copy talents, because it's just amazing. At this time, my sister kept putting food on my brother's plate. He refused to copy his sister's talents because he did not want to try his new powers on his own sister. Her talent for freezing was several times better than him and is quite rare. Continuing to chew the food, the young man mentally remembered his dead parents and turned to them with the promise that now he would definitely become a reliable support for his sister. And if they are now somewhere out there in heaven, looking after them, then they definitely cannot worry and not worry. An elongated talent really gives a lot of prospects in life and has a huge potential. After finishing lunch, the young man thanked his sister and went to his room to pack up and go to the city. He was already impatient to test his new strength, so he needed to look for other people. Finally going out into the city, the guy went towards public places, hoping to catch as many people as possible. Stopping on the spot, the young man concentrated and applied his talent. Waves like a radio signal went out of the guy's eyes. The purple signal began to spread through the streets of the city at a crazy speed, scanning all the people who were in the neighborhood. Having determined his capabilities, the guy summed up that the effective search radius is about 3 meters, and since the talent was of a low level, it was still not enough, and it was necessary to train. After analyzing the entire crowd that went to the meeting and from him, the guy quickly realized that the talents of these people are not good for anything, because they are also all low level, and he needs at least an average one. Now that the guy has awakened a talent, albeit a low level one, he can go and look around the academy. However, copying someone else's talent can lead to the fact that his talent will also change. Therefore, it is certainly not worth applying to the academy itself, where all talents are checked. Here the young man had a great idea where he could get to very quickly to try to look around. It was the 5th academy named after Linhai, the great master of the arts for the development of skills and their awakening. There were a lot of strong students there, so the guy decided to go straight to this place. Starting to look around, the young man clearly understood that there should definitely be quite a lot of people here who may have average talents, and these talents can be obtained. Smiling, the young man clearly understood that thanks to his talent, he would be able to become stronger than everyone who is around him now, because his talent is simply super genial and rare. After 10 days, Ye Tian still came to the 5th Linhai Academy. He entered there immediately after discovering a new talent. The guy's plans included finding a worthy candidate from whom he could copy the talent. A group of guys, all of whom had recently arrived, were sitting cross-legged on the floor. Their teacher, who conducted the lesson, gave an important speech to the children. He announced that he would coach the guys. The teacher said that the exercise is considered completed only if the student was able to concentrate the vortex of energy at chest level. Ye Tian was sitting motionless, and his new school friend was sitting next to him. Suddenly, the students who were sitting around the guys began to gradually lose consciousness one by one. It was very difficult to concentrate for someone who had a low level of talent, like beginners. Ye Tian continued his attempts to master the energy vortex. The teacher told the others not to pay attention to the non-entities that fell. They still had a chance to become a warrior with successful concentration. The young man thought about why his very long and strenuous attempt absolutely does not bear any fruit. He thought that most likely it was because of the low level of talent for improvement. When almost the entire group finally collapsed to the ground, the teacher stopped the lesson, saying that they had had enough for today. He also added that these were the worst students he had ever taught. Finally, the teacher said that those who are currently studying and want to achieve something should take an example from Chen Dong. The students of this school should always strive for the best and not be as pathetic as they are now. It turned out that Ye Tian's new friend's name was Zhang Bao. They were walking through the courtyard of their academy, and Ye Tian asked about who this Chen Dong, whom the teacher remembered, was, saying to look up to him. Zhang Bao smiled and rejoiced at his comrade's curiosity. He said that this guy is not simple and became a student in just half a month, and now he is personally taught by the head of the academy. Chen Dong couldn't have a low level of talent. Suddenly Zhang Bao reached into his pocket and tried to find something. Paper rustled inside his pocket, and after a few seconds the boy took out a crumpled piece of paper and showed it to Ye Tian with a smile. It was Chen Dong's autograph, which Zhang Bao managed to snatch not so long ago, just the other day. The boy was simply glowing with the fact that he had this paper. He considered it very valuable for this academy. When Zhang Bao turned the paper back to himself and looked at the autograph, he was overwhelmed by the thought that Zhang could wait until Chen Dong was equal in strength to the head of the academy, and he could sell the paper. The pause was shattered by the shouts of a crowd of students nearby. Their roar gradually intensified, and the crowd continued to grow before our eyes. When the guys turned around, they saw Chen Dong himself walking towards them. The guy was a tall, blonde, handsome man, from whom all the young girls of the academy went crazy. As soon as he was born, a crowd of fans immediately rushed in his direction to get an autograph. Zhang Bao, not missing an opportunity, rushed to the star of the academy with all his legs to get another autograph. The young man believed that this autograph was growing in value literally every day along with the strength of Chen himself. Ye Tian's eyes also lit up. He was very happy to see Chen Dong, but he needed this guy for completely different purposes. Ye Tian realized that it was Chen Dong who should be his first target, from whom he would copy the talent. Chen Dong continued to hand out greetings to everyone who approached him. There were a lot of people, especially novice students and girls. They all shouted that they admired the young man, because for his age he is very strong. Coming closer, Ye Tian could no longer hide his smile. He was really happy about the appearance of a local hero. After launching his scanner, Ye Tian quickly saw that Chen had an average level of cultivation. Finally, Chen Dong himself began to speak. He urged all the guys to calm down and forget about autographs for now, because if anyone finds out, they will laugh at the guy. He came to cheer up the guys. Ye Tian, having already devised a cunning plan, coming as close as possible to be heard, asked Chen Dong if it was possible to shake his hand. Zhang Bao did not let up and supported his friend's idea that a handshake would also do. Jumping out of the crowd, Zhang Bao bypassed everyone and ran up to the local star and held out his hand to him. While Ye Tian was standing behind and preparing to copy, Zhang Bao kept shaking his hand like a madman. and after some short time, the freed Chendong extended his hand to Ye Tian, saying that now it was his turn. Ye Tian paused tensely, looking at the outstretched hand, and took a step forward. Ye Tian understood that in a few seconds his life could radically change and turn upside down. And what if he now also becomes as famous as the guy pulling his hand now? Smiling slightly, Ye Tian took the final steps that connected the guys. He pulled up his sleeve slightly, not wanting anything to interfere with the pleasure he would get right now. Having stretched out his hand, there were some pitiful and few seconds left before acquiring the power of an average level of talent. Then Ye Tian's cultivation will definitely go uphill. When the handshake finally took place, unnoticed by everyone, but not for Ye Tian, the hands were covered with a purple ray, indicating contact with the target from which the owner of the talent intends to copy the power. Chendong sincerely wished good luck to Ye Tian, saying that the young man actually thinks much more than he thinks himself. Hiding all sorts of emotions that simply overwhelmed Ye Tian, he thanked Chen. After the last handshakes, Chendong turned around and headed towards the main building of their academy. Raising his hand up, he waved to those who continued to chant his name to the whole yard. Ye Tian was extremely satisfied with today. He was already impatient to try to master Chendong's talent as soon as possible, but for this it was necessary to go to a secluded place where no one would see him. After waiting for the evening, Ye Tian left the academy and in his training uniform went to the gorge, which was located nearby, but was hidden from prying eyes. The weather was just disgusting. Ye Tian did not know at all and could not even imagine what might happen after the merger, because he is trying his talent for the first time. And since he didn't want to reveal it to anyone, he couldn't find out how everything worked either. Recalling also his dream, which was more like a strange vision, Ye Tian wondered what it could mean. That monster and the way the guy was lifted into the air and began to burst with energy were like prophetic. So, having decided to start merging at all costs, Ye Tian assumed a position of concentration, sitting down on the stone floor. As he started, drops of green power began to rise around him, rushing upward. Quite unexpectedly, a sharp pain began to disturb Ye Tian. His chest tingled with such force, as if they were trying to pierce the guy's heart with a sword through and through. He grabs the robe, clenching it into a fist and writhing in pain. The further the fusion process went, the greater the pain in the young man's chest. Having already completely spent his strength to endure all this, Ye Tian raised his head and began shouting at the ceiling, ceasing to be afraid of detection. In every possible way trying to distract himself from the pain, the young man fell to the ground and began to beat and scratch the stone floor in the cave. He didn't understand why the absorption of talent was so hellish painful. Continuing to writhe from the unbearable pain at that moment, the guy headed towards the exit, clenching his teeth tightly. Veins swelled all over Ye Tian's body. A thunderstorm thundered and then the energy wandered into the cave, quickly soaking into Ye Tian. The absorption was completed and breathing heavily, the guy began to sit down comfortably to rest a little. The young man's face paled even more than before. Breathing heavily, he began to be disturbed by a cough, which continued to echo throughout the cave, fortunately not very big. Finally coming to his senses, the guy realized that he still managed to copy the talent and his level of improvement has now increased to average, like Chendong. The pain was definitely worth it. Continuing to sit and get acquainted with his new strength, the display showed that the talent has such a feature as the recharge time. The recharge itself took 30 days from the moment of use. Ye Tian stared at the screen in surprise, surprised at such news. Now he will be able to continue copying talents in just a month, absorbing more and more power. He called this ability terrifying. Remembering today's routine, which the guys were engaged in during the day at the teacher's class, Ye Tian decided to try to reproduce the exercise, the very place where it was necessary to concentrate the vortex of energy. After just a minute, as Ye Tian closed his eyes, a whirlwind broke out of his hands and began to rise up, approaching the boy's chest. The young man stared at this performance with wide open eyes. Ye Tian realized that with the talent of the average level of improvement, it was easier to perform exercises of this kind, and now he is ready to learn and develop further. Now, remembering again those days when he just got his talent and thought that he could not remain pathetic at all in the name of his parents and sister, plans have changed a lot, making the young man already a warrior. And since he had already become a warrior thanks to his luck and ingenuity, the question of becoming an elite or even a great warrior was not long in coming. It only needed a little time. It's been a month since Ye Tian absorbed his last talent. There was a full moon on the street, and the guy was returning home from the academy at that time, being late for dinner, which his sister had already prepared. At the same time, a demon was cutting the sky above the city, which looked like a wolf, with a huge mane, black horns, red eyes, and fangs resembling the mouth of a shark. The the beast abruptly changed the direction of movement, diving vertically down while developing a tremendous speed. The breath caused steam, and the beast itself was apparently terribly hungry. It was already very dark and people were walking down the street with lanterns in their hands. Ye Tian also carried a small light source on his palm, listening to the conversations of passers-by. The girl asked her father what they would have for dinner. The family continued to move away, and Ye Tian continued to think about studying. During this time that has passed, he managed to become a disciple, but to become a real warrior, his path will still be long. That's for sure. At that time, Chen Dong continued to study one-on-one with the head of the 5th Linhan Academy, so of course his progress was much faster than Ye Tian's. But this is not a reason to give up. In the following minutes, when the street was completely quiet and calm, so it seemed that nothing foreshadowed trouble, the beast flying in the sky rushed at the father passing by Ye Tian with his daughter. The man's yell and scream came muffled down the street and attracted the attention of a Linhan Academy student. Ye Tian's gaze clouded. He continued to recall his dream for 2 months. When Ye Tian started to turn around to see what had happened behind him and what caused this scream, it was already too late. Only the splashes of blood and its fragrance were flying in the air, and the gnashing of teeth was also heard. Ye Tian couldn't believe his eyes. The beast continued to stand and chew the meat of the man he had just knocked down. The girl stood motionless in shock, but was already ready to snap. As expected, a loud shout rang out from the street. The girl was calling her father, whose body was already lying down with its face to the ground and was flowing with scarlet waterfalls. Tears welled up in the child's eyes, and Ye Tian continued to watch. After the beast had finished with the man and slightly satisfied its hunger, it raised its head and, ignoring the screaming child, stared at Ye Tian himself, showing a bloody mouth and heavy breathing. The young man was petrified by what he saw. It looks like the beasts and monsters are coming back again, which means that portals with energy and power have most likely started to open again somewhere. People who also witnessed the monster's murder froze, forgetting about all their business. The man, whose gaze became like glass from fear, prepared to shout, warning the others. And now there were screams on the street, talking about mass panic. Everyone was shouting that the monster had arrived in the city and urgently needed to get his feet away so as not to become the next victim. People rushed to run leaving the child, a little girl who had just lost her father, alone with an angry beast that was eager to continue its feast of people. Ye Tian also stood like the girl, fixing his gaze on the monster. He saw them for the first time in his life, not counting those that he used to dream about very often. The boy was amazed by what he saw. The wolf, ignoring the screams around, continues to devour the girl's father, but after he saw her, paying attention to her, raised his head and began to prepare for the throw. The monster was annoyed that the girl did not try to escape, and now, having torn himself away from the meat, the wolf pushed off with his hind legs and made a very fast leap towards the child. He opened his mouth and it seemed that the girl was now completely fit there. But Ye Tian was right there and ran out to meet the danger. He managed to snatch the girl from the monster's embrace. Taking her in his arms, the guy jumped aside, taking the prey from the clawed paws of a hungry wolf. The wolf rushed after Ye Tian, who continued to run away with the girl. The guy understood that the beast was very fast and it was unlikely that he would be able to escape from it. But help was not far away. With a loud crash, one of the red-cloaked warriors landed on the ground, slicing through the asphalt with his sword. The wolf was thrown aside by a crack that formed on the road. But when he landed on the ground again, spreading all his paws and again tenaciously grabbing the asphalt, his gaze became much more malicious and furious compared to the one that was a few minutes ago. The warrior who landed pulled the blade out of the ground and said that he apologized for the delay. His armor was quite light, his sword was very massive, and the armor on his legs shone brighter than the full moon. Smiling madly, the warrior continued to look at the wolf. Their gazes crossed, but with full confidence it could be said that the warrior's gaze was no less bloodthirsty and intimidating. Ye Tian asked the warrior who saved his life who he was. The armored swordsman introduced himself, saying that everyone calls him Captain Windwolf, and he leads a small squad of monster hunters. After that, Captain Windwolf turned around and told the young man to leave the wolf on his burden, and he was engaged in protecting the girl. Taking his gaze away from the guy back to the wolf, the captain raised his blade higher. The girl continued to sob and look at her father in the hope that he would still get up and everything would be fine. Ye Tian hugged her and told the captain that he would do his errand. Having finished talking, Captain Windwolf got down to business and, picking up speed, rushed with his huge sword towards the wolf. He was teasing the monster, shouting at him to attack first. Soon there was a skirmish between the captain and the wolf. There was a screech of metal and claws of the beast. The The wolf himself was incredibly fast and strong, but the captain looked quite reliable, as if he was not inferior in strength. While the people on the street continued to run to the sides to be away from danger, Ye Tian stood with the girl, covering her eyes. The child has already received a shock, but the attack of the beast itself is not over yet. The battle was extremely fierce. It seemed that the captain was getting a little tired and giving the beast a head start. Windwolf himself understood that the beast would fight to the last and reliably hedged. Continuing to swing his sword with all his might, Captain Windwolf still could not aim, and the dodgy wolf was waiting for the warrior to lose strength, and then he would be able to deliver a crushing blow. Of course, the Silver Moon Wolf was one of the most nimble monsters that the warriors only knew then. But the captain, as mentioned earlier, was reliably ensured. Reinforcements arrived right there, and now the capital was not alone with the beast. Other warriors jumped down from the roofs to help, pulling their swords out of their scabbards. In the calculation, 3 more fighters joined the captain. The beast raised its head, not at all expecting that someone else would join their fight. But the monster did not want to retreat, knowing that its might could be enough to destroy arrogant fighters with swords. Dodging the place of impact where the fighters wanted to land and fight the Silver Moon Wolf, the beast decided that it was necessary to finish with their captain first, and then take on all the other participants. The fighters got to their feet and saw the beast running with incredible speed in the direction of their leader. One of the warriors became alert and shouted the captain's name so that he was ready. Standing in a fighting stance, Windwolf was ready to meet the monster attacking him. A few meters before his goal, the wolf pushed off from the ground, conducting a jump, spreading sharp claws to the sides. Having said that the fighters were on time, the captain continued to wait firmly and resolutely for the very second when it was necessary to strike. After all, if he misses, then in the best case he will let the beast escape. But the captain was the leader for that, because his experience and power were accumulated over years of hard training and the most difficult battles. After piercing the beast, everyone heard a chilling scream. One of the soldiers of Captain Windwolf's army, running to the aid of his leader, shouted in agony whether this blow was fatal. The tension gradually began to subside, but it wasn't the end at all. After a momentary lull, the beast's roar was even more deafening than it had been before. The eyes began to fill with blood, as did the whole body, which gradually changed color to scarlet. Hitting the ground powerfully, the wolf made everyone jump aside. The captain shouted to his men to be careful, because now the beast has moved from a new phase, the state of a bloody outbreak. The captain landed on his feet again, sliding a few meters away from the roaring monster. Ye Tian was nearby and asked Windwolf if he was alright, to which he received a positive response. The wolf, meanwhile, was completely covered in crimson, and a red aura of blood swirled around him. He rushed away from the fighters of Windwolf, and they then set off in pursuit of the beast. Ye Tian shouted that the beast was running away. He couldn't believe that a 4-man squad would release the beast and give it the opportunity to make new attacks, only in other parts of the city. The beast went further and further into the abyss of stone high-rise buildings, and the soldiers of Captain Windwolf continued to stand quietly and watch the beast leave them. The captain himself, a few seconds later, broke the hanging silence over their company and grinned, firmly told Ye Tian that today the beast would definitely not be able to escape from them. While the beast was flying away, a silhouette of a man holding a bow in his hands appeared on his path, high on one of the huge buildings. This man was just standing in the way of a rushing angry wolf. The girl pulled the bowstring of her weapon and aiming launched an arrow towards the prey. As it turned out later, everything was well planned and the girl was waiting for the wolf. The arrow flew with the speed of a bullet. It was obvious that the arrowhead was some kind of special, not made of ordinary metal, but rather of magical silver, which was used in battles with monsters. The shot was fired from several hundred meters away, but it confidently caught up with its target. The wolf was rushing, unaware of the threat, but at the last moment drew attention to the trick that appeared. The arrow struck the beast's skin and it tucked its paws, began to slowly fall down to the ground, no longer having any vitality. The hit was clear, right at the point where it became fatal. Soon, the monster's body still reached the ground, hitting the asphalt with a thud. Ye Tian and the orphan girl ran up to Captain Windwolf to find out how he was feeling. The captain was jubilant, celebrating his team's victory over the monster. It wasn't their first Silver Moon Wolf that they caught up with, but fighting monsters was never easy for fighters. On the other side stood the rest of the squad of fighters and praised the shot made by their sniper from the roof. The girl really distinguished herself, and the wolf's body served them today as a trophy, which lay opposite. Suddenly, a display appeared in front of Ye Tian, which displayed the talents of the deceased wolf to him and offered to copy them, making him stronger than his owner. He was shocked, because he didn't know that the talents of monsters could also be copied. Ye Tian stood there still not understanding how he could copy the monster's talents. The rescued, terrified girl was standing nearby, continuing to look at the wolf, which was lying on the ground. Suddenly, the beast began to show signs of life again. His paw began to glow with a barely noticeable light, and then began to move. The beast gradually began to rise up. Ye Tian was one of the first to notice this and was so confused that he did not immediately realize that it was necessary to warn everyone else, because now they were in mortal danger. All the fighters from Captain Windwolf's squad were already celebrating the victory, and chatting with each other were going to go and have a drink somewhere, because the fight was really not easy, but it turned out it wasn't over yet. The captain also noticed that the beast had begun to rise to its feet again and was ready to continue the fight. Then he shouted for all the fighters to get ready for battle and continue to fight back against the monster. Turning around, the team looked in shock at how the beast, which they had hacked with swords not so long ago, and then shot an arrow into the chest, stood on its paws and continued to bare its mouth. Having taken his first steps towards a group of people, he immediately sowed panic among ordinary people, but not warriors. Someone shouted for the squad to disperse and get ready to attack the beast. The monster raised its head up and uttered a deafening roar to the entire street, where a few moments earlier the battle was developing. The beast's eyes showed that he was furious from the wounds inflicted. The captain led the chain of fighters, taking the front position. The squad asked what they should do now, but the captain said that they could not worry and he himself would take care of the beast, which was already clearly weakened. Then the captain turned to the side where Ye Tian and the little girl were standing. The man shouted that it was not safe here now and the guy needed to leave immediately with the child. But Ye Tian stood with burning eyes, staring at the monster, which limped on and continued to resist. It was a great opportunity to copy the beast's talent right now. Rushing forward sharply, Ye Tian was ahead of the squad, and then the captain himself, who did not understand the essence of what was happening. The young man rushed to the attack, wanting to overthrow the beast personally. Jumping up, Ye Tian delivered a powerful blow to the wolf's head, and then angrily jumped on the monster itself, continuing to hammer it with his bare fists, ignoring the thick hide. Striking blow after blow, Ye Tian received messages from the system that the monster's talent had been successfully copied. But there was no stopping the young man, because he wanted to be 100% convinced that everything had worked out. Suddenly, the silver wolf, gathering his last strength, rushed forward, trying to throw off Ye Tian, who continued to attack him. The young man grabbed the skin of the beast and did not let himself be thrown off. The guy's eyes were burning red and nothing could be seen anymore. He swung with both hands, trying to deal more damage with each blow in order to crush the monster. Hitting almost in one place, Ye Tian looked more and more terrifying against the background of the monster. The aura of light that had previously surrounded the beast was now coming out from within, leaving the wolf. The thirst for blood overwhelmed Ye Tian, and the notification that the talent was copied began to bring some special pleasure. The blood was already flying in different directions, but the young man did not stop. When the captain came closer, he grabbed the arm of the distraught Ye Tian, saying that the beast was defeated and already dead. That's when the guy stopped, and his mind cleared up. Continuing to look at the body, Ye Tian smiled slightly. Now he was sure for sure that the Silver Moon Wolf's talent had been received by him to the fullest extent possible. The captain again ordered his men to clean up the battlefield for now, eliminating all traces of the battle. Strangely, he always had to shout very imperiously when he addressed the team. Then he distributed tasks to all members of his army. The guys began to clean up the bodies of the dead, and the girl with the bow was obliged to take care of the child, who remained an orphan. Ye Tian stood next to the screaming captain, and when he stopped giving orders, he turned to the disciple and thanked him for his help in the battle. The captain also said that he would be glad to see him in the squad when Tian became a warrior. A smile appeared on Ye Tian's blood-stained face. Smiling broadly, the young man said that he had accepted the information and would strive to learn as best as possible. It was already evening in the yard, and silence reigned on the streets in the area remote from the fight. Ye Tian was returning home, where his sister was already waiting for him and a warm dinner on the stove. First of all, when the guy opened the front door and took off his shoes, he went to wash the blood off his hands. He didn't want to start various questions about where his brother got so muddled. In general, Ye Tian understood that it was better not to show Yi at all in this form. The sister was very impressionable and emotional, so she could be scared, raising an imminent panic. After washing his face, the guy could not get rid of the idea of stealing talents from monsters. He has already captured one. It remains only to find a secluded place and activate it by studying the abilities. Having carefully opened the door to the living room, the guy with his head down continued to move to the center of the room, getting ready to meet his sister. When Ye Tian went into the kitchen, he saw that his sister was sitting on a small sofa, sweetly asleep. Most likely she was waiting for her brother, but she was too tired after cooking and decided to take a break. Approaching the girl, Ye Tian looked at his cute sleeping sister. He didn't want to wake her up, but he had to think of something so that Yu's sleep would not be interrupted and would be comfortable. Through the dream, Yu seemed to feel her brother's return home. After whispering his name, she rolled over and continued to sleep. Ye Tian decided to tell her about today. Continuing to stand near the sofa where the girl was sleeping, Ye Tian began by saying that today he saw the monster live for the first time. The sight was incredibly exciting and scary, and if Captain Windwolf had been a little late, it is unlikely that Ye Tian would have returned home, where Yu and a warm bed were waiting for him, as well as a dinner prepared by his sister, to which she still did not wait for him. Going into another room, Ye Tian came out with a cotton blanket. Yu was clinging to the sofa so hard that her brother thought that the girl was cold and decided to take care of it. Hiding his sister, Ye Tian continued to tell everything, adding that this sight was dozens, or rather hundreds of times more terrible than listening to stories about monsters. And for the sake of his sister's safety, Ye Tian promises that he will study hard, train to become the strongest warrior that has been known for the last 1,000 years. Opening the door to his room, the guy continued his story alone, thinking about how he could achieve this success as quickly as possible. After walking around the room a little more, Ye Tian found a small piece of clean cloth that could be useful to him now to start copying the talent of the monster he killed today. Sitting down on the bed, the guy finally began to weigh everything, because he did not even know whether the talents of monsters could also merge with the human body or not. Opening the display, Ye Tian stared at the screen for several minutes. At first, of course, it was very difficult for him to accept the choice, because he was very afraid that something might go wrong and the takeover would ruin him. Ye Tian understood that now he would most likely have a very hard time, because last time he was in hellish pain, copying Chen Dong's talent, and now he is going to pull it off with the talent of a monster. Bringing a rag to his mouth to clamp it and not make loud noises during copying, Ye Tian understood that he just had to become stronger to protect the people dear to him, no matter what it cost him. Clenching a rag between his teeth, the boy was ready to put himself in mortal danger, but he could not help trying either. Fixing his gaze towards the door, Ye Tian began absorbing the talent. Clenching the rag with his teeth, Ye Tian began the process of copying the monster's talent, namely that wolf. In the first few seconds, he felt the pain coming. The guy fell to the floor, strongly squeezing the wooden covering with his hands. Ye Tian was ready to compare this pain with the one when the bones split one after another. Suddenly, as when the wolf attacked him on the street, a light white ray of light appeared, surrounding his leg. The leg was very tense, and the next moment Ye Tian felt something was wrong. The leg was bent into a hook, severely deformed. The boy continued to look at his body, which really began to break, ignoring the bones, making the limbs rubbery. Ye Tian couldn't take the pain anymore and shouted out to the whole room with all his strength. The rag he had healed between his teeth flew forward and fell to the floor. The young man continued to look at his leg. It was definitely broken and something had to be done. He thought that the copying probably just failed because of the monster's strength. The next morning, the boy woke up on the floor where he fell asleep tonight. My head was slightly dizzy and aching, but my body, which was strange, was absolutely normal. With a cry, rising abruptly from the floor, Ye Tian began to greedily gulp the air in the room. He, one might say, miraculously survived that night, and it was necessary to check whether all these torments were not in vain. He completely examined himself from head to toe. Ye Tian was surprised to study every part of his body. The leg was completely intact, and the boy himself felt just fine, apart from a slight feeling of fear. Finally getting to his feet, Ye Tian decided to try what he was capable of now, and when he swung his leg, broken at night, it flew with incredible speed, leaving behind a red aura of a wolf. Happily continuing to swing his arms and legs in his room, Ye Tian rejoiced, because his body was now light as a feather, as well as super fast, due to the beast's speed talent. Suddenly, he came up with an idea where he could try out the forces that he managed to get, because being at home in his room, he would definitely not be able to reveal his true potential. Soon the young man had to return to the academy to attend several classes. After he went to the compulsory lessons, Ye Tian went out into the outer courtyard of the institution. The accelerated young man ran towards the forest, using his new talent for speed. Ye Tian was very pleased with how fast his development was going, and the new talent was quite impressive. He ran with the speed of the wind past the trees, dodging protruding branches, jumping from steep large rocks. It was necessary to curb the speed to understand all its advantages. The boy's face was really glowing with happiness. His biggest dream was to become a warrior, and when he gained new strength and learned something, it strongly motivated him to go further. Jumping off another cliff, Ye Tian landed on the ground at an accelerated pace, leaving a small crater, breaking through the ground, and also creating a small air wave that lifted several leaves from the ground. Noticing one of them, Ye Tian decided that this was some kind of challenge for him, and with the help of his speed he would be able to reach the leaf without letting it fall to the ground. Continuing to keep a close eye on the tree leaf flying down, Ye Tian accelerated himself to the maximum speed he had just tried. The red glow of the aura did not recede and followed on the heels of the boy. Reaching the leaf, the young man stopped abruptly, grabbing it with one hand. The agility of the silver moon wolf really impressed him greatly, and he was already thinking about the talents of other monsters. Clutching the piece of paper in his hand, it broke into many pieces, and Ye Tian himself followed on, climbing on one of the wide and large stones in a long leap. He wanted to practice a little more. Sitting down comfortably, Ye Tian concentrated and began to summon a whirlwind of energy. After all the time that had passed, it was one of his favorite training exercises, reminiscent of Chen Dong. Closing his eyes, the boy thought that now he is comparable to a warrior in speed, but unfortunately he still lacks strength catastrophically, so he had to find a way to improve faster. The silence in the forest was interrupted by a sonorous child's cry from behind the trees. His schoolmate, the small and plump Zhang Bao, was going to meet Ye Tian. It was clear that the friend was very happy to meet. Ye Tian greeted Zhang Bao, smiling back at him. Zhang Bao also said that he was looking for a guy all over the academy and could not do it, but it turned out that Ye Tian was training in the forest all alone. Translating everything into a joke, Zhang Bao touched Ye Tian, noting that the boy had become much stronger than the last time, and it was clear that the training was not in vain, because he had already become a student of the academy. Slightly lowering the tone of the conversation, slightly leaning towards Ye Tian, Zhang Bao whispered that he knew a new way to become much stronger in a short time. This, of course, interested Ye Tian. Zhang Bao then broke into an insidious smile and leaned even closer and asked Ye Tian if he had ever tasted monster blood. Ye Tian, waving his head to the sides, said that there was no chance. Zhang Bao continued that he was starting to confide in his friend and telling him in secret that he was already starting to advance faster than him in improvement, because he had already drunk it before and gained strength. After the words Zhang Bao said to him, Ye Tian's eyes bulged wide, realizing that if the monster's blood really had such an effect, then how much of it had he missed? After all, when they defeated the wolf that attacked the city, Ye Tian had a great opportunity to collect this blood and become much stronger. But I wonder why an experienced soldier and the captain himself did not do this. Interrupting the mental chain temporarily, Zhang Bao raised his index finger up and explained that right now there is one way to get the monster's blood. He asked if Ye Tian was interested in this proposal. The young man blossomed into a smile and replied that of course he was interested in this method, and it was very stupid to ask about such things, because, as it seemed to Ye Tian, such an offer would hook everyone. The leadership of the Linhai Academy unofficially established a zone outside the city, which began to be used for conducting exams among all 5 academies. And the main prize was the monster's blood itself, which was presented to the winners in a luxurious gold cup, with the approval of all 5 founders of the academies where the participants study. Ye Tian thought about it and asked a friend about the level there. Zhang Bao replied to him that the level is quite low, and the animals there that were destroyed long ago, and only their subspecies, monsters, remained. All this sounded very tempting, and, in theory, for the sake of this, it would be nice to try. Ye Tian began to ponder and weigh everything. Will Tom have enough strength to compete with other students, because he is a newcomer to the academy? And while Ye Tian was standing and thinking, Zhang Bao put his hand on his shoulder and said that since they were talking about this topic, a friend was calling him to join his team to extract blood together. Ye Tian made a displeased face and said at length that he doubted about this proposal of joining forces. Teamwork is not for him at all, and he is used to doing everything alone. Zhang Bao clearly did not expect such an answer and pointed at Ye Tian with outstretched hand, shouting that he was the one who told him the secret about the games that the academy arranges and believed that Ye Tian was his good friend. Turning around, Ye Tian waved his hand and said that next time they would definitely be on the same team, but not this time. A gloomy Zhang Bao slowly followed and said that Ye Tian was heartless. A little behind, Zhang Bao quickened his pace and shouted for Ye Tian to wait for him. After that, the guy added that even if they are in different teams, they still remain good friends. Ye Tian continued to walk calmly, thinking that if he joined forces with someone, he might run into trouble in the future, revealing his abilities and talents. Therefore, it was necessary to act alone. It was the only option. That's how he will definitely be able to get a prize, monster blood, with which he will become a warrior. 1 month later, Ye Tian went to the office of his academy where the participants were just registering for the tournament between the other academies. Jiang Bao ignited in him a real craving for the prize that was there. In the director's office, he was greeted rather negatively, explaining that if an invitation to the exam was not sent, then why did the young man come to register? The information did not lend itself to any publicity. Ye Tian said that as a student of his academy, he has every right to participate and apply for the exam. The young man did not say how he found out about the holding of this event. The director of the 5th Linhan Academy scratched his face and then smiled broadly at the impudence of the boy. He had already seen such people. But the truth is that these guys did not return to the academy after their performance. After Ye Tian spoke out, the director got up from his chair and started looking for some papers. He said that he only wanted the student to live a little longer and not take risks for nothing. But since he can't wait, then he can sit down and take it. The next second, the director threw a stack of papers at Ye Tian's face. The boy did not expect this and did not react in any way. The discarded sheets hit the boy's face and fell down to the floor. Ye Tian reached for them to figure out what kind of papers the headmaster had thrown at him. It was written on the leaflet that this was a voluntary agreement to waive claims against the academy and teachers in the event of the death of an exam participant. Ye Tian was very surprised, because he did not expect this at all. The boy asked again, finding out if the director had given him the same piece of paper. Taking a cup of tea from the table, the director confirmed, saying that it was necessary if the guy wanted to participate. This puzzled Ye Tian a little, because in this case the exam entails serious danger, and he has a sister, and a younger one, whom he must take care of and protect, because his parents are gone. The director shouted that if the young man was afraid to die, he could get out of the office and not waste his precious time. Ye Tian stood for a few more seconds and put the piece of paper on the table. Silently looking into the director's eyes, Ye Tian turned around and left the office. When he stepped out into the corridor, his face was filled with calmness and a slight contentment. After all, he signed this piece of paper renouncing the claims. Ye Tian was confident in himself because he had a very rare talent, with which he had already absorbed the ability of one of the monsters. The director at that time got up and walked around his office, stopped at the window. His face broke into a grin, and then he called those who seriously think that this is an ordinary exam brats, as if those who are waiting for an easy and childish competition would not regret that they arrived there at all. After all, only the one who is not afraid to shed the blood of the person standing next to wins the exam. While his brother was at the academy and was preparing for the exam, his sister Ye Yu woke up early in the morning, believing that Ye Tian was still asleep. Yawning, she rubbed her eyes with her hands, wanting to finally wake up to get up and go start cooking breakfast for her family. I slept especially well today. The girl went around the house, shouting her brother's name to call him down and help her, but no one at home responded to her call at all. Entering the kitchen, Ye Yu was surprised. On the dining table there was a breakfast that had been prepared quite recently, and the sister, exultingly, did not understand whether he had cooked it all and, if so, on what occasion he had done it. Also on the table under the cups was a note on a small yellow sheet. When the girl took it, she read that Ye Tian had gone to the event, and he would be gone for 3 whole days. Ye Yu did not understand why the event could last so long and began to worry about her brother. He had never left her for such a long time before, especially since the academy was very close. The exam was supposed to take place in a ruined city. Some ruins were located around. It was dark and the place looked intimidating and completely deserted. The meeting place of the students was marked on the central square of the abandoned city. The students came up one by one and their number was simply amazing, because they were all ready to take such risks. Many stood quite peacefully and talked among themselves while waiting. Someone else was coming up, and someone was already starting to get acquainted and make new friends for passing the exam together. Ye Tian stood and looked around at the crowd of people gathered in the square. The boy was surprised that there were so many participants and he was worried about the growing competition. But Jiang Bao was calm. One of the young men, who behaved very defiantly, turned towards the guys from the 5th Academy and said that they were all worthless, which they mistakenly admitted to the exam. The big guy who was standing next to him smiled and said that the gentleman could hunt not only animals during the exam, but also participants, too, because the fewer weaklings, the better. The gentleman shook his head approvingly and confirmed the position of his escort. Indeed, the fewer weak participants, the more freedom of action and well-deserved loot. Zhang Bao turned to Ye Tian with a satisfied look and pointing to the gentleman standing nearby, explained that this was Mo Xiaobai, the genius of the First Academy. In his family, he is the strongest of the young. Ye Tian grinned and said that now everything was clear for him, because if the boy really is from the Mo family, then it is clear why he has so much arrogance. Suddenly, among the crowd, someone drew his blade. The one who did it went through all the others and went towards the participants from the First Academy. The big guy shouted for him to stop. The young guy with a blade in his hand stood up, not wanting to put the sword away. The big guy, who was most likely Mo Xiaobai's bodyguard, said that he had no right to raise his sword at the First Academy. But the guy shouted back the name and it just belonged to Mr. Mo Xiaobai. The young man told Xiaobai to come out to him and then he would cut him into small pieces, leaving nothing alive. Mo Xiaobai broke into a smile, because the one who now stood and publicly defied the young gentleman had already met him in a duel more than once. That young man lost all his fights and Xiaobai did not understand how he was not tired of it. The guys locked eyes. The aura of both began to absorb the space around. Many people were wondering who the second one was and why he was challenging Mo Xiaobai. Ye Tian looked at the guy who had just stepped forward and challenged the head of the First Academy. He also looked quite convincing and was hardly joking. Zhang Bao got in again, starting to explain to Ye Tian that the second guy is Lai Yangxi, a genius swordsman of the Second Academy. In the past, he had snapped off Mo Xiaobai several times. The director of the Fifth Academy also appeared among the crowd, clearly not wanting to support his students. He examined the composition of the representatives and asked, spitting, where they only come from here. Shouting at the scattered crowd of guys, he urged them to come together in a tight formation, and not stand like fools torn off by life. After his words, the guys gradually began to gather. Ye Tian thought that such behavior was not at all worthy of the director of the academy. He leads you as if he is cut off from life himself, because they now represent the same academy. But then turning to the event that took place between the two stars from the First and Second Academy, Ye Tian began to actively encourage Lai Yasni, which made him embarrassed. But the voice that came from the loudspeaker explained to the participants that fighting outside the zone is prohibited and violators will be issued an immediate disqualification. Then Lai Yansai snapped again, saying that Mo Xiaobai was incredibly lucky and he would be alive for now. Many did not understand why there was such a strong enmity between them. Defiantly twirling his sword, showing everyone his skill with a dagger, Lai Yansai added that as soon as the participants leave the zone, Mo Xiaobai will face imminent reprisals. Xiaobai only grinned in response to the threats of the guy from the Second Academy. It was quite fun for him, because he himself had already punished for this more than once, including Lai Yanxi himself. When the hardened enemies from the First and Second Academies dispersed to the corners, Lai Yasni turned to the participants from the Fifth Academy and addressed Ye Tian, thanking him. Lai Yasni called the guy a brave man, because he dared to cheer him up in front of Mo Xiaobai. Yasni asked to introduce himself to Ye Tian, which he immediately did. Ye Tian had already scanned Yasni and saw that he had an average talent in fencing skill. A month had just passed and Ye Tian could happily borrow this skill from a student of the Second Academy. Without any delay, Ye Tian repeated his name and extended his hand to meet Lai Yansai. The young man was already in anticipation of his new talent, and even in fencing. Ye Tian also added that he really hopes that Lai Yangxi will surpass Mo Xiaobai in the exam. Of course, this was said for the predisposition of a student of the Second Academy and worked successfully. Smiling, Lai Yansai extended his hand in response and wished good luck to the guy from the Fifth Academy, saying that Ye Tian would certainly survive by passing the exam to the end, maybe to the victorious. As soon as the guys touched hands, the fencing talent that Lai Yasni possessed was copied and now Ye Tian also possessed this power. The loudspeaker started working again, announcing that the exam was starting. Academies entered the zone gradually, one by one, and the first was the First Academy. Two big men in black suits slowly approached the huge gate and took hold of it from different sides. The voice invited me to pass the First Academy and the gates swung open. The participants rushed at breakneck speed, wanting to take a favorable position and find their first monster, which will be taken into account in their piggy bank. There were both boys and girls among them. Mo Xiaobai looked closely at the gate and picked up speed, ahead of everyone who ran to them, crossing the border first. He was very determined, however, as always. A jubilant Zhang Bao was very happy about the start of the exam. He said that he had been waiting for this almost from the first day he came to the academy. Gathering his thoughts, he looked around at the standing guys, waving his hand, saying goodbye temporarily. The guy said he had to join his team. He wished good luck to Ye Tian and said that they would definitely meet later. Stretching, Li Yansai said again that the first academy starts first, then they go, the second academy, and the fifth, where Ye Tian was, starts the very last. Only noting that he did not envy the students of the fifth academy at all, he threw his hand up, walking away. Finally, Yasni said that he wished good luck once again and would be glad to meet again. As soon as everyone dispersed and stopped looking at each other, Ye Tian very quickly rushed into the forest, where no one would see him and no one would interfere. He understood that he needed to have time to go through a painful transformation, which is accompanied by copying talent. Well, accordingly, do not be late for the start of the exam. Having finally found a secluded place that was located quite far from the gathering of the guys, Ye Tian turned around and looked around for the final time, making sure of his loneliness. After dropping all the things he needed for the performance, he opened the display and found a fusion page with a mid-level fencing talent, which he successfully copied. Having started the process, Ye Tian was fully prepared this time, and while waiting, he began to observe how the muscles of his body, and especially his limbs, were seized by the strongest cramp and tension. But it wasn't as painful for him as it had been in the past, which he immediately noticed. Ye Tian managed to successfully resist the pain that affected his strengthened body. Falling to the ground, the guy began to beat the ground with his hands, holding back a scream. He knew why he was putting up with all this. He just had to get better and stronger. Everything for your family and personal strength. The forest thicket where the boy was illuminated with a blue light. The fusion was completed and Ye Tian's swordsmanship talent was fully mastered. The next thing he did was reach for his sword. Taking out the blade, Ye Tian realized that he could successfully combine the skill of fencing and the skill of the speed of the beast together, so it is unlikely that he will find his equal among the students for sure. Rising up, Ye Tian began to chop down the thick trees growing around the lawn where the young man was. He was amazed at how quickly he managed to learn how to wield a blade like that. The hands seemed to be driving the blade itself, which did not differ in weight from a bird's feather. The movements were made so easily and quickly that it was difficult to imagine an opponent who could fight back. Ye Tian returned to the gathering place of the disciples, as one could see, a completely different person. He felt like a warrior who has no equal among all those present. The loudspeaker announced that the first 4 academies had already entered the zone and now the last, 5th academy, would have to leave. All the participants stood in a row, getting ready for the start. As soon as Ye Tian entered the examination area, the first thing he did was immediately separate himself from everyone who entered with him. It was important to be alone so that fewer people would see his abilities. Following the edge of the zone, bypassing the center side, Ye Tian tried to find his prey. Trampling the grass under his feet, which slightly crunched, he attracted the attention of his first animal, hiding in the bushes. The snake thought that it could surprise the young man, but Ye Tian was careful and expected danger. A huge green monster loomed over the student, who was already pulling out his blade. It turned out that the beast was about as tall as a house of 7 floors and had already opened its mouth to destroy the student who entered the zone. Ye Tian remained calm, waiting for the attack. And now came the very moment when the beast rushed to attack. Baring his teeth, he intended to swallow the whole boy, of which there would be no trace. When the opponents got closer, Ye Tian cut the beast in half with one powerful blow, separating its head from its tail with the sharpest blade. The beast only managed to howl and collapse to the ground. Ye Tian landed next, receiving only a slight shortness of breath after the fight. In order to fully open his account in this trial, the young man rushed to the body of the green monster he had cut. Like a needle, Ye Tian pierced the monster's eye, pulling it out of its socket. This was proof that the serpent had been defeated by him. Such trophies had to be collected throughout the exam. Putting his trophy in his bag, Ye Tian earned 1 point. Surprisingly, the monster was somehow weak. The guy wondered what kind of talent other monsters in the area have. According to the exam rules, the more animals the participants kill, the higher they rise in the ranking. It became interesting. And how many do you need to kill to pass the exam? Tian thought. Throwing his backpack over his shoulders, Ye Tian sighed and went on his search. After reviewing the scoring table, the guy realized that there was still a long way ahead of him. Jumping high up, Ye Tian told himself that in any case, he needed to start hunting for someone more serious than weak monsters, because then they would never get into the lead. Jumping on the roofs, deftly flying from one to another, Ye Tian could not meet a single living soul for several minutes. Most likely, the hero wandered too far from the others. Suddenly his attention was attracted by cries for help. The scream belonged to a guy, and the voice was very familiar, so Ye Tian decided to stop and find out what was going on there. When he approached the place where the screams were coming from, he saw Zhang Bao, who was swinging an axe, fighting off 4 silver moon wolves at once. He immediately recognized his fellow student at the academy and understood that his affairs were bad. Next to Zhang Bao, the rest of the 5th Academy students were lying, who could no longer move because they were dead. Zhang Bao was trembling all over, and sweat was running down his face like a stream. But the guy did not stop waving away the monsters with his huge axe, shouting that it was too early for him to die, because he had never been married yet. As soon as the wolves finished with everyone else around, they growled and prepared to attack. One of the animals jumped up, opening its mouth, intending to finish off the boy. Zhang Bao asked for his weapon and began to take his feet away, exposing his back to the wolves, whose speed was incredibly fast. Ye Tian realized that his friend needed to be saved. Taking an arrow from his quiver, Ye Tian pulled the string, fired one of the shells towards the wolf running after Zhang Bao. The young man fired on the move, also going to help in battle. The arrow pierced the wolf, stopping him. The shot knocked the beast on its side, leaving him no chance. Zhang Bao turned around and did not understand at all who his savior was. With his eyes wide open in surprise, he saw the silhouette of a young man with a bow, who landed quite nearby. The guy's uniform also belonged to the 5th Academy, but Zhang Bao did not immediately recognize him. Ye Tian turned to Zhang Bao and asked him if he welcomed his rescue in exchange for the points he and the team had managed to earn. Zhang Bao was so amazed by what he saw that he could hardly answer. After that, Zhang Bao shouted for Ye Tian to run away right away, because his friend believed that Ye Tian could not cope with the fanged wolf at all. But the young man with the bow was not going anywhere, but only reached for his sword. First of all, changing the talent for speed, which was also copied from one of the wolves, Ye Tian ran towards the main pack, leading the attacking wolf to Zhang Bao. Without hesitation, the beasts launched an attack, surrounding the student of the 5th Academy from all sides. They attacked all together, as if together, wanting to quickly deal with an easy source of threat. Looking around, Ye Tian counted how many wolves rushed to attack him and prepared to draw his sword. Having activated his talent for fencing, the young man was completely ready. His eyes continued to glow red, and the sword slid in different directions, easily killing everything in its path. The beasts broke into 2 pieces after they fell under the blade. Zhang Bao couldn't believe his eyes. He had never seen his comrade in a real fight and did not expect that Ye Tian was so strong, because he had never even bragged. When all the beasts were defeated, Ye Tian began collecting trophies from the wolves, removing their fangs, as proof for the defeated monsters. Ye Tian turned to Zhang Bao and asked him if their agreement was valid, because he immediately said that he would take the trophies for the defeated monsters for himself. Zhang Bao nodded approvingly, being shocked by what he saw. Turning to Zhang Bao, Ye Tian asked if he intended to continue hunting. But Zhang Bao replied that he had finished his change and was stopping the test right now. A frustrated Zhang Bao said that the exam turned out to be much more dangerous for him than he initially assumed, and the guy was lucky that he was alive at all. Many of those who were part of his team suffered greatly, suffering serious injuries and injuries. They had to be urgently taken out of the exam area to save their lives. Ye Tian sighed and told his comrade that it seems that this is the only thing he can do now, and this is the right choice. But he will not be able to help, because he must go further. After collecting his backpack and packing all the trophies, Ye Tian slowly rushed on. But Zhang Bao called out to him to warn him of the danger that could wait further. Zhang Bao said that pseudo-monsters are found in the darkest depths of the zone, and Ye Tian should be extremely careful, because the fight with them may be the last. Ye Tian stopped, not understanding what his comrade was talking about. He asked him what he knew about pseudo-monsters and if he could explain the difference between pseudo-monsters and ordinary ones. It turned out that all the creatures on the location are divided into beasts, pseudo-monsters and monsters. The higher the gradation, the more mutated and strong the beast becomes, and also discovers new talents. Zhang Bao added that he had heard how the students of the 1st Academy had attacked the trail of a snake more than 10 meters long and decided to attack it. This was one of the pseudo-monsters. For killing pseudo-monsters, the exam judge awarded as many as 500 points, which could instantly bring victory in the competition and mean passing the exam. Ye Tian's eyes lit up with greed. He asked if he had heard correctly. As many as 500 points, which could bring him universal fame at the university, and a prize for winning. Ye Tian grabbed Zhang Bao and started asking him where the pseudo-monster himself and the students of the 1st Academy could be. He hoped the guy had heard something about them. Zhang Bao pointed to the southeast. It was there that, according to the latest rumors, the students of the 1st Academy went. The snake could also be seen and heard the destruction it brought. Without hesitating at all, Ye Tian realized that he could not waste a single minute and immediately headed in the direction Zhang Bao pointed out to him. Using his talent for speed, he gradually approached the place. Ye Tian really wanted to get ahead of his rivals, knowing absolutely well that 500 points are not lying on the road. If he gets them, he will definitely secure the first place. Finally, Zhang Bao wished good luck to his friend and told him to protect himself by acting extremely carefully. He promised that he would pray for Ye Tian when he got out. Ye Tian ran as fast as he could. He crossed almost the entire city when he approached the designated point. But there were no signs of a fight and a huge snake yet to be seen nearby. And finally Ye Tian got on the trail of the fight. He saw the guys who were lying immobilized, and they were wearing the identification uniform of the students of the First Academy. Suddenly, nearby, very close, literally a couple of blocks away, an explosion of enormous force thundered. Dust and wind rose, and the explosion itself could mean only one thing. Ye Tian turned towards the explosion and realized that this was the direction he needed to move in. The whirlwind was rising more and more. It was definitely impossible to delay. After making a leap of enormous length, Ye Tian landed on one of the tall buildings, planning to first follow the battle with the monster at Mo Xiaobei's squad. The flames stood in a huge column and made it difficult to see anything. It was seen how several people were spinning from side to side, inflicting various types of attacks. A huge pseudo-monster was at the center of the action. It could be seen that its tail had thick armor, and the upper part was covered with a huge layer of mutated muscles. Mo Xiaobei himself was at the head of the command. He shouted to everyone not to retreat and not to reduce the pressure by attacking the huge snake. The onslaught intensified, but all of the combatants were already very tired by that time, because the battle they were fighting had lasted for more than 1 hour. Most of the blows could not penetrate the thick armor of the monster, and the blows had to be applied to the area of the head, which the monster protected with fire breath. Making attacks with blades on scales, many were simply thrown aside, and its ringing stunned the rest of the attackers in a small radius. Mr. Xiaobei's assistant shouted out that the snake would soon weaken, and that was when it would be necessary to make the final blow that the young master would need to make. But the pseudo-monster was not going to give up, so opening his mouth wide, he prepared for a new brutal attack on the squad of the First Academy. Mo Xiaobei shouted out that he intended to do everything himself next and rushed, holding his blade tightly. Having accelerated, he has already noticed the place where he will hit. Taking into account the fact that the snake was more than 10 meters long, Xiaobei with one leap reached the height at which the monster's head was located, where he wanted to strike. Plunging his sword right into the center of the skull, Xiaobei's mad gaze was already rejoicing, celebrating the victory not only over the pseudo-monster, he was also in the exam. A deafening scream, followed by a heavy rattle of a snake, was heard with a short interval. The young master continued to drive the blade deeper and deeper to be 100% convinced. With a wave of his head, the snake threw off Mo Xiaobei, threw him several tens of meters to the side. The gentleman stopped only when he hit the wall of one of the buildings. Slightly covered with abrasions, the smile did not leave Xiaobei's face. He believed that their victory was already inevitable, and would still belong to him. Then he would prove his superiority to everyone. Ye Tian continued to stare intently at everything that was happening. He knew that if he joined now, his help would be completely devalued when the overall results were summed up. When Mo Xiaobei got up, he headed towards the pseudo-monster, which had already collapsed to the ground and was lying immobilized. The master's bodyguard bowed his head, congratulating his boss. Xiaobei's happy face was seen by everyone who fought alongside him. He shouted out that now the first place rightfully belongs to him, because he struck a crushing blow. But before they could finish their speech, everyone turned to the monster's body, which was rising up again, changing its color. He looked much more intimidating than before, scattering everyone who rushed to finish him off immediately. The snake headed in the other direction, wanting to escape and regain his strength. It had to be done quickly, which he understood perfectly well. Then Mo Xiaobei realized that all this time they were dealing not just with a pseudo-monster, but with a monster of a higher level. When the snake fell into a state of bloody outburst, the gentleman immediately realized this. Shouting to his squad, Xiaobei commanded that she should go after the monster, because for him they would be able to get not 500 points, but a whole 1,000. All the students of the First Academy immediately rushed forward, catching up with the monster that was running away from them. They understood that they could not allow anyone to get ahead of them, because now the monster is very weak. Xiaobei himself also understood that the previous attacks had weakened the monster and it was necessary to catch up with it as soon as possible before others intercepted it. Otherwise, all their efforts will be absolutely in vain. Ye Tian was standing on the roof of one of the buildings. He would never have thought that a monster could appear here, for which they would give a whole 1,000 points. Turning in the direction the snake was heading, Ye Tian mentally uttered his apologies, smiling sarcastically. He knew that he would be much faster than a whole squad with a talent for speed. Having prepared for a dash, Ye Tian used his speed talent to the full, unnoticed flying past Mr. Mosheabe's squad. The jerk was so strong that it crushed the last floor of the building. Following the trail, Ye Tian soon landed on the ground, trying to orient himself further. The students of the first academy had not yet arrived at the place, and the young man himself saw the snake slime on the ground. Taking a little slime for a sample, he felt that it was still quite warm. The smell was very strong, so Ye Tian assumed that the snake could hide somewhere nearby in the building. After sniffing, Ye Tian decided that right now he would be able to use his special talent and recognize the snake's location. There was only one suitable hiding place nearby. The huge building opposite radiated strong energy, and the aura of a monster hovered around it. If it wasn't for Ye Tian's scanner, it's unlikely he would have been able to orient himself so quickly. Smiling, Ye Tian was glad that he managed to get on the trail first. He was already anticipating that he would earn 1,000 points today for fighting a monster that was weak right now. The large building turned out to be a former shopping center. You could guess from the banners that were still hanging on the walls of the house. There was a disgusting smell of the monster itself outside. When Ye Tian went inside, he began to look around very carefully, because the monster could be hiding anywhere. Ye Tian himself felt that the snake was somewhere very close. After walking forward a few meters, observing complete caution and silence as much as possible, Ye Tian's gaze met what he was actually looking for here. The monster stood erect almost to its full length. It was really huge, and the state of the bloody outbreak made it even more terrible. Opening its mouth, the monster was catching some shiny liquid. Ye Tian stood aside and didn't dare to take the first steps in his attack yet. The young man was curious about what the monster was doing right now, and also needed to understand its weaknesses. On the ceiling of the building, which was already in an absolutely disrepair, and completely destroyed from the inside, there was a huge stone that narrowed to the end. This very nectar flowed from him. The monster caught drop by drop, greedily opening his mouth. It was not at all like ordinary water, because a 10-meter snake would definitely not get drunk with such a quantity. Besides, the nectar was quite thick. Ye Tian understood that it was impossible to delay any longer. If this very nectar gives the monster strength or somehow heals it, then the guy will either die in a fight or the first academy will have time to approach them. The young man decided that he would explore the snake's lair and the source of nectar itself after, because first he was going to deal with the monster himself, not missing his 1,000 points and winning the exam among the 5 academies. Taking out the blade, the boy pushed off from the ground and rushed towards the monster, which had to be still quite weak to put up serious resistance. Ye Tian believed that victory would be quick. The monster heard the boy and immediately turned in the direction from where the attack was made on him. The red eyes slightly lit up the lair where Ye Tian and the monster were, and the snake's flame flared up more. He threw out his huge claws to meet Ye Tian, from which the young man barely dodged. The speed of such a huge monster was simply amazing. He was very fast and agile. Having met serious resistance, which he did not expect at all, Ye Tian thought that his idea was most likely stupid, because a boy of his age is unlikely to be able to defeat such a monster alone. Hit by a powerful blow, Ye Tian dropped his sword, which spun in the air. The huge snake continued to swing its healthy paws, crushing the ground around the disciple. One of the blows threw the boy far to the side. Dropping his sword from his hands, Ye Tian understood that the battle needed to continue and decided to use the bow that was behind him. After loading one of the arrows, Ye Tian aimed as well as possible. He intended to launch a projectile directly into the monster's eye in order to crush it immediately or at least blind it. The boy hedged and sent several more arrows to the monster's head after his first shot. 2 of them hit exactly where it was needed, piercing the eyes of a huge snake. After finally landing on the ground, Ye Tian dropped his bow and saw the sword still falling to the ground. His blade flew about a few meters from the boy himself. After catching his sword, Ye Tian was about to finish what he started by plunging it deep into the snake's head, ending the battle. Without waiting for a second, Ye Tian got ready and pushed hard off the ground and went forward. The talent for speed was very useful in this fight, because the wolf's speed was clearly better than a huge snake. Also, this talent made it possible to make jumps to a very long length. The blinded monster also rushed towards Ye Tian, trying to change something in this fight. With his last strength, he swung, trying to knock down a flying disciple with a sword. But Ye Tian was able to reach his target and plunged his sharp blade deep into the monster's arm. After punching through the soft fabric, Ye Tian grabbed the sword and lowered his legs and began to cut the snake's flesh. The sword was going pretty hard, so much so that it made Ye Tian's hands tremble with tension. The boy's strength was already running out, too, so it was necessary to put everything that was left into this blow. Raising his head, Ye Tian began to push the sword deeper into the snake. It was very hard, so having stopped restraining any emotions, the young man began to shout loudly, distraught from the fight. The monster howled as its body was slowly split into two halves by the tip of Ye Tian's blade. It was already clear that this blow was the last, victorious, and the monster was smitten. When the snake began to fall, Ye Tian took out his blade and jumped to the side so as not to be crushed by the carcass of a 10-meter snake. His eyes continued to burn with red fire. The snake itself collapsed just a few meters from where Ye Tian landed. His tail, which hit the concrete floor slabs, lifted huge clouds of dust up. After catching his breath a little, Ye Tian looked at the monster he had defeated and thought that these creatures were wildly strong. If it wasn't for Mo Xiaobei's group that weakened him, then Ye Tian would never have been able to deal with him. Starting to take off his backpack, the boy headed towards the hanging stone, from where the same nectar was flowing. If that's what the monster came here for, then the thing must be valuable. Taking out a small bottle from his bag, Ye Tian put it on the ground, where the valuable nectar continued to flow. The boy thought that he would take everything he could find from this place. While the nectar was gathering, Ye Tian took out his blade again and climbed onto the head of the defeated snake. Although the monster was already definitely killed, but the flame above his head continued to burn, which was paranormal. Like the first monster he killed in this location, Ye Tian decided that the eyeball would serve as proof that it was he who defeated the monster and took the loot from it. Taking out both eyeballs, the boy climbed down and without removing the blade decided that the blood from the monster's heart would also be useful to him, because surely it has a very great value. After making a small hole in the heart, the blood gushed out. It had a rather unusual color, a poisonous green. Soon, the elixir jar was completely filled with her. The nectar itself flowed down quite slowly, so having collected a little less than half of the glass bottle, Ye Tian thought that such an amount would be quite enough to study. Once again looking at the stone, from where this strange liquid was flowing, the boy had no idea what it could be at all. There was only one such source in the cave, namely in the snake's lair. But even if he doesn't know what it is, he's definitely not going to share it with Mo Xiaobei himself and his team from the First Academy. Taking out the blade, Ye Tian decided to destroy the stone. With one precise blow, Ye Tian cut the stone in half, counting on the fact that if the source is destroyed, then the liquid itself will stop flowing from it, and as a result will not fall into the hands of Xiaobei. Plunging everything into his backpack, there were quite a lot of rewards and Ye Tian did not know how to put everything inside. The points he scored should have been more than enough to take the honorable first place. Finally, having collected everything, the young man was very glad that he was the one who had such luck today. It was time to leave the location and as soon as possible to take the laurels of victory as soon as possible. After about half an hour, the team of the First Academy, having also found the trail of the snake from the street, like Ye Tian, penetrated inside and saw the body of the monster, which no longer had eyes and blood in its heart. A huge bully in a black suit, who was Mr. Mo Xiaobei's assistant, turned to him and shouted that there was only a body left and what should they do next. Mo Xiaobei was in a real rage, and his body was literally shaking with anger. He shouted that he would find the one who stole 1,000 points and artifacts from him and destroy this person. The weather at the location began to deteriorate significantly. Dark thick clouds covered the entire space in the sky and a cool downpour poured down. Ye Tian sat on the roof and waited. Finally, people's voices rang out from the huge building where the huge snake's lair was located. It was Mo Xiaobei and his group from the First Academy. The young man was waiting for them to come out. Ye Tian understood that by and large he had committed theft from their team, so most likely they would try to track him down and punish him by taking away all the trophies. The bodyguard walked behind his master, saying that the one who stole their loot, as well as all the victory points, must be hiding somewhere nearby and waiting for the end. Mo Xiaobei ordered his group to thoroughly search everyone who gets in their way. They definitely had to find this thief who acted dishonestly. Xiaobei himself continued to get very angry. He knew for sure that in no case would he leave the location until he took what exactly belonged to him. It was impossible to let the thief go unpunished. The whole team gave approving words, saying that they would do so. Starting to diverge slightly, the team began to go wider in order to capture as much of the search area as possible. Ye Tian, looking at what was happening, thought for a while and decided that it would probably really be better for him to find a secluded place and hide there, at least until their anger subsides. After looking at which direction Mosheabe's group had chosen, Ye Tian waited for them to move. Realizing where their team was going, he turned in the other direction and began to walk away. Jumping from one building to another, Ye Tian tried to find a good place to hide. But he understood that his running around could not go on forever, because he would be discovered anyway. After all, when the exam is over, and this will happen in 3 days, the points will be counted. Everyone will immediately understand that it was Ye Tian who killed the monster when he gets 1,000 points for it. Therefore, it was simply necessary to use all the remaining time that Ye Tian has in order to become as strong as possible. Because when the cards are revealed, there will most likely be a skirmish. After flying a few kilometers, Ye Tian saw the entrance to an old abandoned subway. He thought it would serve as an excellent shelter, because it would be harder to find it underground. After going downstairs, the young man dropped his bag on the floor, deciding once again to review whether everything was intact, as well as to get to know the loot that he took with him. Taking out a bottle of monster blood that he collected from the heart of the defeated snake, Ye Tian remembered that it should make the one who drinks it several times stronger. Uncorking the cork, a sharp and unpleasant smell immediately came out of the bottle. The color of the blood was also not particularly attractive, but there was no other way out, so Ye Tian started drinking. After taking a short pause, Ye Tian thought that now it would be nice to have something to eat, at least peanuts, so that it wouldn't be so disgusting. Tears began to form in the boy's eyes. After Ye Tian sat and complained a little about the taste of the drink, he immediately remembered his sister, for whom all this was done initially, because he must become stronger to protect her. Yu, who was currently at her school and class, suddenly sneezed. Wiping her nose, the girl looked down and thought that it was like some kind of sign. Most likely, someone is also sitting now and remembering her, the girl thought. Looking out the window, she leaned her head on her hand and hoped that her brother was all right now. Meanwhile, Ye Tian was sitting and concentrating his energy like they did at the academy. He had to see how much his power had increased. Amazing, the guy thought, because the speed of his improvement has increased 4 times, or even almost 5. He felt much stronger than before, and the blood he drank gave him a certain wildness. It's no wonder that Chen Dong and all the other guys who show their talents early in the academy improve so quickly. The point, as it turned out, is not only in talent, but also in auxiliary items. There were still reserves, and considerable ones, but there were still 2.5 days ahead, and it was necessary to stretch it all and use it to the full. After 3 days, most of the participants had already left the zone and approached the judges in turn, who counted points for each of the students. A girl with purple hair stood and recorded everything on a tablet. Jiang He scored 10 points, Bao Lei scored 23 points, and Zhu Hai scored nothing, a complete 0. Then a long-haired young man flew out of the crowd, throwing his green backpack, all stained with the blood of animals, on the table. He had a bright smile on his face. It was Lai Yancy, who immediately asked for help with counting his loot. The guy was smiling rather maliciously and behaved self-confidently. When the zipper of the green backpack dropped down, it became possible to see its contents. Inside, almost to the top, there were a lot of fangs and eyes that were collected from different animals. The girl, after calculating everything, solemnly announced that Lai Yongxing scored 195, which immediately elevated him above those who brought their trophies before him. Lai Yongxing became the leader among the participants. The guys who were standing nearby nodded approvingly at the announcement of the points of the student of the second academy. They said that Lai Yansai's result was pretty good and worthy of respect. But Mo Xiaobai was already approaching the judges with a heavy and rattling bag. He smiled and said that Lai Yansai could have scored a lot more, but so far his result is quite pathetic. Mo Xiaobai and his bodyguard are getting closer. The gentleman continued to gloat, teasing Li Yasni, sarcastically calling him the thunderstorm of all monsters on the planet. Smiling, he asked the young man if he really planned to compete with Xiaobai, having collected so few trophies in the exam area. Lai Yongxing was beginning to run out of patience. His gaze was filled with anger, and staring at Mo Xiaobai, Lai Yansai shouted his name, beckoning to him to explain himself. But after Mo Xiaobai finally came to the counter and opened his backpack, he began to pour out all the trophies he had obtained. There were a lot of them, visually 2.5 times more than Yancey's. The girl was shocked by what she saw. She hadn't seen such a large number of glasses in quite some time. It took her a long time to sum up. When the girl announced how many points Mo Shaebe scored, many turned around, surprised by this result. 427 points. The gap from the rest was colossal. Wei Yangxi accused Shaebe of earning so much just by taking them from others, but Shaebe grinned and retorted that he took them because of his talents. Wei Yanxi continued to be angry at shameless Shaebe. After all, it was already clear that he would win, and quite dishonestly. Was it possible to be rewarded in this way? He thought. Girls from the first academy began to gather around Mo Shaebe. They came up and started congratulating the gentleman, because for so many points they would definitely give him the first place. But Shaebe knew for sure that the one who takes the first place will have more than 1,000 points, because this place will be taken by the thief who stole the monster trophies from his team. The girls were very surprised. They started asking Shaebe about how it was even possible to score 1,000 points on the exam in just 3 days. The director in a black suit approached the judges and asked the guys, saying that the students who were still alive had to leave the exam area and come to count. The girl confirmed, saying that if one of the students did not come out, then most likely he had already died from the clutches of monsters or in a battle with other students. Then the director announced that in this case, the first place goes to Mo Shaebe, as the student who scored the most points, and it is he who receives the award for the victory. Suddenly, footsteps were heard from the entrance. Everyone turned around and saw the silhouette of another student who had just returned from the exam. Surprise gripped the entire crowd. The director turned around angrily. He couldn't imagine who dared to come back so late, and even after he announced the result of Mo Shaebe's victory, it was Ye Tian, who was bowing his head confidently and silently moving towards the judges' tables. He did not show everyone else that now he would definitely be declared the winner. Ye Tian was already prepared for the fact that now Mo Shaebe would start a scan and start accusing him of theft. The young man visibly gained strength, so he knew that he could fight back. Having dumped their trophies on the table, the attention of the audience was immediately attracted by 2 red and huge eyes. People started whispering among each other. A new winner appeared on the campaign. The girl who was sitting at the judges' table excitedly said that these were the eyeballs of a monster. Everyone else who was standing nearby began to sigh from the tension of the situation. Ye Tian only confirmed her words, and without showing that he was experiencing joy and the sweet taste of victory, he asked how many points he had scored for all his trophies. The girl announced that Ye Tian scored 1,136 points, which makes him the absolute winner, and he takes first place in the exam. A reward was brought out on a tray. Among the prizes were 3 vials of monster blood of medium power and 100,000 yuan. The rest of the 5th Academy students stood and clapped their hands, supporting the winner from their academy. Wei Yongxing stood next to the participants from the 2nd Academy and thoughtfully looked at Ye Tian accepting the prizes. He didn't understand how this daredevil managed to kill the monster. Here Mo Shaebe interrupted the congratulations. The young man approached Ye Tian and said that the thief they were waiting for had finally turned up. But Shaebe himself did not expect that it would be a puppy from the 5th Academy. Turning to his subjects, Mr. Shaebe told them to dig up all the information they could find on this upstart, because then he would pay dearly. Zhang Bao continued to praise his comrade, saying that Ye Tian really set the heat on everyone else. The 5th Academy finally took first place, and it was a notable event. But the director did not share the success of the student of his academy at all. Zhang Bao was outraged by this, noting once again that Ye Tian brought fame to the 5th Academy in which he teaches. But the director said that with his trick, Ye Tian only insulted and greatly angered the Mo family, and they are very influential and strong. He was afraid that Zhang Bao's friend might suddenly die soon. All the winners and the winner were invited to the podium to take a common photo. This photo was soon to be hung on a board in all academies where the participants were from. The awards for the 2nd and 3rd place were also quite good. The 2nd place took 1 bottle of medium-level blood and 100,000 yuan, and the 3rd 50,000 and 3 bottles of low-level monster blood. When everyone was standing and posing for a photo, Mo Shaebe turned around, calling Ye Tian a puppy who was quite brave to be able to steal what belonged to the young master. Ye Tian turned around and replied that he could have said the same about Shaebe himself, because he was also engaged in stealing from others. Wei Yanxi also got into the dialogue, who said with a grin that Mo Shaebe had completely forgotten his words when he told that he had not stolen the awards, but had taken them with the help of his talents. Mo Shaebe chuckled, really remembering his words. Apparently, karma reached him instantly on this exam, but it is unlikely that the young master will learn any lesson from this whole story. But without ceasing to bother, Shaebe began to try to bring Ye Tian to emotions, asking him if he considered himself strong enough to compete with him. He also offered to test it in a fight between them. Ye Tian turned around and said that he would be happy to participate if the young master had enough time for it. Mo Xiaobei was interested in this. Previously, everyone he dealt with was afraid of him and the name of his family, but here he meets quite confident resistance. This has not happened for a long time, and Ye Tian himself understood that if he became a target for such a person, then he would not be able to escape, and the only way out here would be to become so strong that he would not have a thought to climb. After it was over, Ye Tian returned to the academy, quickly changed his clothes and took a bus that brought him back to the city and drove him home. It was already evening, but it was still warm outside. When Ye Tian went up to the right floor, he went home, shouted to his sister that he was back. In the next room, rapid footsteps were immediately heard approaching the door. Yu was very happy to finally see her brother, who had not been home for 3 days. She was very bored, so the first thing she immediately hugged Ye Tian tightly. Since Ye Tian told her that he was going to an event, but did not say which one, the girl immediately began to ask him where he had been and what he had been doing for so many days. Without waiting for a clear answer, Yu began to circle around her brother and examine him from all sides. The girl was worried that her brother might be injured, but he was fine. Ye Tian reached for his backpack, starting to take it off his shoulders. He said that he had brought some gifts home to his beloved sister and she would definitely be happy with them. The young man began to empty the backpack, carefully taking out all the contents on the table. There were 3 bottles of monster blood, money, nectar from the lair, and some kind of book with golden patterns. The girl took a large wad of bills with notes and told her brother that there was quite a lot of money here, which could be enough for his wedding and cover all expenses. But Ye Tian objected, saying that he was not going to get married, and all the money was earned for his sister. She can now pay for her education and for various pocket expenses. The next thing that caught the girl's attention was a bottle of the same nectar that Ye Tian had collected in the snake's den. She asked her brother about him, taking him upstairs. My brother said that he had absolutely no idea about this liquid, and that was why he bought an illustrated jewelry guide on the way home. The girl saw such an interesting book for the first time, and when Ye Tian opened it, Yu immediately ran up to her brother and began to look at the pictures that were colorful on the pages. When he came across a page where there was a picture of that very stone, Ye Tian pointed at it with his finger, starting to read the description. It was a liquid essence formed by Terranite stones. It was written in the book that the essence, when used, can enhance the talent for improvement, but the elixir is effective only for talents of a lower average level. Most likely that snake evolved into a monster when it absorbed the elixir. Never would Ye Tian have thought that the thing that he got so easily would turn out to be such a valuable find. Without thinking twice, after examining the bottle with the elixir, the young man threw it to his sister. Yu caught the bottle, looking at her brother uncomprehendingly, because these were his awards. Ye Tian told her that this thing would help improve the girl's talents, so it would be very useful to drink the elixir, and it's better to do it right now. Yu said that she was not sure about her brother's decision and it would be better if he took this liquid himself, because Ye Tian himself constantly says that his talents need to be developed. But the young man said that he no longer needed it, since most likely his talents have all the average level of development. He had a plan, because by making his sister stronger, he could copy her talent. The sister did not understand what exactly Ye Tian wanted, so she was very surprised that the brother wanted to make his sister stronger. Perhaps she understood that they could be in danger. Yu hesitantly continued to ask her brother if he was sure that she needed to drink this elixir, because her talent had not even awakened yet to improve it. She was worried that if she drank the elixir instead of her brother, then there was a chance that they would only waste such a rare jewel, because it was extremely difficult to find it. But Ye Tian understood that when Yu drank the elixir, she would definitely raise him from her basic talent level. But the question now was only how much he would grow. Then the girl came up with a brilliant idea, because in order for this elixir to definitely bring some benefit, and they did not try to experiment, then it could be sold. Ye Tian said that it wouldn't do, because the book says about the original Terranite stones that can appear where the essence was formed, but the brother destroyed this source. Therefore, sooner or later people will come who want to buy these stones, and they are unlikely to believe in the story of Ye Tian. This meant that in the end such a step could plunge the family into a dangerous situation. The sister stared at the liquid in the bottle and asked in surprise, because the brother could not destroy this source. But I took such a step. She didn't understand why he did that, because they could take more and more from there. Ye Tian also said that it would be much worse if his sister did not decide and did not drink the contents. They will completely lose any benefit from this drug that can make a person stronger. Grabbing Ye Tian squeezed her cheeks to force the girl to drink the elixir. It was very important to him that the girl could increase her talent for freezing, because her brother wanted to get him. The sister began to resist, shouting that she did not want to do this. She was very much afraid, because she did not understand the consequences of the fact that the power of an ancient artifact would flow through her. When Ye Tian poured out every last drop of the elixir, he threw back the empty bottle and continued to hold his sister by the shoulders. He asked what it tasted like what she had just drunk. Yu opened her eyes and a smile appeared on her face, which she herself had expected to see. The taste of the liquid was quite fresh, and inside the warmth began to disperse throughout the body. After scanning his sister's talents, Ye Tian noticed that no changes had occurred, which made him very angry. He didn't understand what was going on, because everything was written in the book quite clearly. If the talents for improvement remained at the basic level, then it seems that there was a lie in the book. Meanwhile, the girl began to feel sleepy and yawning. She said that she would cook food for her brother later, and now she would sleep a little. Ye Tian did not lose hope, because the book he bought exactly reflected all the information written in it. Perhaps it was just necessary to wait a little while for the process to start. An hour has passed since the girl drank the elixir. She was already sleeping in the same room, while Ye Tian was sitting in his room and concentrating his energy. Suddenly, a powerful flow of energy that came from Yu swirled around. The brother felt it and turned towards the sleeping sister to see what was going on. He continued to watch the flow of energy circling over the girl's body. A greenish light spread throughout the room, which he had already seen in places in the snake's lair. When the process began to come to an end, Ye Tian saw that now his sister's talent for improvement had risen immediately to an average level, just as he had after copying Chen Dong. The elixir of these ancient stones turned out to be extremely strong, because Ye Tian did not expect at all that he would be able to raise the skills of his sister's talent by as many as 2 points at once, and this was not at all small. Ye Tian was pleased with this result, because the talent of improving the average level, coupled with a rare talent for freezing, made the girl unique and strong. He stood up and reached for the monster's blood. After looking at his sister, who was still sleeping, Ye Tian headed to his room, noting that Yu would definitely become a first-class warrior, just like her brother. Ye Tian took one of the bottles of monster blood, looked at it and decided that he would never lose to Mo Xiaobei in their confrontation, and would not let him touch the family. Opening the bottle, Ye Tian began to greedily empty the contents of the goblet with the monster's blood. The young man drank until it was all over to the last drop. The taste of the blood that was awarded as a prize for first place in the exam tasted even more disgusting than the one he took out of the heart of a huge snake. Grabbing food, Ye Tian enjoyed each captured portion, because 3 days were hard for him and home comfort was clearly not enough in an abandoned city full of various monsters. Spreading his arms wide, Ye Tian once again began to concentrate energy around himself in order to immediately check how many times the blood of a medium-level monster could increase his progress and improvement. Ye Tian was amazed by the results, because the result was excellent. The monster's blood will be able to increase the progress by as much as 8 times, which the young man definitely could not expect. Continuing to concentrate, Ye Tian thought that the process itself was quite creepy, but nevertheless, if he had the blood of a high-level monster, he would definitely drink it, breaking through to the warrior stage. It was rather a pity that Ye Tian now only had 2 bottles left to wait for the right moment. He thought about the fact that he might leave one for Yu as well. 10 days later, the guy returned to the academy again to continue studying and develop his talents to the highest level. At recess, he went into the woods, where he could be alone and concentrate. The silence and concentration of Ye Tian's energy was suddenly interrupted by a noise among the trees. It was Zhang Bao, who ran to a friend and shouted that he did not know what to do and that he should help. Out of breath, Zhang Bao was only able to pronounce the name of Ye Tian's main enemy at the moment, Mo Xiaobei, several times. Trying to catch his breath, Zhang Bao wanted to continue. Ye Tian blew up, got to his feet and asked if he had come to their academy or not. But Zhang Bao said that this was not the case and he had heard completely different rumors. He said that Mo Xiaobei had locked himself in his room and was clearly plotting something. Most likely, he is going to break through to the warrior stage and that's when he will be able to settle their scores with Ye Tian. But Ye Tian just sighed and sat back down on the rock where he had been meditating before. Zhang Bao was indignant that the matter was very serious and now was not the time to just sit in the forest. It was necessary to do something. The young man thought that most likely Xiaobei also has an average level of talent for improvement, and in this case, it will still take him about a month to break through to the warrior stage. Zhang Bao kept shouting that if Mo Xiaobei broke through and improved to the warrior stage, he would crush Ye Tian like a miserable bug. But he replied that he was also improving and was not afraid of him. But in response to the answer that Ye Tian is not afraid, Zhang Bao shouted that the Mo family is very influential and rich, so they have a lot of resources for their children. And Ye Tian has only 3 bottles of mid-level monster blood. Zhang Bao fell to the ground and said that it looked like Ye Tian was doomed, and as his friend, Bao would give him a great funeral and also help take care of his sister, Ye Yu. Ye Tian understood that right now he only had the low-level blood that he had extracted from that snake and its heart, and after using it all, he had to break through to the advanced disciple stage. But this stage was only one step away from the warrior stage, so after calming down a little, Ye Tian realized that he had nothing to worry about yet, and if anything, he would be able to fight back. But with the talents that he has already been able to copy from other students and monsters, he will be quite capable of going out and fighting even with an entry-level or intermediate warrior. And somewhere in the estate of the Mo family, Xiaobei was still in his room and continued to improve his talents. The family mansion was huge and looked luxurious. The room where Xiaobei was now was equipped with a huge metal door, the thickness of which reached up to half a meter in some places, and there was a guard outside. Suddenly, there was a bang from the other side, the sound of which echoed throughout the corridor. The metal door cracked, starting to crumble into not small pieces. A few seconds later, a second blow rang out and the door shattered into splinters, and shards scattered all over the hall. Xiaobei, who was glowing with a red Kai aura, was coming out of the room. The bodyguard who was guarding the door knelt before the gentleman leaving the room. He congratulated Xiaobei on breaking through to the warrior stage and becoming stronger. The man in the black suit continued to congratulate his master Mo Xiaobei, wishing him long life and prosperity. The servant was glad that the master was getting stronger. The court girls helped Mr. Xiaobei to get dressed, bringing him a warm gray robe. The gentleman himself was as unperturbed as possible and so far has not given any joy to his progress. After Xiaobei came out and was already dressed, the doors opened into the hall and another man came in, accompanied by security. Xiaobei exclaimed, greeting his father, and he was also glad to see his son. The father said that he had been waiting for a long time for his son to finally leave the room in which he had locked himself. He noticed that he could see how his son had progressed to a warrior, but he did not expect anything less from his son. Xiaobei's father's name was Moen, and he was one of the elders of the 10 Elders clan, and was also an elite warrior of the middle rank, which was quite respected in noble circles. Hugging his son, the father said that he was very proud of him. Mo Xiaobei replied that he would never allow anyone to cross their family's path, and would not disgrace the family's honor. The father said that he did not doubt at all the words spoken by his son. After that, Moen added that the great-grandfather of their family personally wants to congratulate the young representative of the Mo family. After a short silence, Xiaobei knelt before his father. He lowered his head and said that he was grateful to him and his great-grandfather for supporting him and giving him the opportunity to prosper. Mr. Moen laughed and asked his son to get up from his knees. He loved him very much, so high-level formalities were not necessary. Turning to the servant, he ordered to go to the kitchen. In the kitchen, it was necessary to check if everything was ready for today. After giving the order, Moen almost immediately stopped the man in the black suit and said he'd better get off by himself. After that, the father told his son not to forget to eat well. He added that he personally ordered his favorite dishes to be prepared in honor of the celebration of his son's transition to the warrior stage. When the son thanked his father for everything he had done for him, hugging once again, Moen said that he still had some things to do, so he would join later. After his father left the hall, Xiaobei remembered one of his errands and asked his bodyguard if he had done what Xiaobei had asked him earlier while in the zone. The man replied that the order was executed. He had long ago found out everything that was necessary. Ye Tian had no parents, no background, no support of any kind, so they are free to do whatever they want. Continuing to walk and talk, they moved into the hall, where the table was already set. Xiaobei was glad that no one was behind Ye Tian, but for some reason the gentleman thought quite the opposite. Mo Xiaobei said that in that case, he would order his bodyguard to send someone to kill Ye Tian, which would serve as a good lesson for his insolence. The man was outraged, because killing in the zone is one thing, but if they kill a person outside of it, it doesn't matter how strong the Mo family was, and this could cause serious problems. But Xiaobei said he did not ask for any action on behalf of the Mo family at all. You could just hire assassins from the Dark Shadow. No one will conduct an investigation in which they are involved. The man spread his hands and again attacked the gentleman with questions. To hire the killers from the Dark Shadow, they had to pay about $1 million, but that's too much for some kid. Shayabei sighed and said that those who serve and remain employees, they will never understand those who are from high-born families, because they themselves are poor. Squeezing the glass with such force that it burst and flew around the room, Shayabei said that if a genius suddenly appears among the servants, then he should be immediately restrained and destroyed. A man in a black suit looked at his master in surprise and asked him about how the appearance of a genius and the disclosure of his potential talent is possible. Smiling, Shayabei repeated his words once again, also saying that the strong survive, and the weak die, and it will always be so, because this is the law of life. At the same time, Ye Tian was at his academy. As always, he preferred the grove near the castle than the courtyard, where people constantly gathered. Among the trees, Ye Tian continued to train, swinging his sword in different directions. He understood that when Shayabei came, the guy should be completely ready. Ye Tian tried to achieve the level of an advanced student, and for this, every minute of the day had to be devoted to heavy and exhausting training. He was doing well, the guy was in good shape and in good shape. He smashed everything in his path, including rocks, trees, and rocks. His sword was an extension of his arm. Stopping, Ye Tian looked up. He saw that the clouds were thickening and it was going to rain. This meant that it didn't make sense to stay on the street for a long time and had to go home. Back in the city, the downpour still caught Ye Tian. It was already very close to the house, but the young man still decided to shorten the distance by making his way to the apartment in short ways. Turning into one of their corners, Ye Tian continued to make his way until he noticed one strange detail that confused him. He stopped and raised his head up. A light was flashing above one of the electric poles, as if someone's talent display was being displayed, but there was no one near it. Ye Tian thought it was very suspicious. Ye Tian was wary, because he had never seen such a thing before. Reaching slowly for his blade, which hung at waist level, positioned behind his back, he got ready. Looking closer, Ye Tian realized that it was definitely a person, but he did not know that this display belonged to one of the assassins from the Dark Shadows, namely Lai Kun, with a low level of shadow talent. After Ye Tian became alert, the display began to decline rapidly at one point, followed by a dark green stripe that was the aura of the shadow killer. When there were a couple of meters left, the silhouette of a man began to appear from the shadows. He took out his small dagger and prepared to attack Ye Tian, but the 5th Academy student was completely ready. Deflecting the blow, the shadow jumped aside. The aura was no longer visible, and the killer himself became completely invisible. There were only the sounds of jumping on wet asphalt and the squelching of puddles. Ye Tian stood in a fighting stance, preparing for absolutely everything that the assassin from the Dark Shadows clan was ready to throw out again. The young man asked his opponent who he was. The silhouette of the killer began to manifest. He was a broad-shouldered man in a black robe with bright gold buttons. He smiled broadly and said that he was the one who would bring death to the disciple. The assassin from the Dark Shadow clan looked terrifying. His blade was made of rare steel and painted the color of blood. He kept looking at Ye Tian, threatening him, promising a quick death. Ye Tian looked at the killer and thought, they say, did Shayabei send someone to kill him? Because he himself had recently reached the level of war and could have come himself to arrange a massacre. The killer's speed was impressive, he was really agile. A couple of seconds ago, he was standing in front of Ye Tian, as he immediately appeared behind him, preparing for another attack. The killer rushed towards the back of the student of the 5th Academy in the hope that now he would plunge his blade into his back and that would be the end of it. A good price was set for Ye Tian and it was impossible to delay. But Ye Tian was ready and deflected the assassin's blow. The clash of blades rang out, going beyond the alley where the battle was developing. The student was striking with his resilience, which the killer did not expect. After each attack that the killer made, he immediately disappeared, going into the shadows using his talent. This complicated the task that Ye Tian was facing. Apparently, this talent really gave its owner the opportunity to become invisible, but it was interesting for how long. Then Ye Tian almost missed the blow when the blade was almost in his back. Quickly coming to his senses, Ye Tian applied the speed talent that he had once copied from the wolf. He sped up and evaded the blow by jumping to one of the nearby roofs. The assassin from the Shadow clan was stunned by Ye Tian's speed. He didn't understand how an ordinary academy student could have such an amazing speed, almost like a warrior. After waiting, Ye Tian said that now it was his turn to show what he was capable of. Jumping off the roof, the boy rushed to the killer, pointing his sharp blade at him. Approaching his target, Ye Tian grinned at the assassin's face, seeing the surprise in his eyes. He also saw there that the killer had almost come to terms with his defeat. But at the last moment, the killer became invisible again, managed to escape from Ye Tian's blow. The swing that the student took destroyed the wall that was opposite the boy. Ye Tian began to get tired of his opponent constantly avoiding him by dodging punches. It would be hard for an ordinary person to resist such a talent, but not for him. But Ye Tian was not an ordinary person, so with a little concentration, he knew where the killer would strike next and swung the blade in that direction, hitting the shadow. The blow sliced through the chest of the assassin from the Shadow clan, and he fell to the ground with a deafening sound, dropping his blade. He was breathing heavily, and the wound left him no chance. The killer stood up and said in a heavy voice that it was simply impossible. After all, even elite warriors can't see it by defeating the assassin's talent. He was amazed by the boy's strength. Ye Tian, holding his blade in his hands, headed towards the assassin to finish what he had started. The killer asked the boy how he managed to defeat him. Ye Tian said that he would be able to answer the question and explain his advantage to the killer, but first he had to confess and reveal his customer. The killer said that he would definitely reveal the identity of the customer, but only after Ye Tian died. Picking up the blade, he gathered his last strength and rushed at the student. Ye Tian saw this and once again applied his speed, dodged the shadow blade strike, jumping not far to the side. He was struck by the insolence of the murderer and was determined to punish him immediately. Picking up speed, Ye Tian once again rushed towards the killer, this time piercing him through with his sword right into the chest. The assassin howled, throwing the dagger to the ground. Ye Tian then repeated his question. He needed to know exactly who ordered it, although the young man himself understood that it was exactly the one for whom he had been preparing long and hard to come together in battle. After paying tribute to his opponent, coughing, the killer said that Ye Tian was the strongest disciple he had ever met and fought with, so he was ready to reveal the name. On his last breath, the assassin from the Shadow clan said that it was Mo Xiaobei who was the customer, and then completely exhausted, he fell to the ground dead. The answer was quite expected, but Ye Tian wanted to hear it from the killer himself. It was interesting what Xiaobei would do when he found out that the assassination attempt failed and Ye Tian survived. After approaching the killer's body, Ye Tian had to finish something else. Still, despite the fact that the shadow had lost, he had one extremely useful thing that could serve the young man. Raising his hand, Ye Tian began copying the talent of the assassin from the Shadow. He felt that invisibility could be useful to him and should not be neglected. When everything was completed, the young man stood up and straightened to his full height. A green aura of Kai surrounded him, and Ye Tian understood that now he would become much stronger than he was before. Ye Tian decided that the body needed to be hidden, so he decided to bury the shadow killer right away. He took the body and ascended high up with it, and then threw it in the nearest forest. The impact on the ground made a small crater, so no hole could be dug. Having collected the stones nearby, Ye Tian began to lay them on top of the body until a small pyramid was formed. It was raining outside and the wind was blowing the leaves off the trees standing in the forest. Ye Tian bent over one of the fallen leaves and reached for it. The guy had an idea at that moment. If you were born a man, then you don't need to be like fallen leaves from trees driven by gusts of wind and rain. And he will never be like that, keeping the inner core. Ye Tian promised himself that he should live his life with dignity in this world like theirs. He cannot give up, and also cannot be passive like many others. He was obliged to become like the same wind and rain, and not a weak leaf falling from a tree. It was he who had to influence the others, not allow them to control him. When Ye Tian came home, he was very wet and slightly cold. The weather wasn't great, so the guy decided that a hot shower now could help him regain strength. Coming out of the bath, the guy picked up clean clothes that his sister had prepared for him and put them on. He was pretty tired, because the day was really hard and full of adventures. Sitting down on the sofa, Ye Tian finally relaxed while staying at home. He was very tired, and tomorrow he had to go to classes at the academy again, as well as to train additionally. Leaning over the table, Ye Tian pulled out all the items he could collect from the killer's body. He laid out his blades, a book, various maps, and a small black handkerchief. The blades were of amazing quality, which the young man immediately noticed. During the battle, Ye Tian's weapon, which he received at the academy, fell into disrepair, and this was at least something. And also his attention was attracted by a bunch of different cards. Gold cards were 1,000,000 and silver cards were 100,000. As a result, it was somewhere around 3.5 million yuan. After putting all the cards into his wallet, Ye Tian laughed and said that he could find a better use for the money that Mo Xiaobei paid for his death. Having become acquainted with the rest, Ye Tian's gaze was now riveted on an interesting book, which, like everything else, was with the killer. Sitting down comfortably, Ye Tian began to read a book. It was written about the martial art of dark blades and the skill of wielding edged weapons. Ye Tian was happy, noting that this thing would be useful to him. This was really what was needed to improve the swordsmanship skill to a decent level. When the young man got up from the sofa, he took a book with him and hurried to another room, wanting to start training and mastering the skill of blades as soon as possible. After moving to his room, Ye Tian sat down on the bed and opened the book to the first page. He was about to start reading from the first chapter when he suddenly remembered something. Stopping himself, Ye Tian looked out the window, where lightning broke out, followed by thunder. The boy remembered that it was already late and there was clearly someone missing at home. The young man jumped up from his seat, thinking that it was already late and his sister had not yet returned home. Since Mo Xiaobei sent an assassin to him, he could endanger his EU as well. Jumping out of the apartment, the guy realized that Xiaobei most likely found out everything about him, as well as about his sister. The girl was attending school today, so Ye Tian immediately went there. The young man ran as fast as he could. He was very afraid that he might not make it, because there was a possibility that the killers could have been sent to his sister, so it was definitely impossible to delay. Xiacheng Secondary School was located near the city center. When Ye Tian was approaching, nothing foreshadowed trouble, and it was calm outside. Using his talent for speed, Ye Tian landed in one of the quiet corners so as not to attract too much attention from passers-by, who could raise panic and scare off the killers. The guy stopped and started looking around. After all, this is an ordinary school and people with talents will never arrange a showdown in such a place. But then Ye Tian thought that a man like Mo Xiaobei was unlikely to adhere to any rules and would leave absolutely nothing in the way of revenge. While Ye Tian stood in one place and tried to analyze the situation, he examined every corner nearby. Something narrow and oblong pressed into his back. Quickly jumping up, Ye Tian instantly moved behind the person who had crept up on him. He was ready for someone to try to attack him from behind. Ye Tian approached the hooded man and ordered him not to move. The young man was very serious and was ready to fight anyone who could hide behind the hood. The man abruptly threw back his hood. Behind him was Yu, who immediately greeted her brother with a wide smile on her face. She was pleasantly surprised that he decided to meet his sister. It was also a surprise for Ye Tian. He was so scared that something might happen to his sister, so he was no less surprised. He opened his eyes wide and stared at Yu. The young man immediately asked his sister what she had been doing at school for so long, because it was already evening, and, according to his calculations, she should have been home for a long time after finishing classes. Yu immediately opened her mouth, raising it above her brother. She noticed that the young man was without a jacket and even without shoes, and also forgot an umbrella, because it had been raining all day today. The guy explained that he forgot everything in a hurry, because he began to worry very much about his sister. She smiled and asked Ye Tian how he was able to do that jump trick and asked him to tell. While the guys were walking and talking peacefully, smiling at each other, because the danger that could have been had already passed and everything was fine. A black luxury car was passing on the street. The window rolled down and Mo Xiaobei appeared from the window, watching a couple walking home. He got angry, not understanding why Ye Tian is still alive, because he was promised to kill him today. On the way home, the sister told Ye Tian that because of the duty at school, she didn't have time to eat anything at all and was damn hungry. They decided to stop and have a snack at a small stall. Taking a couple of sausages on the grill, the brother and sister continued their journey, chatting sweetly and discussing the day that was about to come to an end. My sister asked about my progress at the academy. Yu asked her brother what he would like for dinner, because she was just going to cook in the evening. Hesitating slightly, Ye Tian asked the girl to make her signature steamed meat slices. The Mo family's black car continued to follow the guys to track down the place where they live. Noticing this, Ye Tian decided that it would be better to go by the back streets. After all, he could not allow Xiaobei to find out where they lived, although he was not sure that he did not have this information yet. But it was definitely worth hedging. After a while, the driver and Xiaobei lost track. The gentleman ordered the driver to return home, and they would find Ye Tian's apartment later. But Ye Tian could not get rid of the feeling of persecution, so when they returned home with Yu, the girl went to cook dinner, and her brother froze at the apartment window. Perhaps it would be better to take and move somewhere, which Ye Tian also thought about. After all, they now had enough money to rent an apartment until he resolved the issue with the Mo family. A few days later, the girl, as usual, went to school. The weather was much better than yesterday, but the tension due to surveillance remained inside Ye Tian. The teacher who led the lecture wrote something down on the blackboard for a long time, and then invited Yu to solve the problem. The girl studied well, so she immediately got up from her seat. And while his sister was studying, Ye Tian watched his sister every day. He was very worried that Mo's family might continue to be followed, and his sister was very valuable to him. After all, they had lost their parents since early childhood, so Ye Tian promised that he would be a support for his sister and would always protect her no matter what happened. In the parking lot of the school was the same car that passed on the day of the attack on Ye Tian. People in the car were filming something with a camera, conducting surveillance. Ye Tian was watching the car. He understood that if they hurt his sister, he would grind them all to powder. The people of the Mo family were really crossing a reasonable line. Suddenly the car's engine started. Slowly the car moved from the parking lot towards the road. Ye Tian was surprised, because the lessons hadn't ended and his sister hadn't even left school. The young man decided that it was necessary to follow them and find out where the servants of Shayabei went so early, and what if they were up to something else, so it was necessary to get ahead of them. Ye Tian decided that it would be safer to follow the roofs further, so as not to give himself away and scare off the black car. Suddenly the car turned off the busy streets and moved towards the new building. The car stopped in an area where new houses were just being built. People got out of the car and moved towards the building, where no one was working now and it was empty. Ye Tian was wondering what kind of place Shayabei's people went to. He followed them to find out all the details and what they were planning to do. Using his shadow talent, the guy got inside the building and continued to follow the people in black suits. Soon they arrived at one of the large and spacious rooms. Inside, he saw a guy in the same black suit beating a man who was completely unarmed. It was more like torture than a normal fight. When the blows stopped, the man caught his breath, spat out blood and addressed them. He asked Mr. Mo to give him a reprieve, because he now had no money to repay the debt. The man, gathering his strength, turned over on his stomach and raised his head, looking at the man sitting to the side. He swore that he would return all the money and asked to be released. It was Shayabei. He told the man that if he did not give the money today, then tomorrow he would owe 2 times more. The gentleman added that you can't just borrow money from him. But the man continued to say that he had no money now, and the gentleman had too much interest. He asked to be released, because he needs to take care of children and elderly parents. Mo Shayabei's servant entered the room, told his master that he was back. Shayabei switched his gaze to the open gate and turned to the man. Shayabei asked his servant if there was any news from the shadow assassin they had sent. While the communication was going on below, Ye Tian watched them from above in invisibility. The servant said that the shadow killer seemed to have fallen through the ground and it was impossible to get in touch with him. The man added that he would try to contact him later through a front person. What he heard fully made it clear to Ye Tian that it was Shayabei who hired that killer, although the shadow assassin himself called the name of the young master of the Mo family. Shayabei went towards his debtor. He said that really some people still think that the offspring of influential families like him can be so easily deceived. The servant guiltily lowered his head down. He said that he would never have dared to commit such an act and his mission was to serve the master faithfully, because that was all he wanted. Enraged that Shayabei had been deceived, he hit the man they had tortured before. His body collapsed to the ground. 2 people of the Mo family came to check the pulse and told the gentleman that he was dead. Shayabei told his subordinates to get rid of the body. After that, he changed the subject and asked what was going on about Ye Tian's younger sister and how the surveillance was progressing. The man said that he first wanted to entrust the massacre of the girl to one of his acquaintances who had recently been released from prison. But now the situation has changed. Now it was impossible to take risks and the man said that he would personally settle the issue with the girl, so his master had nothing to worry about, because he would definitely not let him down. But Mo Shayabei didn't want to listen to anything right now. He was furious at the failure of the shadow killer who took his money and disappeared. They don't do that to noble gentlemen. He swung and hit his servant in the chest, causing him to retreat not a few meters back. The man did not understand why he received such a punishment from his master. Shayabei looked at his hand, which was covered in blood. He smiled and said it was a punishment for a job poorly done by his servants. Then a crackling sound was heard from above. It was Ye Tian who grabbed the shadow assassin's blades and jumped down to Shayabei and his men. Now was the perfect moment. Coming out of invisibility, the young man rushed towards the young master, wanting to end the conflict that had arisen between them here and now. Mo Shayabei was not at all prepared for such a sharp attack, for which he immediately paid. Ye Tian stabbed the master in the neck, flying further. A mad smile was on Ye Tian's face. He believed that right now he had prevented a threat to his family, so half of the case was definitely done. Shayabei collapsed to the ground, and his servants ran up to the master's body. They couldn't believe their eyes, because someone had killed the young master right in front of them. The young man who was hit by Shayabei recently raised his head to the side where Ye Tian was standing now. He thought that if the killer has the ability to hide his location, then this is a hired assassin. Ye Tian was standing opposite. An aura of shadows flew around him, and the guy himself hid his face in the dark, without coming out into the light. Initially, the servants thought it was Lai Kun who was not hired. Ye Tian grinned. He thought that the servants were probably very stupid to be able to think of Lai Kun. The young man was very pleased with his cunning idea. When the young man came out into the light, the people of Sheabe saw his face. They recognized the student of the 5th Academy and were shocked by what had happened. The man did not understand how he could have a shadow talent. The man was completely sure that he had checked everything he could about Ye Tian. According to the certificates, he was an ordinary simpleton with a weak talent. But now he was able to kill the gentleman with one blow. Ye Tian was just flexing his neck, preparing to deal with the witnesses of Sheabe's murder. He gradually took steps towards them, and the guard continued to yell, "Where is Lai Kun now?" But after exhaling, Ye Tian wanted to shed blood further. He understood that his servants should not be left alive, because if the Mo family finds out that he killed their son, then the consequences cannot be avoided. Grabbing the blades again, Ye Tian prepared to attack. The aura continued to cover him, so he was ready to go into invisibility at any moment if he met danger. Leaping into the air, the young man headed towards Sheabe's bodyguard. He screamed that the boy couldn't just kill him, but Ye Tian was too fast. Striking a blow, the young man cut the face and body of the bodyguard, condemning him to death. The wounds were incompatible with life, so he only became another target of Ye Tian. The servant collapsed dead on the cold concrete floor after his master. He was already dead, so it could be assumed that Ye Tian had dealt with the surveillance. But after what Ye Tian had done here, it was necessary to cover his tracks and make sure that no one thought about him for sure. He wiped the blades and came up with an ingenious plan. The rag that Ye Tian used to wipe away the blood once belonged to a murderer from the Shadow clan. It was he who received the order for Ye Tian, so he wanted to put the Brotherhood of Assassins. After Ye Tian had finished his business and covered up all traces by which he could be identified, he put on his hood and was ready to leave this construction site. Finally, he turned around and said that he was not some weak-willed sheep that could be taken and just taken to slaughter whenever they wanted. They should blame themselves for such a mistake. Hiding the weapon, the guy wanted to convey to everyone that they had chosen the wrong person for their target. Turning to the exit, the guy followed away with the desire to return home. An hour after the murder was committed, several more dark cars that belonged to the Mo family arrived at the scene. Several people got out of them and rushed inside. The first person to see the whole picture was Mo Sheabe's father. He clenched his fists and walked towards his son's body. Anger blazed inside the man. He did not understand who could do it. Bending over the body of the young gentleman, the father examined the body. His voice was shaking, but it got even louder when he started shouting and asking about his son's killer. Suddenly, Mr. Mo was hailed by one of the servants who was investigating the murder scene. He picked up a cloth handkerchief and called the gentleman, saying that he had found one of the clues. The man stretched out his hand, wanting to take this handkerchief. The servant added, having already studied the inscriptions, saying that it looked like it was the work of shadow assassins who could have been ordered. Mr. Mo began to study the writing on the cloth intently. He wondered to himself, I don't understand at all who could commit such an abomination and hire assassins on his son. Suddenly, everyone turned to leave. Another man, who was dressed in a suit like everyone else, followed into the room. Someone shouted that it was Elder Mo. This man was Mo Changking himself, who was called the oldest in the Mo family. He was also the only great martial arts warrior in their family. Sheabe's father did not expect to see the oldest of their family here, who decided to personally make sure that the tragedy happened to his great-grandson. Sheabe's father fell to his knees in front of Mo Changking, grieving that his son had died. Noticing that a genius from their family had been killed, and very meanly, the elder said that he himself sees what happened. He asked him to get up and tell him what he had found and found out about the murder of one of their family members. Sheabe's father continued by saying that his son had recently broken through to the war level, and was also sitting at a feast in his honor. One day he could become a great warrior and elevate the family to a high level. But now, while developing intensively, a boy from their noble family met such a pitiful death. It was too much and it was impossible to get away with it, no matter who it was. The elder said that he really was the hope of a new generation of the family, and if a second great warrior appeared in their family, then the influence in the city could be strengthened dramatically. Having started a bitter conversation, Sheabe's father once again said that he would never leave the murder of his own son unanswered and asked for help from the oldest in the investigation. He bent over the elder, got down on one knee and asked for permission to carry out revenge. He needed powerful resources to find the culprit. After that, the man handed the black blood bundle to the elder, which they found. He was still warm, hadn't had time to cool down at all after the murder. The elder took it in his hands and began to unfold it. What he saw there led to the conclusion that the order was executed by shadow killers, because their mark was on the scarf. Xiaobei's father suggested that most likely these were families who could hold a grudge against the Mo family, so most likely it was they who hired the killers from the shadow. The elder held up a handkerchief, which was all covered with bloodstains, so that the rays of the sun filtered through it. It could help him see the hidden symbols. There was a barely discernible mark in the lower left corner. The elder made a face and fixated his attention on her, looking at her for a long time and thinking at the same time. He stared at the mark for a long time, but then remembered that he had seen it a long time ago. It was definitely a familiar symbol to him and he had encountered it once. Suddenly it dawned on him. It was the mark of Iron Fang, one of the ancient and powerful organizations on their continent. There was no need to know more, so the elder threw the paper on the floor. In the afternoon, Ye Tian and Zhang Bao walked and discussed the thundering news for the whole city. Zhang Bao said that Iron Fang is an organization that is much more powerful than they have in Linhai. Continuing, he said that Elder Mo believes that some families from Linhai have secretly colluded with the Iron Fist and are soon planning to kill all the young geniuses in elite families in order to subdue the city. Rumors reported that Mo Xiaobei was killed immediately after he broke through to the warrior level, and then added a few details, shouting that Xiaobei's head was blown off his shoulders. Ye Tian exhaled. He was glad that no one suspected him. Zhang Bao walked in front, saying that his friend was the first on the list to whom Xiaobei wanted to take revenge after the breakthrough, so Ye Tian is just lucky. Ye Tian understood that he had purposely left Lai Kun's handkerchief at the scene of the murder in order to divert all suspicion from himself. But the elder of the Mo family found an Iron Fang symbol on it, which complicated the matter. Had he accidentally thwarted Iron Fang's plans? Or was the old bastard deliberately trying to pit Iron Fang and Linhai against each other in order to draw them into a war between themselves? The next day, Ye Tian woke up very early. At 4 a.m. he was going to start a new day by doing one very great and useful thing. When he got out of bed, he began to dress very quietly and pack a backpack. He took with him some potions, as well as weapons that he might need today. Taking the bag, Ye Tian went to the door and started putting on his shoes. Suddenly, the young man's sleepy sister appeared in the hall, slowly approaching the front door. Ye Tian apologized to her because he did not want to wake up his sister, who had to get up in a few hours to study. She was surprised by her brother's early rise. Yu asked her brother where he was going so early and why he was taking a full bag of equipment with you. Ye Tian replied that he was going to train in the wild zone, because he needed to become stronger as soon as possible. The girl thought about it. She was very worried about her brother because he had only recently returned, and then he was leaving again, and all alone. She suggested taking friends with her or staying at home, but Ye Tian reassured her, saying that she might not worry about him at all. He asked his sister to stay at home and not get involved in anything, because they remain in danger because of what is happening in the city. The girl ran up to her brother and hugged him from behind very tightly. It was obvious that she did not want to let her brother go, but she also understood that she could not go with him either. Ye Tian, without turning to his sister, called her name, trying to calm her down. He understood that his sister was worried, but it was simply necessary to go. He is no longer small and Yu had to accept it. Yu continued to hold her brother and asked him to just come back as soon as possible. She didn't want him to leave her for a long time and make her worry every day of his absence. Ye Tian said he would do his best to return quickly. He promised that he would be fine, because he could not let Yu stay alone without his protection. After a few hours, Ye Tian finally reached the desert where the monsters were supposed to live. According to rumors, even those with a high level of talents and skills could be found here. Looking around, the young man noticed that the location is quite picturesque and beautiful. If Ye Tian meets high-level monsters, he should be invisible to them, because it's still too early. Ye Tian smiled, anticipating how he was getting closer every day to his goal, and was about to cross the line of an advanced student, and become a real warrior. It's a pity that he didn't get ahead of Xiaobei. But nevertheless, with the help of his talents, he is already stronger than some warriors, as practice has shown. It was interesting what would happen when Ye Tian himself gained such power and strength. While the boy was walking along the wasteland, he noticed how the ground under his feet began to shake. He was surprised that an earthquake could occur in such an area, but this was not it. When Ye Tian stopped, he saw something big come out of the ground. Looking closer, he realized that this was one of the monsters, which somehow looked very much like a healthy bull. The boy was not very happy about this outcome, because he was not ready at all yet and wanted to use the talent of shadows to deal with the monster from invisibility, or at least cause serious damage first. The monster that Ye Tian met first was just huge. His eyes were blazing red, while he himself was cracking down on some kind of snake that looked like an earthworm with a mouth like a shark. When the young man was finally able to recognize his target, he saw that this monster was an armored bull. The bull had a very low blood talent as well as a low defense talent, which could be useful to a disciple. While Ye Tian was standing aside and thinking about whether he should attack or not, the bull saw a boy standing on a rock that was on top of the monster. The bull turned to Ye Tian and raced towards him. The young man did not expect the bull to notice him, so initially he was a little confused. There was little time, because the bull was getting closer and closer, rushing to the boy at breakneck speed, throwing everything in the way. There wasn't much choice, so taking off his backpack, Ye Tian was ready to start the fight. He almost stopped using the sword when he got Shadow Killer blades, the quality of which was much better. Finally taking off his backpack, the disciple rushed at the bull, using his powerful speed. He understood that he would not be able to run away from the bull for a long time, so it was better to attack immediately too. The bull spread his arms wide, hoping to take and slap the fragile boy who was stupid enough to appear in this area, because everyone knew how dangerous it was to be here, especially alone. But Ye Tian was not at all what he might seem at first glance, because many had already underestimated him and paid with their lives. The young man prepared his daggers, which the deceased assassin kindly lent him. When a couple of meters remained to the goal, Ye Tian decided to use one of his favorite techniques. Jumping up sharply, he intended to climb behind the monster rushing blindly forward. Rising into the air, Ye Tian spread his blades, preparing to plunge them into the monster's back and reveal its weaknesses. But it seems that it wasn't all that simple. The bull managed to turn around to the young man, as well as use his talent. The monster activated a shield that deflected Ye Tian's attack and left the bull completely unharmed. The talent of the monster impressed the student of the 5th Academy. Although the monster was of a low level, this gradation was applied only to monsters. The low level of the monster for humans was much higher and more difficult. After the repulsed attack, the bull raised his head up, screamed and smashed his shield, which caused a strong wave. With this current, Ye Tian was carried far to the side, hitting the nearest rocks. But the young man was not going to give up at all. When he stood up, he quickly dusted himself off and cast a ferocious glance in the direction of the monster. Ye Tian smiled, telling himself to make the bull's talent his own right now. Taking step by step forward, Ye Tian made his way through the storm of sand that the bull had raised with his explosion. The fight with the monster was just beginning for both of its participants. The bull was a very ferocious monster, and also not at all familiar to Ye Tian. After all, he had not read about him in any books and had not seen him on the exam. It was necessary to come up with some kind of plan. And while Ye Tian was thinking how he would defeat this bull, he was already flying forward, attacking the young man again. It was clear that the monster was full of strength and was absolutely insane. But the boy continued to dream that the talent of the bull would soon get to him. It was too early to draw conclusions, because the fight was not over yet, but the barrier impressed the young man very much. Seeing that the bull was flying forward, Ye Tian decided to try again, heading towards the attack. This time, so that the monster did not have enough reaction, he decided to use the speed of the silver moon wolf. Quickly reaching the huge carcass of the bull, the boy began to regurgitate from different points, striving upward to the head. It seems that he has come up with a plan that will bring him victory. Ye Tian believed that it didn't matter which monster was in front of him or who he was fighting, because their vulnerable point was always the same. Having bared the blades, the young man was already right above him. The boy wanted to hit the eyes of a huge bull, and intercepting his blades, being already right on them, Ye Tian was ready to make his last blow, which will decide the outcome of the duel. Swinging 2 blades at once, Ye Tian struck, but he did not rest on the eyes at all, but on the barrier, which continued to reliably protect the monster. The barrier was not damaged, but there was a crunch from the blades. It was a complete surprise for the young man. He was unable to break through the barrier and is now in a very vulnerable position himself. Ye Tian should have come up with a better plan. And again, even though the defense talent that the armored was possessed was of a low level, he was nevertheless incredibly strong. One of the assassin's blades shattered into 1,000 pieces, as Ye Tian watched his blade slowly crumble and the strategy he planned to implement by hitting the bull's eye. He was already being hit back by the monster's huge fist. The blow landed on Ye Tian's chest and he began to be thrown into the distance again. This time the bull swung harder than before, so doubts about his victory began to visit the boy. Ye Tian flew towards the rocks, preparing for a hard landing. The bull began to perceive the fight as a game, so he could be heard mumbling quite a lot. The boy hit the sandstones, but did not let go of the surviving blade. He continued to admire the strength of the master's talent, and being inspired by this, or rather by the fact that he could copy it, he rose to his feet again. But then a detail became clear that Ye Tian had completely forgotten about. His skill, which allowed him to copy other people's talents, was now recharging, and he still had 16 days to recover. Looking at his broken weapon, Ye Tian noticed that this bull was weaker than the silver moon wolf they met in the city, but much stronger than the snake he fought in the exam. Throwing the spoiled assassin's blade into the ground, the young man perfectly understood that the monster was quite large, and he definitely must have some weak spot that the boy needed to find. Without lowering his hands, Ye Tian gathered himself and told himself that he could still win. After that, the young man decided that it was time to apply the shadow talent and take his time, finding the weak point of the bull. Having completely dissolved, Ye Tian immediately jumped to another place so that the direction of his attack was as unexpected as possible. The bull stood still, not lowering his protective barrier, and waited for him to be attacked. Having accelerated to the goal, the boy decided to conduct several quick attacks, examining the shield for weaknesses, but everything was unsuccessful. Wherever he hit, he still ran into a solid defense. There was still one huge plus, because under the shadow talent, the bull did not see him at all and did not understand where exactly he was being attacked from. He was less agile than Ye Tian, so he was inferior here. Continuing to admire the glowing shield of the bull, Ye Tian realized that even using your sword skill, he would still not be able to break through this strong defense. The boy stopped scratching his neck. The bull definitely had to have a weak spot, like all the previous monsters he had fought, but where, he did not understand. After going around the bull from all sides and studying the cells of the shield, Ye Tian suddenly, quite unexpectedly, discovered one small loophole that could be easily exploited. The young man noticed that there was a place on the backside where the barrier was interrupted. It was small, but quite noticeable when the bull was standing with his back to him. It was the tail of a monster. Ye Tian couldn't believe his discovery. Analyzing the fight, he did not even notice that the bull always tried to cover his back, turning on the spot and not opening his tail to the view. Grinning, the boy was amused that the most vulnerable point of the huge and terrible bull was a small tail that stuck out between the buttocks. It was necessary to try to strike there. Carefully running behind his back, Ye Tian picked up the only remaining blade and began to approach the feet of the bull, who still did not know where the boy was now. At the moment of jumping and hitting, the invisibility dissipated, but it was no longer needed at all, although if only the weak spot turned out to be false, but Ye Tian believed that this was it. Hitting the bull in the tail area, he howled violently, and then began to spin quickly on his feet. The barrier began to slowly fall down, which already meant his defeat. This style was like that of shadow assassins. Soon, the armored bull fell to the ground with its huge arms spread wide. Blood poured out of him, which was quickly absorbed into the sand scattered throughout this area. Ye Tian smiled as he celebrated his victory. After all, he was completely right when he decided to check the back wall of the barrier, and did not lose. Now it was necessary to quickly examine the bull's body. After the huge armored bull was defeated, the blade easily pierced its flesh. Now it was necessary to examine the body and collect everything possible. The first thing Ye Tian did, of course, was to take out a few bottles. Having made a small hole in the heart, blood poured out in a stream, under which the young man substituted his prepared glass vessels. The bull had a definite plus. Due to its large size, the heart was also huge, so there was quite a lot of blood for cultivation in it. This made Ye Tian very happy. In total, he was able to collect 4 full bottles. Closing all the lids, the young man began to put away the precious vessels in his backpack, carefully arranging them so as not to break them. After scratching his head, Ye Tian looked at the dead body and told himself that it didn't matter how strong your talent was if you were already a corpse. After all, it was quite logical. The student also considered that not only blood and other valuable items could be collected from the bull's body. The first thing Ye Tian thought about was the bull skin, because it was very durable. Then eyes, blood, eggs, everything that was possible went into use. But special attention was paid to the horns of the bull. Ye Tian thought that he would be paid the most for them. Having collected a full bag, the young man threw it on his shoulders and went on his way. Taking into account all the profit, it was very difficult to carry this bag, and there are trophies from only one monster. Now Ye Tian wanted to find a secluded place where he could settle down and start his training. He had obtained a lot of resources, so he was ready to try to make a breakthrough to the warrior stage. After some time, a narrow passage appeared in the path of the boy among 2 massive rocks. He realized that it was a cave that could perfectly suit him for solitude. Having laid out everything that needed to be prepared, Ye Tian sat down on the ground and was ready to start. The monster's fresh blood and peanuts that his sister had prepared were enough to perfect. Looking around at his escort for the next few weeks, the boy smiled, hoping that this would be his passport to the world of Linhai warriors. Opening the first bottle, Ye Tian threw back his head and began to drink the blood of the armored bull he had recently defeated. Soon the first bottle was over, since, regardless of what kind of monster it was, the taste of the drink did not change at all and was simply disgusting. For this it was necessary to take food with you to have a snack. But the food also contributed to the set of muscles that any worthy warrior should have. Sitting down comfortably, Ye Tian began to concentrate his energy, preparing for a breakthrough. 20 days later, all the supplies were emptied. There was already a pungent smell in the cave, and the hero's hair fell to his shoulders. But it seems that Ye Tian was ready. A stream of enormous energy enveloped Ye Tian, soaking into his body. He had such a colossal surge of strength. The boy began to scream, and his body was all tense. Meanwhile, a stream of enormous energy was also being thrown out of the cave. It was visible for several meters for those who could pass in the deserted desert. Although the probability of people appearing in such parts is extremely small, nevertheless, two girls in cloaks with hoods passed by. They paid attention to the outburst that occurred. The girl, who was slightly shorter and wore a red cloak, called the second her mistress. They noticed that someone in these barren lands had made a breakthrough to the martial arts war level. The second girl, without raising her head high and without revealing her identity, admitted that such a combination of circumstances is quite interesting. There was a battle pavilion sign on her cloak, and Ye Tian enjoyed the huge flow of strength that continued to flow to him. The guy was pleasantly shocked by how much stronger he felt. The wait was definitely worth it. Turning his head to the expired resources, Ye Tian remembered about the armored bull, whose body was supposed to remain lying in the desert untouched after him. It had already been 20 whole days and the monster's talent could finally be copied. So Ye Tian threw his bag over his shoulder without any hesitation and rushed to the exit. Approaching the place where he had slain the armored bull, Ye Tian tried to touch the skeleton of the monster to try to copy the skill. Local vultures quickly dealt with the flesh of the beast. But alas, it was not possible to copy the talent, and the system gave a notification that the refusal was made due to the imperfect structure of its purpose. Ye Tian was upset because he had taken the bull apart himself. The girls who had previously noticed a man's breakthrough to the warrior level stood and continued to follow what was happening. They noticed Ye Tian and thought that he was the one who broke through. They also noticed that the young man had just broken through to the warrior's limit, but the monster had already been killed a long time ago, so it was unclear what the guy was trying to find at the bull's body. The second girl noticed that the version is very convincing regarding the fact that it was not the guy who defeated the beast, because he was still a student when a battle took place with the bull, where he fell. Nevertheless, even as a student, the young man should be praised for going to explore this dangerous mountain with such a level. His act was quite brave for a student. Ye Tian was approaching the pond. He took off his clothes and began to warm up properly. The guy had no water source for 20 days, so he should have thoroughly washed and rested. When the girls saw the torso of a young man without clothes, they immediately became embarrassed. They thought he was going to do something not very decent, so they decided to get away. Ye Tian just took a little run and plunged into the water. The guy was pleased that his breakthrough ended with just such a turn. It remains only to sell all the loot. After resting for a while on the shore of the pond and washing himself well, Ye Tian headed back to Linhai, where he needed the largest shopping area that was only in the city. Walking into the middle of the square, he drew attention to the place where there were the most people. Ye Tian thought that this was the biggest store here, so he immediately went there. On the store itself hung a luxurious coat of arms, which symbolized belonging to the combat pavilion. The same sign was on the cloak of a girl in the desert. That's what Ye Tian wanted to check first. In addition to the fact that he had to sell parts of the bull, he also had to acquire a new reliable weapon, which he lost in a fight with a monster. Passing by the two girls, they recognized each other. The ladies in cloaks saw a guy who had made a breakthrough to the martial arts warrior stage in the desert, and Ye Tian recognized someone else. The guy turned around and couldn't believe his eyes. After all, he was very far from home. The girls turned around and Ye Tian recognized the familiar facial features. Goggling his eyes, Ye Tian barely audibly addressed the one he recognized. He saw his sister, Yu, standing in front of him, wearing a black raincoat, hiding behind a hood earlier. When the young man saw this girl, she reminded him very much of his sister, because there was definitely a visual similarity. He continued to stand and watch, and then asked a question, calling the girl sister. The girl's reaction was ambiguous. While the lady with dark hair stood still and continued to watch, the second girl began to intercede for her companion, starting to respond aggressively. The lady was very surprised that Ye Tian called her his sister. She was interested in this, so she silently continued to follow what would happen next. But soon Ye Tian realized that he had made a mistake, because it was quite crazy to assume that his sister could show up here at the shopping square in Linhai, when she was most likely studying now. But still, this girl was really similar, so Ye Tian couldn't just let her out of his mind. He decided to turn around again to compare the stranger and EU once again. But after he turned around once again, of course he finally realized that it wasn't his sister. A display with information about her talents appeared above the girl, and it became known what her name was. She was a real genius, with very high levels of talent. The girl herself was called Yu Ling, and she had a high cultivation talent, an average swordsmanship talent, and a beginner-level speed talent. When Ye Tian saw that the girl had a high cultivation talent, it immediately sent him into a dream world. But the dreams were interrupted by the mistress's companion, who did not let up, clinging to the guy. The blonde girl made claims regarding inappropriate treatment of her mistress, and then said that no one gave the guy the right to talk to them at all. In the end, the girl said that Ye Tian could continue to go and climb through the garbage cans from which he came. The young guy was very confused, because he could not look so bad. Of course, 20 days have passed since Ye Tian sat in the cave and concentrated energy. After sniffing himself, the guy was worried that the smell could give him away, but after all, he washed himself well in a small pond. Finally, the lady, who had been standing aside and silent all this time, watching what was happening, called out to the blonde girl Xiao Yu, telling her to stop talking nonsense. After that, Ms. Yu Ling took a few steps forward, approached Xiao Yu and bent over her ear. She gave clear instructions on what the girl should say next to the guy with whom they have now treated rudely. The next minute, Xiao Yu ran up to Ye Tian, who continued to look at the girls in embarrassment. She apologized, saying that she was not polite to him and the mistress had already taught her a lesson. While Xiao Yu was standing and bowing to Ye Tian, he raised his head up again and noticed how Mrs. Yu Ling herself was leaving the guys together. He looked inquiringly and began to ask where the lady had gone. But the girl grabbed Ye Tian by the hand, saying that the lady still had some important unfinished business, so she asked her to forgive her as well and left. Ye Tian did not take his eyes off the departing Yu Ling, but Xiao Yu was more persistent, grabbing the guy and offering him to go to their shop battle pavilion so that he could sell materials. The blonde girl also noticed that the mistress is his manager, and to make amends for the words spoken earlier, they give double the price for any of his trophies. There was shock on the young man's face. Xiao Yu confirmed the words, saying that the price would really be double. When two more assistants came out of the shop, they helped the guy with things, taking the bull's horns and a heavy bag from him. When Ye Tian went inside, he was pleasantly surprised. The assortment of the store was huge, and there were various exhibits of ordinary and legendary weapons on the walls. He kept looking around, noticing that the things were really excellent and of good quality. Most likely, the combat pavilion had its own forge nearby and all things were made to order. But such an assortment was quite expected, because the battle pavilion owned by Yu Ling was the largest store in the martial arts market. He was on the ear of almost everyone. The service and approach to the guests of the store was also on the level. It was obvious that the manager was keeping a good eye on the work of the shop. One of the assistants sat Ye Tian down, and then brought him a cup of tea. When Ye Tian's trophies were dumped on the table, they began to list everything that the guy managed to get. Among them were the horns of an armored bull, its hide, fangs, eyes, and tail of the beast. After calculating everything, the girl said that they estimate the submitted materials at 200,000. But since they promised him double the price, they buy everything for 400,000. Ye Tian almost choked on the tea he was sitting and drinking peacefully before the price was set for him. He shouted that he agreed, happily holding his head, no longer holding back a smile, because he had earned a lot of money. The girl went to the table where Ye Tian was drinking tea and put 4 silver cards in front of him, each of which was worth 100,000. The girl smiled and said that now this money belongs to him. Ye Tian modestly thanked the girl who had counted him out. After standing for a while and looking around, the guy asked where his bag was, because he was already going back on the road. Also, the young man could not forget his sister at all, who would surely be very happy when she found out that Ye Tian was able to earn so much money again, which he would bring home. Xiao Yu looked into the guy's eyes and said, holding up the catalog, that also, if Ye Tian wanted to buy something in their store, the lady approved him a discount of half of the amount of goods he wanted. The shop of the Battle Pavilion simply did not cease to please Ye Tian. Smiling broadly, the guy said that in this case he simply could not refuse such a generous offer. Studying the catalog, Ye Tian was confused by the fact that the price tags were simply huge. It was not surprising that cultivation at high levels was available only to the rich, but then what about ordinary people? After the guy looked up and said that he had chosen several things, Ye Tian decided to buy a body strengthening technique, a monster handbook, 3 bottles of mid-level monster blood, and 3 bottles of Kinuan solution. To begin with, Ye Tian was willing to dwell on these things. The girl obediently nodded her head and turned her back to him, starting to collect the order from the rack, which was very close. When they prepared a full suitcase with the goods that Ye Tian had chosen, the girl announced the price, which, taking into account the discount, amounted to 785,000. But the girl said that the price is not yet final. Taking into account the fact that they again want to apologize to the young gentleman, they round up the price to 700,000 in favor of the buyer. This pleased the guy again. Taking out his small wallet, Ye Tian slightly sorted through the cards that were there and took out one of them. Fortunately, the guy had a good amount of money after he was able to deal with the shadow killer and empty his wallet. The girl handed Ye Tian the change, thanking him for the purchase. Of course, all this was good, but it is unlikely that such a prestigious store would have given Ye Tian a discount and such favorable conditions because of those words about the garbage, the guy thought then, grabbing the bag. Heading towards the exit, Ye Tian continued to ponder, because he is just an ordinary and poor guy. What could they see in him to grant such privileges? Continuing to follow to the exit, Ye Tian was also surprised that he was calmly leaving now, and no one would even tell him anything. It was really suspicious. But as soon as Ye Tian grabbed the door handle, Xiao Yu called him and asked him to wait a bit. The girl rushed to him, and the young man knew that they would not let him go so easily. The guy turned around, asking the girl what else he could be useful for them. A slight tension began to appear on the boy's face, because he thought he was just being lured. Xiao Yu stretched out her hand towards the stairs that led to the second floor and said that if the gentleman was not busy right now, then their manager would personally like to meet with him and talk a little. Ye Tian, remembering about the genius girl, smiled and said that he definitely had time for such a meeting. After all, people have done him a good service, so he can't help but thank them for it. When the door to the second floor opened, very bright sunlight immediately poured into the doorway, oozing from the huge stained glass windows. Yu Ling herself was standing by the window with a cup of fragrant tea. Xiao Yu escorted the young man, leading him inside the room. She said that Ye Tian could walk forward while staying at the door herself. The dark-haired lady remained silent and stared at the guy. Seeing the manager of the Battle Pavilion again, Ye Tian noticed their crazy resemblance to the young man's sister. Everything, from hair, facial features and the figure itself, reminded him very much of Yu. When Ye Tian came closer, the shop manager extended her hand to him and asked for permission so that she could introduce herself. The girl gave her name, adding that she was from the land of demons. In addition, the girl was an elite martial arts warrior, and really came to Linhai from a fairly large territory called the land of demons. Ye Tian immediately extended his hand to the girl. Using his talent, the guy immediately copied the high level of cultivation that Yu Ling possessed. He knew that he would definitely need it. After that, Ye Tian smiled and introduced himself to the girl, saying that he was from Linhai. When eye contact was established, the girl smiled back and invited me to sit down. The room on the second floor was quite spacious, and in the center of the hall there was a large table where about 15 people could sit. The young man walked forward, putting down his bag. Hot tea, which was intended for Ye Tian, immediately began to pour out of the beautiful teapot. The girl pushed back her chair and invited the young man to sit down to start a conversation. Xiao Yu said that only very important clients could get to the second floor, but the guy objected, saying that he was just an ordinary commoner, not connected with noble families in any way. The manager of the shop of the Fighting Pavilion continued to pour tea for them and said that this is why he is here, because he is a commoner. Ye Tian hadn't caught any connection yet. Yu Ling continued to look at the guy, continuing that he was also not related to noble families, which was also important. The guy noticed that unlike Yu, the girl's gaze was icy and piercing. The girl said that she was not going to do a big introductory part and would be as frank as possible with the young man. She put a small red cross on the table and moved it to the guy. This sign was a kind of invitation, as Yu Ling later explained. She said that she would like to invite Ye Tian to join their martial arts hall, making him a full-fledged member of the team. Ye Tian still couldn't get rid of the thought that the resemblance was colossal. It seemed to him as if his namesake sister was now asking the young man to join them in order to become a member of the hall. The guy was embarrassed, looking away. He had never been able to refuse before when his sister made such a face and asked her brother for something. After gathering himself a little, Ye Tian reached for a cup of tea that was standing in front of him. The guy said that everything would be fine, but he couldn't understand exactly what he was ready to explain. Ye Tian started with the fact that Moai was a huge city with incredible power, and there was never a shortage of talented people in such places. Consequently, the young man did not understand at all what such an offer to him was connected with, when he was not a representative of a noble family, and also moved to the warrior's limit only recently. The girl got up from her chair and stretched slightly. She explained to the young man that their city had become huge not for the reason that they had no shortage of talented people, but for another reason. Standing at the window, she turned around and added that the city had received rapid development and support during the fact that they themselves were always looking for talents that could serve their clan well. Ye Tian thought that such a statement sounded quite reasonable. Crossing his arms, he understood that the statement was quite worthy of a warrior from a big city, but his sister would never say such a thing. Here the loud Xiao Yu intervened in the dialogue, who turned to the young man, expressing indignation about Ye Tian's doubts, because such an opportunity, which was given to him, is given once in a lifetime. After all, even the elite of large families strives to rise as high as possible in the hierarchy of the Mohai, but their mistress is not at all interested in them, but relies on something completely different when choosing. Ye Tian thought about it, because undoubtedly it was a huge honor for him, but if he joined any organization, he would be limited by it, and as soon as his ability is discovered, they will try to kill the guy. Therefore, until he solves absolutely all his problems, he cannot contact anyone and join anyone, since this again posed a danger to him and his sister. Yu Ling came closer and leaned on the table next to the young man. She turned around and asked him the reason why he was now sitting and doubting, without giving a clear answer. The feeling that he was talking to his sister was still pressing on the young man. It was so unusual and hard for him to object and refuse the girl in any way. Yu Ling continued to insist that Ye Tian give her a clear answer so that she could accurately understand the reason for the guy's hesitation or refusal, because it was important for her to get what she was interested in. Ye Tian squeezed his hand and said that he was not sure, because there are many rumors about the invasion of the Iron Fang. Big families seem to go crazy, having quarreled with each other. In addition, the guy has just started a measured life, so he does not want to be like big families or serve someone like that. This answer was unexpected for the girl, and she, looking away, sighed, saying that it was very stupid to take her for someone like that, about whom Ye Tian had just said. The boy just smiled and asked what exactly he was wrong about, and if Yu Ling is not like that, then let her explain to Ye Tian which side she represents and who she is. The lady who owned the combat pavilion crossed her arms over her waist and said that if the guy wanted to, he could watch her himself, and then decide for himself. Yu Ling came a little closer and said that the guy does not have to make such an important decision in his life right now, because going to meet him, the girl will be ready to be patient. After some time, Ye Tian returned to the academy again, rushing to the main gate with his red suitcase. The girl's proposal kept coming out of his head, which he was constantly thinking about. The guy thought about who all the warriors and talents that surround them really are. These are people who are considered powerful and majestic. After all, when those who are called these warriors awaken their talents, do they even remember their sacred duty and purpose in life? Equally, it is not the duty of a warrior to protect civilians from various misfortunes and grief that may occur. After all, ordinary people can rarely protect themselves. But why, then, ordinary people, in addition to the fear of monsters, should also suffer from the bullying of these very warriors who are only trying to show their superiority and greatness? Climbing onto the roof of one of the buildings, Ye Tian stood and looked around. He was quite high, but the guy was still not enough. He believed that it was necessary to climb higher every day and become stronger by constantly training, diligently incubating and concentrating the flows of your energy. The guy opened the display and was about to learn a cultivation skill. After his long wandering, Ye Tian finally returned home, opening the front door and alerting his sister about his return. Cooking sounds were coming from the kitchen. Yu was insanely glad that her brother had finally returned home, because he was not at home much more than the last time when he went to take the exam among the 5 academies. The sister ran out to her brother in the corridor and began to hug him, exclaiming with delight. Ye Tian was also glad that he got home, where he was waiting for well-deserved comfort and rest. Yu said it had been 3 whole weeks since they last saw each other. Since then, her brother looked as if he had gained strength and seriously matured. Ye Tian continued to follow into the room, putting down his bag and starting to undress. He said that there was nothing surprising here, because he became a warrior, which greatly surprised his sister. The girl began to exult solemnly, because Ye Tian was the first warrior who appeared in their family. It was a long-awaited event, although his parents never saw him. While Yu continued to celebrate and say that her parents would definitely be proud of her brother, he thought that the girl still did not know at all about the talent that should awaken in her. After all, the talent of freezing is also very rare and strong, so soon Yu will also become a warrior, as her brother would like. After all, when he earns a lot of money, he will definitely help her develop skills. While Ye Tian was dreaming that they would become warriors and become rich, his sister approached him with scissors. The girl said that it was time to take care of his hair, which had grown a lot during the campaign. After all, now that Ye Tian has become a warrior, he needs to look accordingly, and not like a homeless man with his hair down and long, so Yu will be happy to help him. Ye Tian couldn't resist for a long time, so putting on an apron, he sat down comfortably and entrusted his head to Yu. He smiled and told the girl to restore his head to its former greatness. The girl assured her brother that he cannot worry, because then she and no one else knows how to do it all. Taking a pair of scissors, she carefully began to cut off the young man's long hair. Ye Tian thought about how time flew by after all, because from the very moment when their parents died, Yu always helped her brother with hair cutting. The guy plunged into the memories of a long childhood, when he and Yu were still very young children. As now, my brother was sitting quietly on a stool, but Yu had less confidence then. After seeing a small cut on her brother's head, the little girl stood with scissors in her hands and tried to hold back tears. She asked her brother why they just couldn't go to the hospital. Little Ye Tian sat on a stool and said that they would cope on their own and it was not worth going to the hospital because of such a small wound, giving a lot of money for treatment and medications. The boy was decorated by local hooligans in the yard, so in places his face was covered with abrasions and wounds. He asked his sister to just help him cut his hair and put a band-aid on his head. Then Yu dropped the scissors from her hands and started crying. She said that it would be great if her brother had the ability of an immortal jellyfish that can rewind time. Ye Tian turned to his sister in surprise and asked what kind of immortal jellyfish, and what kind of ability it has. Yu raised her hands and told her brother that he himself had told about her. The girl smiled and said that this jellyfish has a talent for recovery and after any injury it can heal itself in the blink of an eye. Ye Tian chuckled and said that these were all ordinary fairy tales for young children. He reproached his sister that she could so blindly trust and believe in this story. But Yu did not back down from her own, objecting that Ye Tian could not know for sure and the girl was completely sure that the immortal jellyfish exists, because there are many places written about it. After that, the brother got up and calmed Yu, saying that he perfectly understands his sister's feelings, because she is worried about him. He added that it is possible when he awakens his skill that he will get exactly recovery. And that's when absolutely no one will be able to hurt his brother and harm him, and he, in turn, will protect his little sister no matter what it costs him. Then Ye Tian had an epiphany, because he remembered about the immortal jellyfish. He jerked so sharply that he made Yu indignant, who shouted at him to sit still. But there was no stopping my brother. Throwing off his apron, he blew himself up and rushed to run from his room. Yu did not understand what was happening, only said that she had not finished with the haircut yet. Ye Tian wanted to find a treasure book that he had acquired not so long ago. He had to find all the information he could about the immortal jellyfish. And finally I found it. A page flashed before his eyes, where the same jellyfish was depicted, and it was also written what level of monster it has and where it lives. It was written in the book that the immortal jellyfish is an underwater monster and really has the ability to recover quickly. Such monsters lived in the Dead Sea. Yu approached her brother, saying that she was worried about her brother's conversation with himself. But Ye Tian was already anticipating that if he copied the recovery talent, then he wouldn't have to worry about wounds at all. The sister came closer and saw the page that Ye Tian was studying. She was surprised that just now her brother remembered about the immortal jellyfish, which he had told her about long ago in childhood. Yu began to laugh maliciously at the young man, because he then said with full confidence that the rumors and stories about the immortal jellyfish are children's fairy tales. But my brother slammed the book shut and said that everything turned out not as he thought in childhood. The immortal jellyfish really exists, and the young man now intends to find it to study. The girl said that all this was excellent news, but she needed to finish her haircut, no matter how her brother was now shirking and resisting. So she invited him back. After finishing the haircut, Ye Tian walked around the room and still could not get away from the book he had taken from the shop of the battle pavilion. He read that warriors are able to improve the body through strengthening techniques. First, a warrior hardens his skin, then he starts to work on his muscles. And then, finally, there is the last stage, strengthening of bones. Ye Tian studied the materials very carefully and was ready to start practicing. After sitting down in the energy concentration pose, Ye Tian began the practice of hardening his body, as follows from the instructions in the book. The guy realized that his strength was still lagging behind the speed. Having decided to drink the monster's blood, the young man wanted to know if this time progress would go as fast as last time. After taking a sip of the liquid, the guy was surprised by what was happening. The process was 3 times faster with a new talent. Ye Tian had already made a plan that when his ability was rolled back and he was ready, then it was necessary to go to the Dead Sea and find the jellyfish. But now cultivation is needed. He had already missed out on the Armored Bull's defense talent, even though he had met an elite warrior, increasing his cultivation. But he did not miss the monster skill the second time and will be ready completely. After a month of long training and concentration at home, Ye Tian got ready for the road and decided to start his journey by visiting the shop of the combat pavilion, where he wanted to take a few items. Going into the shop, he noticed that this time there were much more people who studied different weapons. But he immediately rushed to the girl who was standing behind the counter, since Ye Tian knew what he needed. Xiao Yu noticed the new visitor and turned towards the entrance with a wide smile. She warmly greeted the young man, whom at first she did not even recognize at all. But after a while, of course, she recognized the same guy whom she called a garbage man at the first meeting. The guy was well-groomed, clean, cut and well-dressed this time. Ye Tian remained completely calm, continuing to look around the shop. He had a strange premonition, and also wanted to see Lady Yu Ling. Xiao Yu waved to the young man, beckoning him to her. The first thing she asked was if Ye Tian was looking for a lady to accept her offer, but the guy said he just wanted to buy things. The girl took a closer look at the guy. After the changes that had occurred since the last meeting, the young man seemed to her quite cute, which she now involuntarily paid attention to. The girl, after looking at it, apologized and invited the young man to the counter. Ye Tian immediately found out from Xiao Yu if they had a map of the Dead Lake, which was located in the neighboring province from Linhai. The girl thought for a while, and then remembered where she could be. After asking for a couple of minutes of time, Xiao Yu turned to the shelf and began sorting through a bunch of old books, and so she found it. The girl gave the card to the young man, and he smiled broadly, confirming that this is exactly what he was looking for. Looking at the map, Ye Tian knew that he would definitely find great talents for copying here. The girl studied their catalog and told Ye Tian that the map of the Dead Sea is worth 100,000 yuan. For the guy, the amount was not a problem and he handed out a silver money card. Following the young man with her gaze, Xiao Yu thought that he had not gone to dig in the trash again, but in a new place. His choice of locations was quite strange for his level. The girl remembered what Lord Yuling had said about the creepy water and ferocious beasts that live on the Dead Lake. Even an elite warrior will have a hard time in this area. Xiao Yu only wanted the guy not to get into trouble. She liked him, but the girl still refused to accept this fact. Ye Tian took the card and calmly left the store. Arriving at the designated place on the map, Ye Tian began to study the location, which was called the Dead Sea. It was getting dark outside and it was getting pretty creepy. Ye Tian himself also noticed that the landscape was bleak. The area had been abandoned for a long time. The trees around were without leaves, and the buildings that were located on the shore had been empty for several years. But, as the rule said, the more dreary the area, the scarier the monsters had to be found here. Which means Ye Tian will definitely be able to copy the excellent talent here. Carefully passing closer to the water, the guy saw a bunch of destroyed buildings. The atmosphere was so strange, as if danger lurked around every corner. Coming closer, the young man saw that a fairly strong magical aura was circling around the water, and it was more characteristic of elite warriors than a cluster of monsters. After a few seconds, the water began to boil, and the noise was getting closer to the surface of the water. The flow rose sharply, as if a geyser had burst. Ye Tian stepped back a bit, waiting for what would happen next. The jet of water rose higher and higher. It already looked more like a tornado, but it was completely unclear what caused it. Thinking that it could be a monster, Ye Tian decided to hedge his bets. The young man used a talent that allowed him to become invisible and hid away, waiting for what would happen next. But soon deciding that the view would be much better, Ye Tian moved to one of the slopes of the mountain. A balloon came out of the water, which very brightly illuminated the entire land above the sea, and also raised a squall of strong wind. The first man to emerge from the water was a man with gray hair and a beard. He was holding a magic umbrella in his hand, which protected him from the flow of water. He was shouting something unintelligible, looking down. Soon his companion, or rather companion, appeared out of the water. It was a girl who was holding a chest covered with gold above her. The relic looked very ancient, and the girl herself seemed very familiar. Ye Tian couldn't believe his eyes. After all, he had already seen this girl on the trading floor in Linhai. It was the manager of the battle pavilion, Mrs. Yuling herself. Following the elite warriors, a huge mouth emerged from the water. It was a monster whose size surpassed the size of anything Ye Tian had seen before. I wondered what they were doing here. The man shouted that it was already too late, but Ye Tian did not understand what he was talking about. Yuling continued to hold the chest tightly, gradually slipping away from the monster's attack. Soon the rest of the monster's body appeared out of the water. The man shouted that the beast had a higher level, so he and Yuling needed to get out of this area as soon as possible. Ye Tian fixed his gaze on the snake that came out of the water. He was stunned to finally see a monster of the highest level, which greatly fueled his interest and curiosity. The man guessed that they would hardly be able to escape from this huge snake, so he pushed the girl aside with a stream of magical air and said that he would detain the beast. The girl herself did not remain safe for a long period of time. Screams and footsteps were heard nearby, which was close to the place of her landing. A crowd of smaller lizards began chasing the elite warrior Yuling. Apparently the relic attracted their attention and was very valuable. The manager of the shop turned around and ran away from the pack of lizards. The huge reptiles, which also surpassed the size and number of the two warriors trapped, almost caught up with the girl. It could be seen that Yuling was already losing his strength and wouldn't last long. Ye Tian understood that he could get talents like a vulture after a fight, but he could not abandon the warriors and stay away. So after coming out of invisibility, the guy accelerated to Lady Yuling. The huge lizard almost caught up with Lady Yuling, opening its mouth. The girl ran as hard as she could, but her talent for speed was not yet developed at a good level, so the monsters were ahead. When the monster had already caught up with the girl, he was ready to close his mouth, which he did. But Yuling at the last moment, without letting go of the box, made a dash forward, not hitting the monster in the teeth. Realizing that she would not be able to escape, the girl gathered her fingers into a certain sign, after which a red aura of Kai began to hover around her. Ye Tian stopped and watched intently. The girl had a sign on her forehead that symbolized their clan, because the same one was applied to the cross that Yuling held out to the young man, and this symbol was also on the flag of the combat pavilion store. After a small transformation took place, the girl summoned her blade, which was formed out of nowhere. The girl's eyes began to burn brightly and she moved towards her enemy. The hair color also changed its color and was now pink. Throughout this whole process, even after preparing for the fight, the girl did not let go of the box that was in her hands. After the beast rushed once again, the girl quickly jumped up. Her speed increased several times after she performed some kind of transformation. The monster continued to stand still, looking around in different directions. Most likely, sea monsters could not orient themselves well by smell, as wolves did. As soon as he completely lost his vigilance, Yuling rushed back like an arrow. Only now it was she who was ready to launch an attack. The sharp blade threw glare towards the beasts. Her blows were so crushing that after each one a shock wave was launched, tending towards the direction of the attack. This wave was pushing away the monsters standing behind. One of these waves caught Ye Tian, who was standing in invisibility very close. He didn't even have time to move away from the moment the girl transformed and jumped up. It finally became clear what exactly happened to Yuling. This was the so-called secret technique. Ye Tian looked in complete amazement. He was amazed by the skills of the lady with whom he had talked not so long ago. The girl crushed one enemy after another, cutting them in half. She was very clever at it, which Ye Tian noticed, so he decided to stay away, because his fighting skills were much lower. After all, Ye Tian had only recently moved to the rank of a warrior, and Lady Yuling was already at the very peak of the elite warrior level. But nevertheless, I could not cope earlier without the secret technique. But not everyone could awaken this technique. For such a skill, it was necessary to train for a very long time and concentrate energy. Such a skill gave a powerful boost of strength. And while Yuling was fighting with a herd of stone lizards, the gray-haired man's battle also continued. Once again, when he was walking away from the monster, he caught his leg with his teeth. The man howled in pain, blood gushed from below. Now he was in a desperate situation and there was definitely no way he could save himself. Therefore, the only thing left was to call for help. A huge snake, with which they appeared from the Dead Sea itself, opened its mouth, and the man, slipping off his teeth, began to slowly fall inside its mouth. Finally, he shouted to the lady that the secret technique would not work forever, and if she did not take her feet, then the death of 10 of their comrades would be absolutely in vain. The girl turned around, watching the death of another of the members of her clan. There were no options at all, because the snake could switch to her now. Besides, the stone lizards had not gone anywhere. Yuling turned and started running to the side, trying to break away, but noticed how her strength was leaving her. She wasn't injured, but the secret technique gave a big rush and then took even more. Ye Tian stayed upstairs, watching everything that was happening. He paid attention to what the old man said about the 10 who fell in the battle for this chest. It was absolutely necessary to find out what was inside. While the girl was trying to escape, her legs were noticeably weaker. She understood that things were bad, because the secret technique was running out and now she would have no strength left at all. The sign that had formed earlier on the girl's forehead began to dissipate and gradually disappear. After taking a few more steps forward, the legs began to tangle, overlapping each other. Stumbling at the cliff, Yuling completely lost her strength and began to fall. She fell down, releasing the chest from her hands, and together they rolled head over heels to the bottom of the abyss. When the girl rolled down, Ye Tian arrived at the place. Yuling was still conscious, so with all her strength she whispered who was standing in front of her and what he wanted. She raised her head slightly, but the focus of her eyes was very blurred. It seems that the girl received a concussion and she needed urgent help. Ye Tian headed towards the box that Yuling had so bravely tried to save. He picked her up in his arms, examining her from all sides and trying to understand her value. The lady noticed this and crawled towards the man who was trying to take their find. It was already very hard for her to speak, but she nevertheless tried to stop the guy. Here, the stone lizards were already approaching from behind, which continued to pursue Yuling. Ye Tian turned in their direction and realized that time was running out and he could not give the girl to them to be torn to pieces. The guy lifted the lady in his arms and, smiling slightly, jokingly asked if she would mind if they went in search of shelter now. Yuling had already passed out, so Ye Tian prepared for a jerk. Making a sharp jump, using the talent of speed, Ye Tian left the lizards without prey, thereby saving the manager of the battle pavilion. When they landed, he began to look for a secluded place. After going far away, Ye Tian finally stopped. He placed the girl on a small earthen recess, covering her with his outer clothing. He put the box next to her and bent over the girl. While Yuling was unconscious, Ye Tian had plenty of time to properly familiarize himself with her face and examine it in detail. The guy still wanted to find out the reason for such a strong resemblance to his sister. After Ye Tian noticed a small black spot under the girl's left eye. At first he thought that it could have appeared either in the course of sloppy makeup or as a sign of a secret technique. The guy came into contact with it to check and tried to erase it, but the stain did not go away. It was a birthmark, a real one, just like his sister's. It's been about 2 hours. The weather began to deteriorate, the clouds darkened and hung over the light in the sky. Ye Tian continued to wait for the lady to recover, because he was not so well oriented in these parts. He was constantly bending over her and checking whether she was alive or not. Apparently the girl spent too much effort and it was completely unknown how much time she would be able to spend in a blackout. Finally, the eyes gradually began to open, and the girl began to make some sounds. Ye Tian noticed this and immediately ran to her, rejoicing that Yuling had started to come to her senses. The manager of the combat pavilion leaned on her hands and carefully began to lift off the ground. When she made even the slightest effort, a soft moaning could be heard. The lady's head was just bursting, and the clarity in her eyes only now gradually began to recover. Carefully wiping her face, the girl recognized her savior, calling his name in surprise. Getting to her feet, the girl asked the young man how he managed to save her. But Ye Tian said that it was just an accident and he was just in the vicinity of the dead lake. After handing the young man's shirt back, Yuling looked at Ye Tian and thought that he had gone to the lake all by himself and probably did not know what was waiting for him. But nevertheless it was a very brave act. This once again impressed the lady and she thought that after such a thing, she simply had to recruit such a talent as Ye Tian into the clan of the battle pavilion in order to strengthen their status. Suddenly, a crystal was formed in the girl's hand, which emitted a very bright light. It came from an empty place and was big enough to be cleverly hidden somewhere. When the crystal fully regained its shape, it began to shine even more brightly. It was blinding, as Ye Tian told her with narrowed eyes. The girl just smiled and started laughing in response. Without ceasing to smile, the girl maliciously said that she had scared Ye Tian very much. After that, when the young man got used to the glow, Yuling began to talk about this subject. The girl explained that this is a light stone and it can store and also emit light. In fact, like a lamp that can shine for more than 3 days. The girl took out another item, which instantly appeared in her hand. Ye Tian did not understand how the girl materialized the necessary items in her hands. Yu Ling asked that most likely the guy is interested in how she does it and where do these items come from anyway. She promised that she would reveal the secret as soon as she drank the healing potion. As the lady stood and sipped the uncorked elixir sip by sip, Ye Tian thought that she might have a spatial type talent, which was also quite rare among people. But after all, when he studied all the talents that Yu Ling possesses, he did not see such an ability at all and does not see it now. So it could still be some kind of trick to lure the young man. After the potion was drunk, the girl sat down to concentrate her strength to heal, and after it was over, about a couple of hours later, she came up and poked the dozing Ye Tian. The girl asked the boy if he wanted to know more about how the girl materialized all these things that she needed. The young man noticed that the lady spoke rather suspiciously. After that, lifting the bronze chest, which was her prey from the dead lake, she took out a small pink bag next. Yu Ling told the guy to look carefully. When she began to bring the two objects closer together, the pouch began to gradually open, and the chest began to shrink in size. He instantly swallowed the treasure, remaining the same size. Ye Tian exclaimed that he finally understood everything. It wasn't a spatial talent at all, but just a spatial treasure that allowed you to conveniently store a lot of things inside. The lady rolled her eyes, smiling coquettishly. She was 100% sure that she was able to impress the guy, so she said that if he wanted to learn such things, then he needed to do something, and it was only necessary to join them to the clan of the combat pavilion, and then the girl would answer all the questions of the young man, providing him with inventory as well as support. Ye Tian did not openly agree again, but only evaded the answer, pretending that he was very tired and now wanted to sleep himself. Yu Ling was shocked by this response to the repeated invitation. After learning that it wasn't a talent at all, Ye Tian completely lost interest. He walked away from Yu Ling by about 10 meters and sat down on the ground, looking for a more comfortable place to sleep. But Ms. Yu Ling had no intention of giving up. She didn't understand why, but Ye Tian attracted her with his aura, and this happens in her case only when there is a huge talent and potential inside a person. Ye Tian understood that these were just things and he absolutely did not need them, because when he found the right monsters and copied spatial and healing talents, he would stop using them. But the only problem was that the girl had disturbed the dead lake not so long ago, so it would be necessary to wait for it to calm down in order to go in search of new talents. Ye Tian quietly fell asleep and slept until the morning of the next day. One could wish for better conditions, but without such marching conditions it is simply impossible to get good talents. When Ye Tian stood up and looked around, that Yu Ling was not nearby, as well as any sign of her presence. He understood that most likely the girl just left at night when he fell asleep, returning to Linhai. But something still remained, namely a small red chest, which stood neatly to the side. He immediately attracted Ye Tian's attention, as such a thing was simply impossible to miss. Coming closer, the young man began to study his find. He wondered if it was still from Yu Ling or if it had been here all this time. Opening the drawer, the contents pleasantly surprised the guy. Inside was a mid-level deep learning manual, as well as 10 bottles of high-level monster blood and 10 gold cards, each of which was 1,000,000. There was no doubt that Yu Ling had left this gift, thanking Ye Tian for her rescue. The young man smiled, mentally thanking the lady for such a generous gift. It was quite enough to move to a new level and break through to the limit of an elite martial arts warrior. Reaching for one of the bottles, Ye Tian abruptly changed his plans for the near future. He decided that he would stay here and look for immortal jellyfish in the lake after he became an elite warrior. And the resources and time were just there, but Ye Tian still did not understand how much it would stretch. The days dragged on one after another, so Ye Tian managed to set up a small camp for himself, while still not far from the dead lake. He's been here for 4 months now. His breakthrough to the elite warrior level took much longer than it took him in the desert, where he defeated an armored bull. Besides, at least then he took something with him from home. But now the conditions were slightly harsher, besides the fact that Yu Ling still left him a very nice bonus. Waking up every day, Ye Tian first sat down to read a book, and then concentrated his energy until nightfall. And he has not spent all this time here for nothing. The young man felt a sharp surge of energy again, and his kai splashed up, resembling a huge electrical storm. A new power was now flowing in the young Ye Tian. He could feel it running with his blood under his skin. He had never experienced feelings like these before, as he did now. He looked at himself for a long time while the flow of Kai power swirled around. Now the guy understood that after 4 whole months he was finally ready to go to the dead lake and get the strongest talents there. When Ye Tian returned to the place where the battle took place last time, he noticed several elevations that appeared near the lake. He decided to come closer to take a look. They were fresh graves, 11 of them. Ye Tian realized that this must have been the work of Yu Ling, who came and buried her comrades in arms, but it was unclear why she did it here. The guy thought that there were too many monsters, so most likely there were not even bones left from the dead. In another case, the burial would have been done in the city itself, at the local cemetery. But nevertheless, the girl did a very good deed before she left, to which Ye Tian mentally expressed his respect. Picking up one of the stray stones, he returned it to its place. Suddenly, the guy's attention was attracted by a thing that was standing next to one of the graves. It was something besides the cross, which is why it attracted the attention of the young man, who immediately hurriedly quickened his pace. Apparently, it was the grave of the elder who was the last to emerge from the water, accompanying Yu Ling. There was an umbrella between the stones, with which they then went down into the water. The find was extremely useful and could be useful to Ye Tian for diving to find immortal jellyfish, but it remains to figure out how this tricky device works. The rain that was falling while Ye Tian opened the umbrella began to bend around him. It was then that the young man realized that the umbrella itself served as a kind of underwater bubble that could keep the air inside. The bubble was very light, and whoever was inside it could soar above the ground, making careful jumps, pushing the bubble. Ye Tian was pleased that Yu Ling took care and left him here. The guy quickly realized that with this umbrella he definitely would not have any problems underwater. After carefully preparing himself, Ye Tian jumped up and jumped into the water with great speed to quickly sink to the bottom. The umbrella also helped the boy move faster underwater than he would have done by swimming. But that's when he started thinking about other ways to dive to the bottom of the dead lake. After all, if Yu Ling had not left the umbrella, then he would not have been able to get to the depth, just as he would not have been able to do it the first time. Ye Tian decided to use his shadow talent so that he would not be seen by the passing monsters. The deeper Ye Tian went, the less light there was under the water. Suddenly, he saw that some object was starting to move towards him, watching the burning blue display. It was a carambit fish that had long evolved from a beast into a monster. Now, this monster had an average level of strength, but it remained the same from where such an aura is drawn here. The size of this fish was huge, but Ye Tian was very lucky that she did not notice him at all, because the boy was in the invisibility of the shadow talent. It was harder to fight underwater than on land. Slightly frightened, the young man continued to watch the monster floating up. He didn't want to move until he was at a safe distance, but there was a limited amount of oxygen in the bubble, so it was also impossible to delay. It was necessary to get to the very bottom, where there could be carriers of the best talents. A few minutes later, Ye Tian found himself at the deepest point of the lake. He came out of shadow and visibility so that his energy would not run out too quickly, and there was no one around yet. While the guy was looking around, he clearly remembered that in the book he had last purchased, it was written that jellyfish prefer the deepest points of the dead lake. Suddenly something hit him hard from behind, but the bubble left the source. Ye Tian managed to turn around when he saw the huge tentacle of an unknown monster. Finally, he was able to catch the balance and began to look around to figure out where and by whom the blow to his bubble was made. Rather, in the distance, he saw how his eyes began to glow. This was the immortal Nutricula jellyfish that noticed the guy. She possessed a low-level blood talent and a top-level recovery talent. The immortal jellyfish was quite aggressive, so it continued to make attacks with its limbs. Ye Tian needed to decide quickly how he would act now. Summoning his blades, the young man struck a blow that could pass through the bubble without damaging it. Ye Tian was accurate and cut one of the tentacles of the jellyfish, from which black liquid gushed out. The jellyfish let out a muffled scream, lifting up the severed limb. But soon an uneven mass of new muscles began to thicken at the site of the cut. But this mass quickly took shape, and after a few seconds, in place of the recently severed tentacle, a completely new and grown replacement was displayed. Ye Tian was amazed at how fast the jellyfish could regenerate. While the guy was watching the scene, the jellyfish was already ready to attack with a completely different tentacle. After waiting for the monster to come into contact with the bubble, Ye Tian threw out his hand to meet the blow and touched the immortal jellyfish. It was quite enough to copy her talent. Sacrificing protection to copy the talent, Ye Tian missed a rather powerful blow that threw him into one of the underwater rocks with great speed. The young man was hit hard on the rocks, and the bubble, which most likely has already lost its protective function, could not soften the landing in any way. But he got his way. Standing up, Ye Tian began to concentrate the flow of energy. The talent of the immortal jellyfish was already with him, which brought him great pleasure, because perhaps it was his strongest talent now. Continuing to be in the bubble, the blow severely knocked him down and Ye Tian lost his vigilance. The jellyfish opened its sting and splashed some kind of poisonous stream in his direction. The poison of the jellyfish did not penetrate the bubble, but covered the entire magic umbrella. Soon Ye Tian saw that this slime was beginning to corrode his instrument, with which he was now immersed so deeply. When the umbrella began to be covered with holes, the mucus continued to ooze down, falling on the hands of the young man. A painful reflex made him unclench his hand and the umbrella began to be carried away by a light undercurrent. Ye Tian completely lost the umbrella and understood that he should not stay here. Time was limited and it was urgently necessary to come up with a way by which he would get to the surface. The blue lights began to approach Ye Tian. He did not expect that right now, when he was left without an umbrella, reinforcements would come to the monster that had so won. These were also immortal jellyfish of various levels. It turned out that there were a whole bunch of them here, and the glowing eyes immediately betrayed these predators. Ye Tian thought that since he had already acquired the talent, there was absolutely no point in contacting them. The guy raised one hand up and prepared to float up as fast as he could. After some time, Ye Tian still managed to reach the surface of the lake. Surfacing, the boy greedily gulped air, which was so lacking after the breakdown of the magic umbrella. But it was too early to relax, as the tentacles of the immortal jellyfish were still chasing the young man. Ye Tian felt it and realized that he needed to get out as quickly as possible. Jumping out of the water was very difficult for him. Besides, he was greatly weakened by the fight with the first jellyfish, from which he stole the talent of recovery. It was impossible to let him be dragged under the water again. Wanting to get out of here as soon as possible and definitely not return in the near future, Ye Tian used the talent of speed, which he activated to the maximum power he could. A scarlet light illuminated the surface of the water, and the guy was carried away towards Linhai. But first I had to take a short break and catch my breath before I finally went to the city. After taking a short break at a small cluster of rocks, Ye Tian landed on the ground and immediately collapsed, leaning on the ground and trying to catch his breath. The escape took away his last reserve of energy, but the first thing Ye Tian wanted to do now was to start merging with his new talent, which he had read about in a book not so long ago, and also remembered from his very distant childhood. After the guy started the process, his body began to be covered with a new aura of Kai. The whole body, as in previous times, was completely tense, as if every muscle was cramping. But after so many copies and merges, the body was already used to the pain and it felt much smaller than before. Even high-level talents merged quite comfortably. The whole process of merging turned out to be really easier than Ye Tian thought. Smiling, he lightly dusted himself off and wanted to try out his new talent in practice as soon as possible. Raising his left hand, Ye Tian paid attention to the trace that the immortal jellyfish had left for him. The poison of the jellyfish itself was very toxic and an ordinary person would have died immediately upon contact with it. Concentrating his strength, Ye Tian began to try and directing the flow of thoughts. He applied the talent of recovery. The hand was covered with a new layer of skin in a second, leaving not the slightest scar. After his hand tightened, Ye Tian jumped up from his feet and began to pound the stone rock with very fast speed, applying power. Looking at the footprints on the stone and his hands, he was quite surprised. There wasn't the slightest scratch left on the guy. Ye Tian thought about it and realized that all the talents he received were more focused on helping than on strength. And in order to fight with stronger people than ordinary wars, it was necessary for him to start copying talents to attack. It was time to go home. After Ye Tian returned home, he immediately began to study the book where all the monsters and their abilities were described. The young man wanted to know who could have the strongest attack talent. Meanwhile, Yu was cutting her brother's hair, just like after his last hunting trip. This time the guy hadn't been home for almost 5 months, so his sister had a lot more work. Suddenly, Ye Tian exclaimed enthusiastically and stopped at one of the pages. The picture depicted an ant that possessed supernatural power. The creature was an inferior ferocious creature. But despite this, the monster had great strength and usually moved as part of a group. When a flock of ants attacked at once, it was difficult for even a great warrior to escape. After Ye Tian realized who exactly would be his next target, he headed back to the shop of the battle pavilion to find out about the presence of ant parts. Xiao Yu heard someone come up to the counter and started greeting the customer without turning around. But when she turned around, she was pleasantly surprised to see Ye Tian. The girl was sincerely glad to see the young man who not so long ago saved her mistress from imminent death. She smiled broadly and asked him what he wanted this time. The guy took out a piece of paper from under his jacket, where he wrote out the parts of the ant necessary for copying. The girl got acquainted with the list and offered the guy to drink tinctures to strengthen the body. Ye Tian chuckled, asking the girl about his appearance. Was it really possible to say from the look of it that he looked like a weakling and he needed these tinctures so much? Then the girl said that now they do not have an aunt. But there is something else, namely information that may very much interest the young gentleman. The girl said that in the near future the Linhai stronghold is preparing to open a trading post with a smaller point. On the way between them there are many monsters, including ants. The nearest point was in Tayar, about 100 kilometers away, because it was the closest place to Linhai in the district. But the guy immediately objected after listening. After all, as far as Ye Tian remembers, the Mo family suspected Tayar in connection with the death of their relative, so he found out if Tayar was planning an invasion of Linhai. While the girl was looking for something, she explained to Ye Tian that the Mo family really went to investigate there, but they were assured of an error in the inventory, and then through the Mo Tayar family and agreed with the Lin family. Xiao Yu dug around for a long time and finally took out a small wooden card, enthusiastically handing it to Ye Tian. She said that this thing would definitely be useful to him. The card was a pass to the event, which was given to the lady, but they started working for medium and small points, so they will not go to them. The girl looked sweetly at Ye Tian and added that the 2 points were gathering their warriors to participate in the cleanup of monsters on the future path, so that's where he would be able to get the remains of the ant. Ye Tian decided that this was a great opportunity to find out everything, so the matter could not be postponed and it was time to start a new campaign. The lords of the point were the Lin family, and even the Mo family kneels before them. Soon Ye Tian arrived at the place where the gathering of the warriors advancing from Linhai was taking place. A lot of people gathered and everyone was ready to go for trophies and glory. Ye Tian did not expect anything less, because more than 100 warriors of various styles gathered. But it was impossible to lose vigilance, and also to betray their strength. Soon Lin Mingjai, the son of the current head of the Lin family, came out in front of the people. He was an elite warrior and prepared a speech for the rest of the warriors, after greeting everyone who decided to participate in the sweep. Ye Tian noticed the people from the Mo family who were standing behind the man from the Lin family. He clearly had a grudge against their family, so he was glad to meet them, because he now finds the opportunity to destroy them all. The son of the head of the Lin family continued to broadcast, telling the soldiers that resources are limited and it is difficult to cover all the needs of the citizens of Linhai City in improvement. And if they can make a deal with a medium-sized base, then together they can extract a lot of unimaginable benefits for themselves. That is why the upcoming mission is extremely important. Of course, killing monsters was a very dangerous business according to the calculations of the Lin family. All the warriors involved would receive much more for this task than for a normal hunt. All the warriors were glad that such opportunities were being created for them to hunt well in a team, raise the level, so at the same time they also made great money by taking the loot for themselves. Ye Tian heard a very familiar voice from the side. He turned to look and see if he had made a mistake. When the guy turned around, he recognized his old acquaintance. It was Commander Fen Lan, who once fought in the city with the Silver Moon Wolf. He even said then that he would wait for Ye Tian to join his team when he became a warrior. I wondered if the captain even remembered the boy, who was much weaker then and just stood aside, holding the hand of a little girl who had lost her father. The son of the head of the Lin family continued his speech. He said that there is one thing that will also greatly please the warriors and hunters who have joined the campaign. Lin Mingjai joined his 2 hands in a gesture of gratitude and announced very loudly that he would personally vouch for all the resources that the wars would produce to go to them. This war rejoiced even more and raising their hands began to shout all together. They chanted the name of the Lin family, expressing their gratitude. Putting his hands in his pockets, Lin Mingjai was pleased that he was able to raise the spirits of the wars. He added that his family has prepared awards for everyone. Each warrior will receive 20 portions of the beast's blood and 2 million yuan. And the elite warriors who joined the campaign will be awarded 3 portions of the monster's blood of the highest level, and will also receive 10 million gold. It was clear that the warriors were as happy as possible to go on a hike and return as absolute Mogady, and also, having received the monster's blood from the reward, to improve their skills. After Lin Mingjai asked everyone who came and was going to participate, after hearing the conditions and rewards, had to line up in one big queue. People rushed to take their places. When the queue began to form gradually, the son of the head of the Lin family pointed to a huge colored stone and said that it would be necessary to put his hand to it to measure the strength of the willing. The warriors gradually began to approach the stone. It was quite unusual to see such a magical object, but nevertheless they are warriors and should not be afraid. The first man who put his hand soon saw his rank. Letters that described the current level lit up on the stone. He was a student of the intermediate phase, but still fit for the campaign. The girl who determined who suited them and who did not stood in a business suit, holding a small black tablet. After determining the strength of the warrior, they approached her and called their names. The queue gradually decreased and Ye Tian was standing somewhere near the end. He did not want to slip through as quickly as possible, but on the contrary, so that most of them would leave the square and he would not show his true rank. Also looking from under the hood at the tops of the families who were standing near the stone, he recalled with disgust Yu Ling's words that there was no point in trusting such as this elite. He especially singled out a standing man in his weekend black suit with a red collar. It was Xiaobei's father, a representative of the Mo family. Ye Tian was well aware that if he was assigned to the elite attention level, he would immediately attract a lot of attention. After all, he was not from a famous family, and he was very young. Approaching the stone when it was his turn, Ye Tian thought that if he tried to put as little effort as possible, there was a chance that his level would be reflected the least. A girl in a business suit saw that the guy had been lingering for a long time and asked him to put his hand to the stone herself. Ye Tian took a step and stretched out his hand, thinking that he had to control himself. He closed his eyes and concentrated on the thought that he now needed to make so much effort that the level of the last phase of the warrior would be reflected on the stone. While Ye Tian held his hand, the stone crackled, determining his strength. And finally, after some time, he gave out the result that Ye Tian is a warrior of the last phase. Xiaobei's father watched the boy as he approached the stone. He didn't know him, but he was very surprised that the boy had the last phase of a warrior. For his age, he's either a genius or very rich. Everyone started to turn in the direction of the guy leaving the square. People were stunned that there was an almost elite warrior among them, but more, of course, everyone paid attention to age. Most people thought that the boy was some kind of nugget and a young genius, because at the age of a student of the academy it is almost impossible to achieve such a phase without a bunch of innate talents. Finally, Ye Tian, amid surprised gasps and publicity, left the crowd and the square itself, leaving an extreme interest in his person with almost everyone who stayed then. The boy was pleased with himself and smiled and thought that by demonstrating only part of his strength, he was able to impress everyone around him and attract everyone's attention there. Feng Lin's team also did not stand aside and notice the boy. One of the team members said that it looks like there is a young hero here, but they themselves are no longer young and at the same level. Also, one of the fighters of the team added that they just needed to replenish the team and they could turn to the guy, inviting him to their place in order to complete the squad. Captain Feng Lin smiled and said that the warriors of the last phase are in great demand now. He didn't think there was any reason for the guy to even look in their direction. And while the lively discussion among the team members continued to boil, they turned around together and saw that this very guy, a young talent, was walking right in their direction. The boy came closer to the captain and took off his hood. Ye Tian smiled as he greeted the captain and the crew, noting that they hadn't seen each other for quite some time. The captain recognized the guy and was in complete shock. He immediately exclaimed that he remembered him from what happened in the city when Ye Tian saved a little girl from a silver moon wolf. He put his hand on Ye Tian's shoulder, continuing to smile broadly, and added that their meeting was a surprise to him. It's only been 1 year, and the guy has reached such a high level. Ye Tian confusedly said that he was just lucky when he passed one of the exams at the academy. Scratching his face, Ye Tian asked about the possibility of joining Captain Feng Lan's squad. The captain's eyes lit up with joy. He stretched out his hand, showed an approving gesture, and very quickly, literally immediately, told Ye Tian that he had been accepted into the team. Ye Tian bowed his head slightly, saying that he would hope for the support of the captain and his team. But the captain only smiled, telling the young man to stop standing on ceremony. The girl who was in the captain's squad turned to Ye Tian and with a timid smile told the young man that when there is now another warrior of the last stage in their squad, she feels much calmer. The area of the mission was a ruined city, which was captured by monsters and made completely deserted. This place resembled the one where the exam was held among the academies. The squad was moving forward, led by the captain, who said that only low-grade monsters were marked on the map in this area. And as soon as the captain said that the warriors should nevertheless be as vigilant and collected as possible, Ye Tian said that someone was approaching them, and very quickly. A few wolves who came running, smelling the smell of people, surrounded a detachment of warriors. The captain steadfastly told his guys not to fuss and be calm. He knew that everything was just beginning and, taking out his dagger, announced to the team that he would cover the front, Ye Tian from behind, and the others would act according to the situation. Ye Tian took a step forward, also exposing his new blade, bought in the fighting pavilion, and told the guys to provide these wolves to him. The wolves surrounded the squad and were ready to attack, but the squad stood without hesitation, waiting for them to rush forward. The outcome of the battle was definitely a foregone conclusion. Captain Feng Lan suddenly shouted that it was time and right now they should synchronously attack a pack of wolves to smash them to smithereens. After the order, the captain rushed forward. Ye Tian shouted that he understood the order and rushed in the opposite direction from the captain. The guy understood that he had to be careful not to show all his might to Feng Lan's squad. In one leap, having reached the goal, Ye Tian began to cut off the wolves that rushed at him in a counter-attack. Moving rather quickly, the young man decided to deal with them one by one. Having first killed one, Ye Tian rushed towards the second wolf, meeting him with a kick, from which the beast was carried away a few meters into the distance, dragging on solid ground. After that, without letting the wolf get up and catch his breath, the young man understood that it was impossible to miss the opportunity, so jumping up again, she aimed her blade and pierced the wolf's skin. Two of the beasts were already defeated in a few moments and lay on the ground immobilized. Ye Tian pretended to be slightly tired, feigning slight shortness of breath. Loud bangs were heard behind him. When Ye Tian turned around, he saw the captain walking towards him and applauding the boy. Hoisting the backpack onto his shoulders, Ye Tian looked at the unharmed captain, who continued to praise the guy. He said his result was not bad, even very good. After that, Captain Feng Lan waved his hand towards the three wolves that were lying on the other side and smilingly said that Ye Tian was still slower than him since he managed to cope with three faster. Ye Tian smiled timidly, bowing his head. The young man thought that after all, he deliberately did not demonstrate all his strength so as not to hit the captain's team ahead of time. But even taking into account the fact that the captain was standing and bragging, the others supported the boy, saying that he was cool, and the guys liked him more and more. Also, one of the guys said that the boy is still young and strong, so the commander should not relax. All this was in the form of a joke, but the captain took him aside, where he scolded him for belittling his reputation. One of the hunters looked at the bodies of the wolves and said that the wolves attacked before the team entered Dodana. After all, if they did it on their own territory, they would have a great chance. The captain thought about it and said that perhaps they could not do it, because here, where they are now, the territory is not at all wolves, but animals are much stronger. The warrior examining the wolf's body was frightened by the captain's words. He thought that if there was someone stronger here, then these five were just a light warm-up. But his friend immediately calmed him down by putting his hand on his shoulder. He said there was nothing to worry about, because now their squad has 2 warriors of the last phase and 3 of the intermediate. Suddenly the conversation was interrupted by a squeak. It came from the captain, and when everyone turned around, they saw Feng Lan taking a walkie-talkie from his belt. Everyone looked at the device in surprise. Feng Lan, with a smile on his face, explained to the others that these receivers were distributed by the Lin family so that those in trouble could contact and request help through their captains. Therefore, there was definitely nothing to worry about, because if they get into trouble, from which they will not be able to get out on their own, then you can always call for help in the form of a squad of elite warriors. When the wolves were finished and all the team members calmed down after learning that the Lin family took care of them, the captain gave the order and everyone began to move further into the city. Making their way further and further, the 5-man squad had not seen a single monster for about half an hour for a long time. Suddenly, footsteps were heard on one of the buildings. The captain had a very sensitive ear, so he was the first to hear this rustle. He raised his hand up and ordered the team to make a stop, because he detected movement ahead. When everyone stopped, they began to look around the ruins surrounding them, and soon Ye Tian saw a huge and red monster crawling along the house, pushing through the walls with its weight. He shouted to the guys that the target was from above, alerting the team. The huge lizard had 4 legs, thick growths like armor, and a huge toothy mouth. It was a flame lizard, has a low level of blood talent and a basic level of fire. Opening its mouth, the lizard immediately decided to demonstrate its fiery talent. It looked like the lizard was also concentrating energy. Just by opening its mouth, it was building up a fireball, and then launched it with great speed towards the squad. The fireball exploded very close to the guys, and if they hadn't started running, but would have continued to stand still, now only embers would have remained from them. The lizard descended and was ready for battle. Everything started to blaze around. It was clear that the monster was more comfortable fighting in its environment, so everything was burning around. Volunteers immediately leaned forward, saying that the captain had already had a fight today, so it was time to give the others an opportunity to prove themselves. The captain nodded approvingly, letting the team go ahead. He told them that judging by the energy, the monster itself is low level, so it was only fire to be afraid of. The squad, with the exception of Ye Tian and Captain Feng Lan, rushed into battle, trying to attack the lizard at the same time. catching him by surprise. It was definitely not worth delaying with the monster. Ye Tian looked in the direction of the guys and quietly said to the captain standing next to him that the guys would definitely cope on their own, and they would not need help. Therefore, there was nothing to worry about. A few minutes later, the guys were already celebrating their victory because they did a good job. The captain came up to congratulate his team on a great fight. The squad was supporting each other. A huge warrior with an axe said that without the support of a girl with a bow, who in every way distracted the monster with her shooting, they would definitely have a hard time. And the swordsman of the team, who remained solemnly sitting on the carcass of the monster they killed, waved away with a wide smile from ear to ear, saying that the victory over the lizard was too easy. He further added that the monster was only a low-level one, and he would definitely have killed 2 or 3 more alone. But the guy did not notice at all how another fireball was flying at his back. But Ye Tian was on the alert all this time, and seeing the threat to the squad member from afar, the young man used the talent of speed and jumped up to the braggart, pushing him away from the flying ball. Everyone was stunned and did not understand where this fire came from, because there was not a single monster in sight anymore. Clouds of black smoke obscured the view. Ye Tian looked into the distance and said that the lizard's relatives had started moving towards them. Apparently, the end of the battle was still far away. The fire brigade needed to prepare. Soon, loud footsteps and the sounds of running monsters were heard. They came directly from behind the wall of fire, so it was impossible to find out exactly about the number of the detachment and prepared to meet the enemy. Captain Feng Lan immediately picked up the radio and began to signal for help. He shouted that his squad was in Zone B and they needed the help of others from the nearest neighborhood. The lizards were gradually getting closer to the squad, so the decision had to be made faster. Even if the help is suitable, then some kind of repulse to the monsters had to be given. Looking at the walkie-talkie, from which there was not a single response signal, and only hissing was heard, Captain Feng Lan could not believe that the Lin family was simply ignoring him, not giving feedback. One of the soldiers told the captain that apparently he had just greatly overestimated the Lin family, and people from noble and rich families did not care at all about such mercenaries as their squad. Captain Feng Lan was furious, because he had hoped so much that this sortie, which was much bigger, with good awards and worthy warriors, was spoiled by the disregard of the Lin family. The captain clenched his fist, in which the radio was located, and it burst, and the plastic from which it was made flew in all directions. The captain said that the Linhai base has long been rotten to the ground. Taking up arms, the captain took out his sword and said that he would detain these fire lizards himself, and the rest of the squad should leave the danger zone, because otherwise they would die in this battle. The bald man who wielded an axe turned to the captain, saying that they were all friends and would not be able to leave the captain. If it was wiser to leave, then everyone should leave the path together. Captain Feng Lan, hearing his comrade, turned around and said furiously that it was his order that must be obeyed. After these words, his comrades had no choice at all. But the swordsman of the team, looking at the heroism that his teammates are trying to show, called them fools and ran away with all his legs. Ye Tian looked after him as if he was a pathetic nobody. The bald veteran was saddened by what he saw and said that their new recruit turned out to be a completely unreliable guy, and if he could get out of here alive, he would definitely finish him off. The captain personally approached Ye Tian and said that the young man was very gifted and it would be sad if he died here, so Feng Lan suggested that he take his comrades and leave. The squad looked at the kid and began to discuss that they had completely forgotten about the second newcomer. The guy really couldn't ruin his brilliant future. Ye Tian took out his blade and began to slowly remove the bag. The young man said that if he would run away, it would be only forward, fighting the enemy and not retreating a step. Captain Feng Lan took a closer look at the guy. He had the energy of an elite warrior, and the man was amazed by this. He shouted that Ye Tian had hidden his true strength while at the stone back then. The guys from the squad did not understandingly look at what was happening now. They didn't understand how Ye Tian could be the strongest warrior in their squad, ahead of even the captain. The guy went forward at the lizards, ignoring the ball flying at him. He thought that he couldn't show his true strength at all before, but the current circumstances just forced him. Having easily cut the fireball with his blade, the young man moved on, and the fire scattered to the sides, leaning back against the buildings standing nearby. The guy understood that if he did not join the battle, then the captain's squad and himself, including himself, would simply die, and Ye Tian did not want this at all because they once saved him themselves. The young man knew that the captain himself had enough strength to escape, as did the newcomer of their squad, but he stayed to prevent his people from dying. And the guy thought that it would be very mean of him not to reveal his strength at a moment like this. The life of a brave and honest captain, as well as his men, was definitely worth it. Ye Tian continued to slay the lizards one by one, beheading them. The guy understood that he could not behave in the same way as the dogs from the Mo family, who do not know honor at all. As for the consequences of his decision, Ye Tian would already think later, but he was sure that Commander Windwolf would not give the guy any unnecessary trouble. Dodging the fireballs, Ye Tian single-handedly fought a battle with a crowd of fire lizards and easily killed them. The buildings around continued to collapse, and the monsters lost their heads. The archer from the captain's squad was amazed at the power of the young guy. Clenching her fists slightly, she stood and shouted that this was the first time she had seen such a cool fight like this. Ye Tian uncompromisingly continued to swing the blade, using various talents. He dealt with monsters without giving them a single chance of survival. The fire lizards came out one by one from their hiding places, but Ye Tian didn't pay any attention to it, continuing to crush the monsters in packs. Although the lizards were several dozen times larger than the boy himself, and his physique seemed rather timid to the appearance, Ye Tian fought comparable to his level. Captain Feng Lan stared sternly at the boy wielding the sword expertly. He could see that the guy was really damn strong and was without a doubt one of the strongest in the whole of Linhai. Screams were also heard in the corner. It was a newcomer who was about to escape before the battle with the lizards began. He was tormented by attacking wolves, and the guy asked for help. The warrior with the axe turned to his captain, attracting his attention. He said their new guy was in trouble and the wolves would kill him now if the squad didn't intervene. But the captain coolly said that he didn't care about the guy, because trying to escape from here alone was stupid, so we can assume that he was to blame himself. Ye Tian, when it was over, picked up his bag, threw it on his back and told the captain that the way was clear. But he did not invite the squad to go forward, but only said that he was following alone. But then Ye Tian thought that it would be stupid to leave the squad here, and also decided to play on the heroic feelings of the captain, showing his superiority. The young man turned to the captain, calling him with him, but also said that the detachment could retreat if it wanted. Such a proposal shocked all the team members, including the captain. After a little thought, the captain knew that the decision was not an easy one. But after a couple of minutes, he confidently raised his gaze, clenched his fist and said that the squad would meet all adversity in full force. Ye Tian smiled and tilted his head down. It was unlikely that the guy could expect another answer when he almost provoked Captain Feng Lan. Having gathered, the squad went further into the abyss of monsters. After the lizards were finished, the guys from the squad took a short break to have a snack and heal their wounds, as well as develop a further plan. Ye Tian understood that Feng Lang's group was starting to become a bit of a ballast. Climbing up, he looked around the neighborhood for the presence of ants with supernatural power. Ye Tian had to come up with something to leave the squad, because he would advance much faster alone, and he did not need the help of weaker warriors. When he came down, the captain came up and thanked him for getting to this place alive. In response, Ye Tian told Feng Lang that he needed to step back to try out a skill. The captain saw the guy's desire to go further, but immediately received an objection from the team that it would not be wise to go further in the current situation. Ye Tian immediately cut off this dialogue, saying that he would go on alone, and the captain's squad would be waiting for him here. Feng Lan said that the guy is strong, but it's still very dangerous to go alone. But the young man only said that everything would be fine with him and continued to move further away from the team, following further down the road. Captain Feng Lan ran after him, shouting that they needed to talk, but still he resigned himself and decided to let the guy go. The rest of the squad was surprised by such an act of the young man and asked the captain for further instructions. The captain only said that they would only hinder him further. After all, with such strength as this young genius had, there was absolutely no need for the help of people with the intermediate stage of a warrior. And Ye Tian, going further and further away, realized that before he was ready to meet another family, stronger and find himself in a difficult situation, he had to finish something. Namely, to test and learn the limits of the recovery skill that he copied in the dead lake from one of the jellyfish. After all, there was so much effort to get it. Going further, the guy came across one of the large buildings, which was completely engulfed by fire. Either there was already a battle with someone at the lizards or there was another reason. But there was no doubt that the lizards were nearby. Ye Tian plugged his nose, feeling a sharp, unpleasant smell. The building smelled like it was someone's hangout. But soon the ground under the feet of the young man began to shake, and the asphalt broke. It was still unknown what could have caused such a serious earthquake in the city. Suddenly the road broke under the guy's feet, but he managed to jump up. Then a huge red paw appeared from the ground, which continued to chase the guy. This huge fist hit Ye Tian, and with great force, the young man tried to restrain the blow, but surprise played a role. The young man's bag fell off his shoulders and flew away. Having risen to his feet and found a foothold, Ye Tian was not going to give up so easily, so he pushed off from the ground and rushed towards the huge monster. Only one paw was several times the size of the boy, but Ye Tian was not afraid of the giant, as he believed that the recovery skill would save him in a critical situation. Deftly dodging, Ye Tian dealt minor blows to the monster's arms, luring him out entirely to understand where his real weak point was. When the monster's hand disappeared underground, Ye Tian himself landed on the ground and began to wait for the monster to finally show up and take the fight, which itself began. In the distance, the silhouette of a huge body resembling a human appeared, except that there was something sharp on the head, like a large horn or nose. The monster was approaching the young man. Finally appearing in front of him, Ye Tian realized what kind of beast it was. It was the leader of the fire lizards, surpassing them several times in size. Ye Tian was delighted with such a booty. He understood that an opponent of this size was perfect for him to test his new recovery talent, and test what he was capable of. The monster glared fiercely at Ye Tian, who landed a few small blows on his limbs. Soon opening its mouth, the lizard wanted to end the fight instantly by burning its enemy. Opening his mouth, the leader of the fire lizards directed a jet of fire directly at the boy, being almost at point-blank range. The flames engulfed Ye Tian, destroying his clothes. Feng Lang's squad was a couple of blocks away from the ongoing battle and watched it from the pillars of fire that towered up. It was also very well heard how the monster stomps and shakes the ground. The captain did not know what decision to make, so for now he began to stay away with his people, trusting the guy. Feng Lan believed in the boy and hoped for his victory. After the fire completely engulfed Ye Tian and hid him from the monster's eyes, the smoke dispersed to the side, and the guy stood completely unharmed, having lost only his clothes. The young man took a couple of steps towards the monster and shouted that he had a great offer for the head of the lizards. Ye Tian took out his blade and said that now they are really having fun. The leader of the fire lizards did not wait for a retaliatory attack and, opening his mouth, once again launched a huge jet of fire towards the boy. Ye Tian was slightly pinned to the ground, but the recovery talent was coping just fine, and there was not a single burn or abrasion on his body. Now the young man understood exactly what he was capable of with this talent. Getting to his feet, Ye Tian continued to heal. He grabbed his blade and was ready to deal with the head of the fire lizards, who tried to burn him alive twice. Gripping the blade tightly, Ye Tian jumped up and reached the height at which the fire lizard's head was located. The monster continued to stare intently, trying to give out another flash. Aiming his strength, Ye Tian delivered a powerful blow to the upper part of the monster. Now it was his turn to attack, and Ye Tian planned to finish this fight already. The lizard continued to make attempts to resist, but for him, Ye Tian was simply invulnerable. The monster launched an attack, trying to crush the guy, and then used his talent and did not cause a drop of damage. While the battle was still going on, everything was shaking, and clouds of smoke and explosions rose higher and higher above the houses. Feng Lang's squad continued to be nearby and watch. The crew noticed, addressing the captain, that the pillars of fire had been towering over the buildings for an hour. They weren't sure if Ye Tian was alive, but the captain said they couldn't get involved in such a fight. Soon, having fully studied the abilities of his talent, there was no point in pulling, and Ye Tian struck down a huge fire lizard, plunging the blade into his head. The guy was pleased with his victory, and considering that the opponent was below the level, he still had to take a risk and sweat a lot to deal with him. Ye Tian continued to sit at the top, sitting on the body of the defeated monster. As it turned out, the talent of recovery greatly depletes physical strength. The young man felt as if something had emptied him, and after all, it was only a medium-level beast, but nevertheless Ye Tian was completely unharmed, which suited him. He climbed up, deciding that the monster's blood could replenish his strength. After making a small cut, he began to drink the purple liquid released from under the lizard's skin. After that, the young man sat down, taking a pose in which he can concentrate energy, and began to restore the forces spent in battle, which the regeneration skill took away. Meanwhile, Captain Feng Lang's squad saw that the fight had stopped. They did not know how it ended, but right now it was already possible to speak in order to carefully identify the winner. The bald man shouted that someone was walking towards them, stretching out his hand in the direction of the person. The captain reached for the blade to be ready for any turn, but it was Ye Tian who was walking towards his team to tell about what had happened. His sneakers and pants survived from his clothes, but the clothes on his torso were completely incinerated. Ye Tian approached the group and addressed the captain. The young man asked the captain why they did not return to the city, because he said quite clearly that the group should leave the zone. The captain was a little confused and said that, of course, they could not help in any way, and they could not leave quietly either, worrying about the young man, waiting for his return. The man with the axe drew attention to the fact that the guy's clothes were completely burned, but since he took a spare one with him, he is ready to share it with joy. He rummaged in his bag and handed the t-shirt to the boy. After Ye Tian put on the t-shirt, the man said that it was too big for him and did not really fit. But that was the only thing. The young man thanked his team for their help. Smiling, Ye Tian told the squad to pack up and follow him. It was necessary to make one decision, which was awarded collective consideration. The guy led Feng Lan's squad to the place where he fought with a huge fire lizard. Ye Tian said that it was necessary to collect all the loot that could be collected from him. The captain said that the reward deservedly goes to the one who defeated the beast, and since Ye Tian acted alone, then all the loot from this lizard belongs to him. But Ye Tian, scratching his head, told the captain that they had not left the location, so the animals did not unite in a pack, so the captain's squad could also take trophies for themselves. While the captain stood and tried to object, the rest of the squad climbed onto the monster's body and began to look around the place from which they would start. Ye Tian noticed that he was not interested in these remains. His goal now was to deal with the king of these lizards. Ye Tian intended to hunt him down nearby and defeat the monster. The captain did not expect to hear such a thing and asked Ye Tian if he would transport the loot to the city with them. The guy looked at the captain and waved his hand, giving him a negative answer. The guys continued to carve up the monster, saying that they had never seen so much good from an elite warrior who did not even take the loot. And Ye Tian, meanwhile, began to gradually leave. The captain shouted out, asking the guy about his direction, and the young man turned around and said that he was moving to the area of ants with supernatural power. The captain was stunned. He couldn't believe what he heard, so almost immediately, having recovered from the shock, he asked the guy again. But Ye Tian accelerated forward, and the captain only shouted after him. The captain heard how at the family gatherings they said that the hardest thing in cleaning up would be the nest of these very ants. Where he was going, so the captain was worried about the boy. Although they had an initial low level, but the nest was full of them, and when they gather in a whole bunch, it will be difficult for an elite warrior to cope with them. After a couple of hours on the road, Ye Tian saw several troops standing in formation. He immediately realized that this was where the main forces of the participating families were concentrated. A representative of the fighters stood in front of each squad. The first from the right end were two men in black suits, who were easy to recognize. It was Mo's family. To one side of them, on the other side, the army was led by a man in an elegant blue suit. He had already performed in it today and it was an elite warrior, the son of the family head of the Lin family. Another detachment was also located in the center. In front of him stood an adult man in armor. A large blue cloak fluttered behind him, and a black blindfold covered his face. It was Old Man King, who was a great warrior from the Iron Fang base. Apparently he had a good instinct, because he immediately noticed that someone was watching them. He fixed the gaze of his only eye on the roof of one of the high-rise buildings and saw the silhouette of a man. Old Man King immediately ordered his warriors to bring this scout. The warriors rushed forward, but Ye Tian understood that he had nothing to fear. Anyway, sooner or later it would have been necessary to sneak into the squad somehow, and so everything was decided for him. When two warriors grabbed the boy, they took him immediately to the old man, notifying their head that they had caught the guy. Ye Tian walked alongside without a single resistance. Old Man King took a closer look at the guy, immediately recognized him as an elite warrior. He was also surprised and immediately wanted to ask the guy a few questions. Scratching his red beard, King asked why the young man was secretly following their squad and who he was in general. The old man assumed that the boy was probably from some family. Ye Tian smiled and said that he was an ordinary warrior from the Linhai base. He had heard that this was the venue for a major assignment, so he decided to come and prove himself as a real brave man. Old Man King ordered the guy to be released, but distrust of him remained. It was too suspicious, so he started insisting that Ye Tian tell him which family he was from. All the soldiers who belonged to the Mo family and Iron Fang immediately rejected the guy, saying that they had never seen him before and he had nothing to do with their family. King put his hands on his shoulders and continued to investigate, saying that at such a young age, rarely anyone becomes an elite warrior, so then why does no one know him? But then the son of the head of the Lin family immediately came up. He spread his arms wide and began to squeeze out a laugh, saying that Old Man King is a great joker. After all, everyone knows this guy. Hugging Ye Tian when the situation was already very tense, the leader of the Lin family army said that this was a representative of his family. Ye Tian broke into a smile. It seems lucky. He thought that as soon as they heard that he was an elite warrior, the Lin family man immediately assured that he belonged to them. Decent behavior of the Lin family. They really, as it seemed to Ye Tian, were just one step ahead of the Mo family, which showed such situations. The head of the Lin army immediately turned to the guy, ordering him to get in line. A smile soon appeared on his face, as he was very easily able to get himself an elite warrior in the army, and really for nothing, without putting a lot of effort. Ye Tian joined the formation and immediately merged with the general crowd, which is what he wanted. The main part was completed and the guy now did not need to pour himself in. And on another dais there were two familiar girls who saw the picture of Ye Tian's recruitment. Yu Ling called the Lin family vile and not at all suitable for a young guy. Cao Yu turned to her mistress and said that she completely agreed with her. They generally didn't like big noble families very much, which was what they told Ye Tian about on the second floor. Yu Ling did not take her eyes off Ye Tian, saying that such a talent could only belong to her martial pavilion and it would definitely happen soon. After the training camp, everyone gave clear instructions. The squad was supposed to be advancing on a huge anthill, where a colony of ants with supernatural power lived. In front were those who led the detachments, the Mo family, the Lin family, and Old Man King. Ye Tian walked not far from them, so that, if anything, he would not miss anything from his sight. He understood that now everyone knows that Ye Tian is an elite warrior. From now on, it will be difficult for him to pump imperceptibly as he did before, but it was already easier for the guy to protect himself. However, with the current strength, he may be afraid of much lesser threats, although if grandmasters or elite warriors of the last phase are set against him, then it will definitely not be easy. After a while, a group of warriors heard the cry of Old Man King. The red-bearded warrior ordered everyone to stop and began to look around the area intently, waiting for an assistant. Literally immediately, a man ran up to him, whose face was covered with a hood. He told his master that the wizards had finished arranging the magic field and now everything was completely ready. The old man scratched his beard again, looking at the towering stones. He said that he sees mountains that have been artificially erected from the ground. And this could mean that they were standing in front of the den of these very ants, which were the most difficult stage of the cleanup. In these mountains, many holes were visible through which insects crawled. Ye Tian looked around the mountains with a smile, waiting for the appearance of at least one monster. He was already impatient to see the ant, whose talent he would get very soon. Old Man King thanked his ward and ordered him to step back so as not to disturb him. With his hands clasped together, the Iron Fang elite warrior was preparing something powerful. Turning also to the squad of warriors, King shouted for everyone to move back a few meters. No one understood what was going to happen, but everyone silently carried out this order. Clapping his hands, the old man began to concentrate energy, only it looked somehow completely different. More and more energy began to gather around him, engulfing his body. A moment later, over the mountains where the ants lived, some kind of magical sign appeared in the sky, which shone as well as the aura surrounding the old man. Having finished concentrating, the old man shouted for the portal to open and quickly bent down to the ground, hitting the space under him with both hands. A powerful explosion thundered. Huge fireballs began to fly out of the field that hung over the anthill, the same as the fire lizards in the zone let out. The mountains began to collapse, and pits appeared under them. The son of the head of the Lin family was surprised by such a skill, and he finally understood what all the warriors were waiting for. King was a magician who created magic fields. He praised the strength of the Iron Fang, which had no limit. Small stones were scattered in different directions by the flow of wind, which was created by the explosions. Ye Tian covered his head and thought that such a powerful weapon should definitely be learned. Xiao Yu and Yujling continued to stand aside and watch the progress of the sweep. Xiao Yu said that the old man had gone mad, because it was not worth using such a valuable technique. But the lady said that Iron Fang has his own plans. Exploding fireballs alone can overwhelm the entire Linhai, which would be very beneficial for business. The warriors were just as amazed by the power of the magic field as the others. They saw that the anthill was leveled with the ground and apparently all the work was done for them. Since the paths along which the ants made their way underground also collapsed, many holes appeared in the ground, which collapsed into huge earthen catacombs. The warriors rushed forward, rejoicing that there really were no ants. Now the most difficult test of the sweep was over and it was possible to try to find trophies. But Ye Tian was not particularly happy about the layout that happened. After all, if there is not even a perfectly preserved corpse left, then he will not be able to copy the talent for supernatural power. Yu Ling chuckled, seeing that nothing was finished yet. She said that the old man had only stirred up the whole anthill with his beautiful magic field. Some of the warriors began to approach the huge holes that had formed in the ground. They wanted to understand what might be inside and whether there was any way to get down. But there was only darkness inside. Suddenly, a squeak was heard in one of the pits. The warrior who was looking inside did not have time to be scared, as a huge black ant abruptly flew out of the hole. With a blow of the sting, he threw the soldier aside, away from himself. The body rolled to the feet of the warriors who were standing and staring at the monster. After all, they thought that all the ants were dead. But the ant wasn't going to stand there either, just watching. He used a kind of battle cry, opening his mouth and screaming. Soon, under the ground, everyone began to hear the movement of many paws. Representatives of the Mo family were also sure that the story of the ants was over. They looked in surprise and waited for how many insects would come out of the ground now. And Ye Tian, having learned that the ants were still alive, enthusiastically looked in the direction of the enemy, and was already preparing to run. He needed to defeat at least one monster. The ants came out one by one, and soon an army of people was approaching an army of monsters almost the same in number. The fighters of the sweep stood unassembled, waiting for the decrees. Old Man King took the initiative and decided to lead squads of people into battle against the ants. He stretched out his hand and ordered to grab the weapon, menacingly pulling out his blade. Hearing King encouraging his team, the son of the head of the Lin family also joined in, addressing the warriors from Linhai. The man rolled up his sleeves and ordered to follow him, taking the fight. The fighters rushed at the huge crowd of crawling ants. Still, it was worth understanding that they were of a low level, and when the number of forces is the same, then people have every chance. Ye Tian rushed at one of the ants, which had already been attacked by two warriors. He settled accounts with him with one blow, knocking the monster to the ground. The ant collapsed with a deafening bang. The warriors, inspired, shouted that the first one was ready and now they can continue. Everyone who was running behind accelerated, wanting to take as many trophies as possible. But Ye Tian made a short stop at the first defeated ant. It was necessary to do exactly what he came here for, so the guy immediately stretched out his hand into the monster's body. Ye Tian had successfully copied the talent that now granted him enormous superhuman strength. The guy was glad to finally start collecting attack-enhancing talents. The system immediately offered the boy to merge, having mastered the talent of supernatural power. Ye Tian froze, thinking a little, but then turned his eyes to the swarm of monsters that were running towards him. The young man realized that it was here that he would not be able to merge, because then she could put herself at risk if the merger took place as in the first times. Throwing the blade over his shoulder, Ye Tian decided that it would be necessary to find a safe place, because it was better to master the talent as early as possible, because it could be useful already in this battle. After getting off the ground, the boy applied his talent for speed and decided to drop into some quiet corner where he could still conduct a merger. Suddenly, a couple of monsters formed on his way, which blocked his way. The ants were huge and covered the entire space with their paws, of which there were also many. But Ye Tian was unstoppable, especially since he could easily deal with a couple of ants, so using one of the assassin's talents, the guy used a shadow blade, hitting the monsters. The battle was in full swing and so far the forces of the people were winning. Suddenly, a red aura began to engulf almost the entire battlefield, and the ground shook under his feet more and more. Old Man King stopped in place and began to listen while the others continued to fight back the insects. He realized that the roar that had just occurred belonged to a top-level monster. Then a gilded tail began to break out of the ground, which was shaped like a scorpion's sting. Only by showing the sting, it was seen that it was the size of several ants. A huge shadow rose up in front of the Linhai and Iron Fang fighters, which absorbed almost all the light above the warriors. Many looked up, trying to identify the one who got out of the ground. It was another ant with supernatural strength, only he had a high level and no one could compete with him on an equal footing here, since the majority of the army were ordinary warriors. The first to escape were members of the Mo family, who did not really have time to take any part in the fight with the ants. The elder of their family also ordered all his people to retreat. Seeing this, the great warrior from the Lin family, who led the army from Linhai, noticed how famously the Mo family was running, and then realized that it was time for his squad to retreat too. Everyone started running, and the army of ants, led by their leader with a high level, began to catch up with the soldiers who had already served them with fleeing food. Lord Yuling watched the warriors of the noble families retreat. She didn't expect anything else from them at all, so she said that these people looked more like rabble than an army. The lady turned to her assistant, saying that it was time for them to leave too. Xiao Yu, in turn, found out from the mistress what they would do with Ye Tian now. Yu Ling turned around and after a short silence calmed her assistant, telling her not to worry, because Ye Tian is not an ordinary boy, so he will definitely get out. Warriors took their feet away, indignant at the fact that they could fight with several great warriors in their army. But others said that with the talent of these monsters, the high level is comparable to a grandmaster. Some even laughed at Old Man King from the Iron Fang base, who was ahead of ordinary warriors, being an elite, ran forward faster than everyone else. Ye Tian ran in the crowd and once again became convinced that all these people, who are called important and noble, do not have and do not deserve a drop of trust. The ant caused a huge flow, which drew the warriors to itself like a vacuum cleaner. He had only to open his mouth and start sucking them in, as people were immediately lifted off the ground. And then, spreading his teeth, a high-level ant simply feasted on fighters from Linhai and other families. The voices of these monsters were very unusual. When the high-level golden ant lifted its head up and began to emit a mighty roar, the energy on the battlefield began to thicken greatly, becoming heavy. People began to fall without strength, and many stopped seeing where they were running. It turned out that ants not only have supernatural power, but they are also able to take it at high levels. Then he stopped complaining that it became difficult for them to breathe. The ants gradually caught up with the weakening people, dealing with them without any ceremony. Ye Tian couldn't stay among the others for long and applied his talent of speed, which had already helped him out of similar scrapes many times. The guy flew past the fleeing warriors like an arrow. The guy also realized that this black air, which began to thicken after the roar of a high-level ant, pressed very hard and pressed to the ground, so he had to hurry. When Ye Tian got out of the zone, he turned around and thought that the golden ant would surely look after the squad, so he could leave to study the talent. Returning to the city, Ye Tian passed the place where he conquered the leader of the huge fire lizards. Only bones and nothing else remained of the body. Ye Tian began to examine the skeleton, grinning that Captain Windwolf still knows his business, and therefore is a real hunter. I collected everything that was possible. At the same time, he jumped onto one of the tall buildings and made himself comfortable, dropping his bag and blade to the side. Nothing should be bothering Ye Tian right now. Opening the display, the guy was ready to absorb a high-level talent in order to seize the power he had dreamed of for so long. Ye Tian wanted to gather all the strongest talents and this was one of them. After starting the fusion, the guy's body began to noticeably strengthen, and the muscles grew before his eyes. He felt the vessels expand, and the fibers inside the body become stronger several times. Grinning, the guy noticed that in the eyes of so-called important people, only strength is an indisputable value that can be possessed. After completing the merger, the young man threw off the t-shirt that the guys from Feng Lan's team lent him. He understood that he no longer needed this junk, which he could leave here. It was time to go home and take care of all those who had previously brought inconvenience to him and his family. It was time to go back and take revenge on everyone who was not trusted. It's been a few days since Ye Tian got home. After his last assignment, which he was on, the guy has changed a lot, having seen a lot. When he received another high-level talent, his strength increased tenfold. He could no longer stop and wanted to constantly learn new things, becoming stronger and stronger. Although Ye Tian was only an elite warrior due to his talents, dealing with another elite warrior of the initial phase was not a problem at all for him, but rather a trifle. Yu, on the other hand, was angry at her brother, who in the last 6 months had been constantly disappearing from home, returning less and less often, and now he was at home every now and then, sitting and doing his military stuff. The sister ran up to Ye Tian, cursing at him, because she had been waiting for him for so long. And the guy just does that. He sits motionless in place every day, and does not even think to talk to her, although she does so much for him. After that, the girl decided that since Ye Tian was behaving like this and did not notice her at all, he would have to pay attention to her today. She has a plan with which she will remind about herself. The girl rummaged a little in the drawer and took out a jar of salt. She began furiously salting the food she was currently cooking. Yu hoped that her brother would taste all the female severity in full. When the table was fully set, there were many different dishes on it, including Ye Tian's favorites. Still, when she first started cooking, she really wanted to make an impression. The sister invited the young man to the table, setting it up and serving the dishes. Yu said that the guy worked hard and probably wants to get a reward for his efforts. She noticed, smiling maliciously, that she had prepared all this especially for her beloved brother. Joy appeared on Ye Tian's face and he replied that in that case he simply had to eat everything. Suddenly the doorbell rang. Hearing him, Ye Tian immediately stood and ran to open the door, waiting for an important guest. Yu was furious and shouted at her brother to eat first. Opening the door, the guy saw Captain Feng Lan, who somehow found out where Ye Tian lives. The man had a big green backpack on his shoulder, which rattled strangely. Captain Feng Lan smiled when he saw the guy in good health. Still, it wasn't easy for them then, and considering that Ye Tian went further, it was just wonderful to see him alive. Ye Tian invited the captain to go inside the house. After that, the guy asked the captain why he came. Feng Lan said that they shared all the spoils and he brought Ye Tian's share. Opening the green backpack, Feng Lan tilted it towards the young man, indicating how much they were able to get. Apparently, the guys stayed in the zone for some time and hunted. Ye Tian smiled and scratched his head and said that Feng Lan's team could divide everything among themselves, and he didn't need to bring anything, because he refused to take the loot there. But the captain only insistently pushed the backpack into Ye Tian's hands and said that he would not accept such an arrangement at all. Everything was fair and the guys divided the share equally for everyone. After that, Ye Tian invited the man to the table, saying that they were just having lunch, and one more issue could be discussed at the table. Seeing the abundance of food, the captain agreed without hesitation, choosing a chair next to the young man. As soon as he started eating, the captain noticed that the food was of excellent quality, and now he was reaching for all the plates to taste the dishes that Sister Yi Yu had prepared. The captain, who apparently was always on hikes and sorties, attacked the food the way he attacked monsters. Ye Tian said he wasn't hungry and took his backpack and went to his room. Yi Yu was very embarrassed because she specially oversalted almost all the dishes that she put on the table. She carefully asked the captain if everything was fine with the dishes. Feng Lan, continuing to fill his stomach, replied that the taste of the dishes was quite light and he would, to his taste, add a little more salt to strengthen and balance it. Yi Yu was shocked by this answer. Taking her cup of tea, she said that she was very glad that the captain liked it. After the dinner was over, the guests went into the hall and sat down on the sofa with young Ye Tian. The captain reminded that the guy had some question for him that he wanted to ask at the table. Ye Tian said that he had been practicing a lot at home in recent days, so he did not know at all how things were going outside and asked about the monster cleanup that was still going on. Feng Lan, still chewing, replied that according to his rumors, the bases of Iron Fang and Linhai had suffered huge losses and it had already been accurately established. Further punishing dessert on a skewer, the captain continued, saying that more than 50 elite soldiers died there alone, and even 3 great warriors fell in battle. The guy thought about the 3 great warriors who most likely fell in battle with ants. The captain said that after the first wave of people retreated, the second of the great warriors was assembled. But the second wave was also defeated, so the Iron Fang base became enraged and sent a grandmaster there, who dealt with the ants' lair. Ye Tian was surprised by what he heard. It turns out that the entire trade route was cleared by the grandmaster, but it was unknown where this path was paved by Iron Fang. The guy was wondering if it was worth it and why Iron Fang put so much effort into paving this path. Maybe it was not for trading purposes at all, but for others. When the sun started to set, Ye Tian and Captain Feng Lan left the house. The young man waved to his friend, wishing him a good road, and there was a man standing to the side and watching. He was well and solidly dressed, so when he saw the young man, he immediately went to him, having learned his name. The man needed a guy named Ye Tian. After Ye Tian nodded his head, the man introduced himself, calling himself Mo Yuan. He said that he is the manager of the Mo family and performs the most important tasks of the family. Ye Tian was not very happy about this news. He didn't understand what the Mo family wanted from him, and he certainly didn't want to contact them in any way. The guy put his hands in his pockets and listened further. Mo Yuan came closer and bent down in front of the guy, handing him a small brown envelope. The manager said that by order of the head, he invites the young man to lunch at the Mo family house. Ye Tian apologized and said that he had been unwell lately and did not really want to go out somewhere outside his house, so he had to refuse the Mo family a joint dinner. Steward Mo Yuan was not pleased with this answer, so raising his voice, he said that no one had dared to reject the invitation of the Mo family, especially from its head. Captain Feng Lan, who had been standing aside all this time and watching the couple's conversation, jumped up to the manager and told him not to get angry and they would surely be able to settle everything on the spot. But the captain was not at all interested in the manager. Mo Yuan moved towards Ye Tian, bent over him and quietly said that the guy had better not be impudent and accept this invitation. Looking at the hand that Mo Yuan put on the young man's shoulder, he was not ready to put up with threats against himself, so he was ready to give a clearer answer. Leaning back, Ye Tian pulled the leaning steward down on himself and then firmly grabbed his face, hoping to show that he was impudent now. With one hand, Ye Tian lifted Mo Yuan off the ground and abruptly tipped him back, throwing the man against the asphalt, continuing to squeeze him there further, not straining much. Captain Feng Lan ran up to the young man and asked him to stop it. Mo Yuan got to his feet and ran away, promising that sooner or later he would take revenge and kill the guy. The captain looked with excitement at the manager, who was running away. He said it was better not to antagonize the scoundrels, but Ye Tian was calm and told the captain not to worry. Ye Tian lowered his gaze and looked at his hand. With a new talent for high-level strength, the young man broke the manager's arm almost without straining, because it was just fantastic. Mo Yuan hid in one of the corners and began to tear up the letter that Mo's family had sent to the young man. The scoundrel already had a plan that he wanted to carry out. Full of anger, he used to say that they were still figuring out among themselves who would defeat whom. Mo Yuan wanted revenge, which he wasn't going to put off for a long time. In the evening, everyone was already waiting for any news from their manager, who was late and had not yet returned, which was very strange for the Mo family. A man in an expensive red shirt, reflecting the color of their family, was pacing around the room. In the center of the dowel sat the second, reflecting a special significance and greatness. In the chair sat an elder of the Mo family, who was recovering after clearing points with monsters, paving the trade route between Linhai and Ter. Suddenly the front doors opened and the long-awaited manager ran into the room screaming. He was hurrying as fast as he could, and his eyes were very scared of something. All dirty, he was on his way to the elder, fell to the floor and, out of breath, tried to say something. After catching his breath slightly, Mo Yuan said that there was some bad news regarding the assignment he was given. The head of the Mo family, who was standing in a red shirt, saw his steward and turned to him, reminding him that he had asked him to deliver the letter and not to kill the young man. But Mo Yuan said that he politely asked the guy and treated him respectfully. But when Ye Tian heard that the manager came from the Mo family, he immediately asked him to leave. Mo Kanchan was shocked by what he heard. He couldn't believe his ears that the guy refused the letter and rejected the manager after hearing the family name. Mo Yuan continued to complain, saying that the young man not only beat him, but also tore up the invitation that the family had left. He took the pieces of the envelope containing the letter out of his pocket. Mo Kanchan dispersed, and his aura of an elite warrior began to demolish everything around, including pushing the manager away. The head of the family was amazed by the boy's impudence. After the conversation with the manager was over, the head of the Mo family went to his resting father to ask for advice and find out what to do. Mo Kanchan took out some pills, shook one on his hand and handed them to the elder of the Mo family. He turned to his father with a request to take medication. The elder sat and said that he had no other option when fighting ants, so he used a secret technique and moved quickly, and also fought, and it was unlikely that his wounds would heal quickly. The head of the Mo family threw up his hands and asked his father not to say such words, because he was sure that everything would get better soon, because his father is a real warrior. But the elder, getting up from the sofa, said that he knows his body better than anyone. He also added that after his death, there will be no great warriors left in the Mo family, which he regrets. Mo Kanchan turned to his father, asking him about the boy. Did Ye Tian really expect the letter that the Mo family was going to send him and why he reacted so aggressively? The elder was furious and said that they would have to fight with the Lin family for this guy. If the boy refused to come himself, then it was necessary to bring him to their house by force. The head of the family spread his hands and said that Ye Tian was a stranger to them, because he was not even from their family. Even if they grab the boy, he won't be sincere with them. The elder took out a small red vial and said that with it, Ye Tian would become their family member. It was a drug that erases memory. The elder wanted to apply it at dinner. He handed a small bottle to his son and told him to take it and erase the memory of the young talent, because it was necessary for the guy to forget everything first. And just then they could impose false memories on him, brainwash him and tell him that he was one of their relatives, whom they had been looking for a long time. The elder turned to his son, examined him and said that they could call him the illegitimate son of a Kanchan who wandered in a foreign land, and then returned the family name to the guy. The elder saw that his son was getting nervous, so he immediately added that there was no need to invent any nonsense. No one will compete with him for the right to head, but they will simply say that he is his son and give him a surname. Mo Kanchan did not approve of his father's plan, because if they say that he had an illegitimate son, it could greatly affect his reputation in society. But the elder sat back in the chair and ordered his son not to talk. He looked menacingly at Kanchan. He said that it was an order, not a request. Mo Kanchan knelt down and said that in that case he would send 10 elders to the guy's home, who would finish the job and bring the guy to their home. On the same evening, by order of the head of the Mo family, people from the 10 elders clan in full force went to Ye Tian's house. They planned to take the guy alive and deliver him to the family home. One of the people of the clan quietly made his way into the house and reported what was inside. It was late at night, and there was a deathly silence at home, because most likely everyone was already asleep. The man who made his way into the house was given an earpiece so that he acted according to plan, namely, first captured his sister and then forced the boy to surrender. The rest of the participants settled down at various points on the street in order to catch up with the boy and grab him in case of escape. The people in the ambush were asked to report everything their man sees. The fighter said he accepted the information. Having made his way deep into the house, the man opened the farthest room from where the sounds were coming from. He opened the door and noticed his target. Approaching the bed, the fighter conveyed that the target had been detected and now grabbed the boy, immediately disarming him. He also told me that the others could come closer. Having received the order to act, the fighter reached for the blanket to abruptly throw it off and take the boy by surprise. He didn't draw a weapon, even though their target was an elite warrior, but the blanket rose sharply immediately after the fighter took hold of it with his hand. He didn't see what was going on behind the blanket, so he bared the blade and decided to cut through it. After cutting the blanket in half, the attacker immediately saw Ye Tian, who grabbed him by the throat with his hand. The ambush turned out to be counter and the only fighter inside was captured. Ye Tian lifted the guy off the ground with his strong grip, looked into his eyes and gloatingly said that he had to wait too long for the people from Mo's house. On the radio of the guy who was being held by Ye Tian, the rest of the clan members could be heard asking about the sister that the intruder was supposed to grab. He threw the body on the floor and hearing the beep of the earphone decided to pick it up to answer everyone else without arousing suspicion ahead of time. Ye Tian wanted to surprise them himself. When he picked up the earphone, he immediately put it on himself. Holding the microphone, the guy said that he had grabbed the girl and would now hand her over to the others who were waiting outside. But the clan of 10 elders could immediately distinguish the voice of their brother from another, so they suspected something was wrong. They asked who they were talking to, and the next moment Ye Tian threw the fighter out of the apartment window. The black-cloaked warrior collapsed to the ground and froze without making any movements. The others could not watch for a long time, so they began to run to the body of the fallen one. After examining him, they realized that there was no way to help him and the guy died. No one could figure out who did it, because every member of the elders was an elite warrior. One of the hooded men passed on an earpiece so that everyone would be especially attentive. Most likely, someone is helping the boy and he is not at home alone at all. The fighters who were located on the roof were waiting for the guy from above. One of them heard footsteps and everyone waited in hiding for the guy to come out of hiding. One of the clan members considered that the distinct sounds of walking were probably just heard by him, because no one had appeared in the visibility zone for a long time. But he was not mistaken when he heard a rustle. Ye Tian came out of the shadows and took off the head of one of the elder fighters. Seeing someone coming out of the shadows, panic began among the fighters. They began to run away, believing that the boy had hired a shadow killer to deal with them. The leading squad ordered everyone to disperse in different directions. But without hesitation, Ye Tian activated the speed talent to catch up with the elders and began to continue striking, quickly reducing their number from 10 to 0. After Ye Tian came out of the shadows, one of the fighters decided to attack from above, shouting to the guy that he shouldn't have shown his true identity. He rushed down, but Ye Tian managed to jump aside, dodging the blow. The warrior looked at him, surprised at the speed that the guy possessed. With the next step, the fighter paid for his blunder and Ye Tian immediately struck him down, pushing him far to the side. For everyone else who kept running in different directions, Ye Tian grabbed a dagger and prepared a shadow blade strike. When the guy finished upstairs, having dealt with all the elders, he decided that there was definitely no point in him running and it was time to continue the extermination of this clan. Seeing the guy, he was immediately identified and one of the elders ordered to immediately grab the boy. The others rushed towards him sharply. The two fighters decided that they would carry out their joint attack, disarming the guy who just continued to stand still. Again, the aura of elite warriors emanated from all the people. Hiding his blade, Ye Tian held up his fists, and decided this time to fully experience the talent of supernatural power of a high level of mastery. Ye Tian continued to inflict a crushing defeat on the clan of 10 elders, and they, in turn, could not even inflict a single wound on him. One of the fighters leaned on his hands and asked the young man, continuing to back away. After all, Ye Tian was an ordinary elite warrior, how does he manage it? Ye Tian recognized this voice and immediately rushed towards the remaining fighter. The young man perfectly remembered how Moen, Xiaobei's father and a coward who fled from the battlefield, looked like. Moen was glad that the boy recognized him, so pulling off the mask immediately began to smile. Xiaobei's father said they could come to an agreement if Ye Tian was merciful. Ye Tian came closer and said that it was he who inflicted the last defeat on Xiaobei and Jinni. But Moen said that he did not see anything terrible in this. Moen started offering a lot of money, but Ye Tian grabbed him and said that he really liked pulling weeds together with the root, so he didn't have a chance.